To Wed the Widow, The Reluctant Bride Collection by Megan Bryce. Narrated by Maureen Cavanaugh. Chapter 1. The room erupted into hushed whispers and excited laughter, and the very Honorable George Sinclair breathed it in deeply and thought to himself for the first time that it was good to be home. He hadn't missed England. India had sunk into his bones. The heat, the food, the never-ending roar of life. He hadn't wanted to leave. He mourned the fact that he'd never be able to return. India had sent him home a changed man. He'd never be warm again. His greatcoat was now a permanent part of his wardrobe, no matter how brightly the weak English sun tried to shine. Food would never taste again, flavorless, spiceless, and missing that now familiar bite. And he stayed as far from the country as he could, because the silence was too much to take. That, and his brother, the Earl, he was too much to take as well. But here, in town, with the excitement of balls, and the roar of life, and the rules, here George Sinclair found what he hadn't realized he'd been missing: scandal. The noise level somehow both increased and decreased at the same time as she entered, and he turned to look at just who could cause such a commotion. Her golden hair piled high atop her head, her plunging neckline peeking coyly from beneath row upon row of jeweled necklaces. She paused, looking down on her subjects, and they looked back, twittering and fluttering, and Sinclair thought that was not enough. There should have been trumpets fanfaring and fireworks exploding because a regal queen had deigned to grace them with her presence. Sinclair poked his friend in the side. Just who, pray tell, is that? George St. Clair looked to where his friend pointed and fingered his cravat. The widow. Sinclair trembled with delight. She has an epithet? The widow? How very intriguing. A richly deserved one. She has had 5 husbands, all dead within 1 year of the wedding. The last, rumor has it, died whilst in bed and under her, 2 weeks ago. Sinclair jolted when he realized her dress was black, that she was in mourning. Her dress skimmed here and flared there, and despite the color said nothing about mourning. Sinclair's eyes followed the curves and flares, and he said, "Lucky scoundrel." St. Clair snorted, and Sinclair looked at him with an eyebrow raised. Is that not the most fervent wish of every man? To die naked, in bed, and beneath a beautiful woman riding him into everlasting oblivion. It is apparently many a man's wish, because she has no lack of suitors. But not you. I require a man to be cold in his grave before I start in on his widow. Sinclair looked again at the woman, at the long limbs and golden hair that gave proof that some Viking had pilfered and pillaged somewhere in her bloodline. Her black dress, not stark, but richly adorned, made her pale skin even paler, her golden hair even more golden. Sinclair sighed. Mourning suits her. It does. Sinclair looked at his friend, noting the lines on his face and the tired look in his eyes that 8 years had wrought. It suited her well for nearly a decade, and with a handful of husbands. Remember that, Sin, before you become too enamored. You don't like her. St. Clair looked back at the woman, studying her, and when their eyes caught across the room, she smiled and made her way toward them. I know you will like her, and I have no wish to stand over your grave, my friend. Sinclair laughed. I may like her. I may acquaint myself with all England has to offer now that I must. But marriage? Should I lose my mind, the Earl will surely take it upon himself to find it for me. St. Clair clapped his friend on the back, smiling despite himself. It's good to have you home, Sin, and you can count on me as well to take up that task if it becomes necessary. See, it is good to be home. I can play with whatever delectable scandal that crosses my path, as long as you two are watching over me like clucking hens. We wouldn't need to, if you didn't look at scandal like a boy getting his first glimpse up the milkmaid's frock. The widow snaked through the crowd, close enough now that she might be able to hear their conversation, and Sinclair said, I have matured, my friend, since then, and I assure you that I can keep my wits about me in the presence of such beauty, long golden locks, and, oh my, crystal blue eyes. St. Clair shook his head, all the better to snare her prey. The widow stopped in front of them, flicking open her fan to wave it idly. Talking of me, Mr. St. Clair? You are always so flattering. He bowed, stiff, and just this side of disapproving. May I introduce Mr. George Sinclair, and this is Eleanor Rusbridge Lemon Gilberti Wooten Headley, Lady Haywood. Did I leave any out, my lady? She laughed, a low, amused sound that would make any red-blooded man think of silk sheets and naked limbs. Sinclair bowed theatrically enough to make up for his friend's lack of manners, flamboyantly enough to snag her attention to him. The widow said, George Sinclair and George St. Clair? However will I tell you apart? Sinclair leaned toward her. Just remember, my lady, the sinner and the saint, and then forget the saint. Her smile peeked out from behind her fan, and she whispered conspiratorially, Forgotten. Sinclair leaned in even closer and didn't whisper. Good. They laughed, sharing in their little joke, and St. Clair bowed, leaving his friend to fend for himself. Sinclair was reminded of just what a good friend the man was. The widow watched St. Clair's back as he walked away from them, her fan still waving slowly. I'm surprised he left you here with me. I thought I heard you were good friends back in the day. Good friends we are, the only friend I willingly put pen to paper during my long years in India. The friendship must be more one-sided than you realize. And in her words was the truth that it was her St. Clair didn't like. Sinclair shook his head. My friend, who knows me better than myself, who knows it is very hard to distract me once I've seen something I like. She turned her eyes to him, dismissing St. Clair. She waved her fan, still smiling, and studied his coiffed brown hair, his cravat, his waistcoat. He waited for her to say she liked what she saw as well, but out came, And how is India? As uncivilized as one hears? Sinclair jolted at uncivilized. He'd been gone a long time. Perhaps he was out of practice at this particular game. It is wonderful, and until but a moment ago I was devising numerous schemes to get back there. Now, though, I find England and her wares intoxicating. Flattery will get you everywhere, Mr. Sinclair, he murmured. Excellent. Her fan sped up, their eyes caught. The crowd pushed her closer, and she said softly, Do you know why your friend, Mr. St. Clair, doesn't like me? I assumed it was a personal failing. She laughed, her hair moving precariously atop her head, and he noticed there was gold tinsel woven through it. "It is my personal failing." He sniffed, and her dark, musky scent surrounded him. "I have known George St. Clair since our school days, and you but for 1 minute, and I can assure you it is not your personal failing." She was still laughing when she shrugged one shoulder, a surprisingly Gallic gesture for so Nordic a complexion. "I like torturing him. I can't help it. And I wonder if I can wind Mr. St. Clair so tight that he will shatter." "It can't be done. Trust me." "So you think I should give it up? Admit defeat?" Sinclair nodded. "I think you should expend your energies on a more worthwhile cause." Their eyes were nearly even. She was such a tall woman, and her hair towered over him. She only had to lean in to whisper in his ear. "I don't give up. I don't admit defeat." She pulled back, rapping his forearm with her fan hard enough to sting, and turned away from him. She said over her shoulder as she walked away, "But you should perhaps listen to your friend, Mr. Sinclair. I like to play with my prey." The Widow. The name swirled around Eleanor in the overheated ballroom. Loud whispers behind fluttering fans, appreciative glances from the men, glares from the women. The tone had long ago decided what kind of woman she was, title or no title, and they weren't entirely wrong. She'd buried husband number 5 not 2 weeks ago, and she was out socializing? Unheard of. How shocking. The gall of the woman. She'd mourned a full year with husband number 1, the aging viscount who wanted a pretty young wife to care for him in his twilight years, who hadn't cared just how muddied her family tree was since he already had his heir, and his heir already had an heir. And if a pretty young woman had wanted a husband only for his title, for the respect he could paint her with, she couldn't have picked any better. He'd given her his name, the name she even now answered to, 4 husbands later, had planted a child in her, and only 1 year later had made her a widow, with a title, money. Except the child hadn't lived, and there hadn't been any money, not for her. And husband number 2 had become a necessity, along with better solicitors. Eleanor searched the ballroom, smiling vaguely and waving her fan, meeting the wide-eyed stares of the debutantes, the narrowed glances of the dowagers. The married men she ignored, the old men she flirted with. She batted her eyelashes at the young men, touching her fan to her lips and making them blush. She wasn't set on any one man yet. A certain kind of man, certainly. George St. Clair would have fit the bill if he wasn't so George St. Clair. And you could call Eleanor Rusbridge any kind of woman you liked, but she was a realist. George St. Clair would never fall for her or her plan. He would be work for an uncertain reward. His tanned friend there, fresh from India, was a possibility. He wanted some fun. The kind of fun Eleanor had never given to any man she hadn't been married to before, though she'd certainly been offered it. She'd been married 5 times, and she knew the easiest way to get to that state was to make a man dizzy with desire, and not let him get undizzy until after the wedding. Husband number 2 had been flabbergasted that a widow could be as tight-legged as a blushing virgin, had, really, lost his mind in his pursuit of her. A merchant, his money made from trade, his desire for a wife of title, a woman of lineage, even if it was only a step up from his, the lovely man had given her everything he'd owned. She'd made his reward well worth the wait, and they'd been happy for that 1 year. Husband number 2 had also been honored with a full year of mourning. He'd choked on a soup bone and left her his fortune, after all. After his death and her subsequent inheritance, she'd had the pick of the tone. It was a lesson Eleanor had learned well. It wasn't a title that granted respect. It was money. She supposed she could have stopped with the husbands after number 2. It was number 3 that had turned her into a caricature for the society columns. But she'd wanted more. She always wanted more. This husband, this time, required a different plan than a pretty face and knowledgeable eyes and tight legs. More than a beautiful woman whipping a man into a frenzy. It would require skill and timing and luck. She was not entirely certain she could pull it off, and the uncertainty of it was making her extremely picky. A cup of punch was suddenly thrust at her. A hand cupped her elbow. "Looking for me?" She turned, a smile on her lips and steel in her voice. "I wasn't." Golden blonde hair, a shade less lustrous than her own, and blue eyes, a smidgen less sparkly, looked back at her. "Father is turning in his grave at the spectacle you're making." "I doubt it." "Subtlety, Eleanor, subtlety," he said, and her brother sounded so much like their father that Eleanor nearly shuddered. He kept his hand on her arm, tight enough to hurt. "If you're not looking for me, who are you looking for?" "Who do you think the widow is looking for? Why are you here?" "I was invited as a special guest." "That seems unlikely." He waved behind her, and when Eleanor turned, there was the hostess frowning at them. "You should go reassure her that your attentions aren't straying, brother dear." "Oh, she knows about you. She has her own family ghosts. She knows about embarrassing relations." Eleanor didn't even feel the dig. "And her husband? He doesn't care about special guests." Her brother put a fist on one cocked hip and said in a sing-song voice, "Not this special guest. This special guest is helping her redo her wardrobe to outshine Lady Weston. This special guest has no interest in the boudoir except what pattern the wallpaper is." Her brother was very good at choosing what kind of special friend would most suit his purposes, and Eleanor didn't doubt he would keep himself out of the lady's bed. She said, "And how much his commission is when he gets her to replace it." Alan squeezed her arm tighter, trying to get her to flinch, to drop the cup. "You've chosen your path, my lovely sister. I've chosen mine." His eyes flowed up to her hair, and he said, "Not all of us have such beauty to sell to the highest bidder." She quoted her father, even if the words left a bad taste in her mouth. Beauty and brains, the deadliest combination. Alan's face tightened. "Never forget, Eleanor, which of us got the lion's share of brains." The rage and jealousy that flowed from her brother was old, a wound that would never heal, a wound her father had picked at and spit on until there was no love to lose between the siblings. It didn't help that poor husband number 3 had come between them, had chosen her over her brother. The Italian stallion, Marcus, and Eleanor still mourned him, her first friend in her heart. He'd been beautiful, tall and manly and fashionable. everything a gentleman should be, and everything a gentleman really was. A completely different man when he was in the comfort of his own home than he was out in society. Elinor had fallen for it, all of it, and it was only her excellent solicitors who'd kept her from losing her hard-earned money to her brother and his lover. Their year of marriage had consisted of one shock and lie discovered after another, 1 year of scheming and fighting, and then gradually clinging to each other in the storm of her brother's rage and hate and jealousy. Husband number 3 had been the only man who'd seen inside her, who'd known who and what she really was, the only man who'd snuck into her heart and she into his. And then a fall from his horse, a broken neck, and the widow had been born. She'd mourned him in public for only 6 months, and she'd tightened in the waist of all her dresses, fashion be damned, to prove there was no posthumous child. She'd use those extra 6 months to choose more wisely, to be more sure of her next husband. Elinor patted her brother's cheek with her free hand. "You got the lion's share of something, my loving brother." His hand jerked around her arm, the feeling in her fingertips getting fainter the longer he held on, and she smiled wider at him, proving just who was getting to whom, hoping she could prove it before her hand went all the way numb. George Sinclair sidled up to them, then stopped suddenly when he saw Alan. He looked between them, then down at the hand still gripping her elbow and the cup of punch in her hand. He looked down at the 2 cups in his hands, and then back up into her eyes. "Oh, I thought you wanted punch. Isn't that what you said?" He sounded simple and lost, and Elinor smiled at him wide enough to make him blink and really lose the use of his faculties. "Here he is, and he's brought me punch. How sweet. Toddle back to our hostess, brother, before she finds someone else with impeccable fashion sense." Elinor smiled brightly at Mr. Sinclair, forcing herself to hold on to the cup until her brother was gone and out of sight. Pins and needles raced down her fingers as the blood came rushing back, and she switched hands quickly before she dropped the confounded punch. George Sinclair watched her and took a sip from one of his cups. He made a face, then said, "Brother." Elinor took a cautious sip, turning it into a healthy gulp when it tasted just fine to her. "You can pick your husband, you can pick your dog, you can't pick your brother." He thought about that for a long moment. "Yes, I have my own brother. They should be outlawed." She snorted, a very unladylike and punch-filled sound that turned into a short coughing fit. Mr. Sinclair watched her, still sipping, and when her coughs subsided, said, "I don't have a dog, though." She cleared the remaining cough from her throat. "I have 3 mastiffs." "Mastiffs? In London?" Everyone within a 10-foot radius turned at his shout, and when Elinor had recovered from her involuntary jump, she started laughing at the red tinge to his face and the sheepish look. He muttered, "It's much louder in India. I haven't yet acclimatized myself to the quiet." Elinor chuckled, listening to the loud laughter of the crowded room, and wondered just how loud India could be. She sipped her punch, forgetting her brother and her arm, and thinking it was too bad about George Sinclair. He was intriguing. An intriguing husband would certainly be different than her normal fare, except she'd met his brother, and she agreed he should definitely be outlawed. And there was his friend, St. Clair, who would keep a calm head under pressure. They could both foil her plan. She needed someone more certain. She turned her head away from George Sinclair and scanned the crowd. He drew her attention back with a somewhat quieter, "How do you keep 3 mastiffs happy in London? I was thinking of a Pomeranian. Keep him in the pocket of my greatcoat." Eleanor tried not to smile at the image, tried to give him the cold shoulder, chase him off, but he leaned in and whispered, "And then, when my brother gets too close, let the dog loose. Yap, 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 yap." He laughed, and Eleanor laughed with him. "I would love to see you do that to the Earl of Ashmore." "I see you've met him." Eleanor sternly insisted to herself to stop laughing. "I have. Are you quite sure you're related?" He sighed, heartfelt. "I would give anything to be proved I am not, alas." He tipped his cup up, finishing it and starting in on the next one, and she tried again to look away, to stop wasting time with him. But, she said, "My brother wouldn't be scared off by the yapping of a spoiled Pomeranian. I assure you it is quite as funny when you open the door and let loose 3 mastiffs." She snickered at the memory. Mr. Sinclair didn't join her, and there was a little less laughter in his eyes when he looked at her. He looked down at the arm she was still favoring. "Brothers should be outlawed." She turned her head away from the tone in his voice, at the outrage and understanding. She caught the gaze of George St. Clair, off in a corner, watching them. She stared unblinking at him, and he her, until finally she nodded imperceptibly. George St. Clair had already lost one friend to the widow. Eleanor knew he wouldn't let her have another. No matter how intriguing he was, no matter that she hadn't been the cause of husband number 4's death, hadn't been the cause of any of their deaths. But the rumors circulated, and the whispers were too delicious to be sullied with the truth. That Eleanor Rusbridge was simply supremely unlucky. One could say it was her husbands who had been extremely unlucky, but she liked to think that all of them had had the best year of their life before their untimely deaths. Husband number 4, and the reason for George St. Clair's supreme dislike, had been a quiet, kind man. No one had thought she'd been serious about him, including the poor man himself. But Eleanor hadn't wanted any more drama. She'd wanted quiet, peace, children running underfoot, and a husband who was easy to please. They'd settled in the country, and Eleanor had resolved to herself to be the perfect country wife. Not too adventurous in bed, just solicitous enough out of it. Her staid, conscientious husband had taken it upon himself to visit a sick neighbor in the rain, and had left this world courtesy of putrid fever. Eleanor had decided she was none too fond of the country. Her mourning had lasted 2 months. Mr. Sinclair looked to where her attention had gone to. "Friends should be outlawed as well." "That friend, absolutely. Have you ever seen him smile?" "Too serious for it. Too much responsibility." He closed his eyes, shuddering. "A responsible man." "You don't seem to suffer from the affliction." "Thank you," he said, and she laughed again. He said, "May I stand firm against the lure of responsibility, despite all attempts to recruit me." Eleanor decided she must put a stop to this at once. He was far too entertaining. She said, her voice cold and disapproving, "Friends are rare, Mr. Sinclair. You should treasure yours." "I do, especially the kind that lets me enjoy my mistakes first, and then saves me from them after." She lifted an eyebrow. "Mistake?" "His word, not mine. And obviously I was not talking about you." He ducked his head into his empty punch cup and muttered, "And obviously I have become as uncivilized as you have accused me." Obviously. But her lips wobbled with the effort it took to keep from smiling. She turned abruptly away from him, deciding that verbally sparring with him would simply never work, and physical distance was required. He followed at her elbow. "But what about my reward?" "For?" "Chasing away a brother. I think a dance should do it nicely." "I'm in mourning, Mr. Sinclair." He looked at her dress, sliding his eyes leisurely down, down, down. "I can see that." His eyes roamed back up, clearly enjoying the view. "I've never seen morning look quite so beautiful." The reality was, she'd been in mourning for the last 10 years, owned nothing but black clothing, black veils, black gloves and fans. She looked down at the dress that was beautiful and striking despite the color, and lifted the hem of her gown just enough for her black-heeled shoe to peek out. She smiled. She did look good in black. She said, "I shall simply have to return the favor some day and chase away your brother. I would hope I could be as off-putting as a Pomeranian." Mr. Sinclair came to a full stop, and Eleanor turned when she realized she'd lost him. He stood stock still, his eyes far away and unseeing, a smile lighting his whole face. She wouldn't have called him a beautiful man, somewhat ordinary-looking, except for the blonde streaks in his light brown hair, his eyes an indiscriminate blue, faded and washed out. Add to that his too-tanned skin, so unfashionable. But he was one of those people who became more beautiful with each moment they were in your company. The kind of people you looked forward to meeting with, the kind of people you missed when they were gone, the kind of people who were so happy and delightful that there was no hope in being anything but the same when they were near. Eleanor was not one of those people. She was the kind of people you saw more and more of and liked less and less. She was the kind of people who became what she needed to get what she wanted, showing the world what she wanted them to see and keeping the real her locked up tight. She was the kind of people whose husbands found absurd ways to die after a year of her company, no matter how she tried to be what they wanted. 2 weeks. She'd been widowed 2 weeks ago, and here she was, hunting again. Husband number 5 had been young, 3 years younger than herself, haughty and hale, the third son of a baron whose family had disapproved of her, of course, but hadn't seen any better for the boy. She'd been tired of her husband's dying, and had thought his age would protect him, had thought his age would protect her. She'd been wrong. His age had only made him silly and careless, had made him think he was invincible, when all it took was a prodigious amount of liquor, falling asleep in his favorite chair with his chin to his chest, and never waking back up. And here was her current predicament. She couldn't be distracted by a man who made her laugh when she couldn't get what she wanted from him. This husband had to prove himself before the marriage and then be gentleman enough to still go through with it. Mr. George Sinclair might have been that man if he didn't look at responsibility and shudder, if he didn't have a brother who would laugh at her demands when she made them, a friend who watched him like a hawk to swoop in and, yes, save him in her moment of triumph. She had to find just the right man, and she would use whatever she had to get what she wanted. Want was all she had. This husband would give her a child. This husband would not leave her alone should he tire of her company after a year. She would find her last husband, and it wasn't this man smiling brightly at her and saying, "I'm imagining you yapping at my brother." George Sinclair came to the conclusion some time after the lovely Lady Haywood had swept away from him that he had indeed left any sort of charm he'd once depended on another continent. His friend, St. Clair, had been no help when he'd gone to complain at his lack of progress with the woman. St. Clair had only continued to watch her and say, "Don't bet on it. She's simply playing a different game this time." The "I'm not interested" game. St. Clair turned his head just enough to note the frustration on Sinclair's features. "Is her lack of interest making you want to chase after her like some lovesick ninny?" Sinclair tracked the woman, not hard to do with that hair standing a foot above every man in the room, and the black dress snagging everyone's attention amidst all the brightly colored frocks. "I object to the description, but see your point, old friend. I should write to the Earl and tell him what kind of woman has grabbed your attention." Sinclair shook his head sadly and patted his friend on the shoulder. "I don't know what has happened to you, George." St. Clair pushed himself off the wall he'd been propping up and said, "I grew up." He walked away to find some other entertainment now that the widow was leaving his adopted ward alone. Sinclair watched him and thought no 3 words had ever sounded so sad. Chapter 2. 1 week later, Sinclair's brother, along with his countess and 4 daughters, arrived in town. Sinclair gave the benefit of the doubt to his friend and decided it wasn't because St. Clair had sent that letter as he'd threatened. No, the Earl came because it was the season, and the Countess loved everything about the season. Sinclair was ordered to appear at the Earl's London residence, and Sinclair obeyed. Everyone obeyed the Earl, except the Countess. Sinclair would enjoy that about her, had in the past loved the Countess unreservedly for it, but she'd recently become the source of all Sinclair's problems. Why couldn't the woman simply obey her husband and pop out an heir? 4 girls. Ye gads! The Earl had sent a missive to his wayward brother shortly after the birth of the latest, informing him that he needed to come home. What with travel times and finishing up business, it had taken Sinclair over a year. But here he was, bouncing his youngest niece on his knee and saying over her squeals, "Why couldn't you have been a boy?" She showed him her gummy smile and shoved a wet and well-loved fist into her mouth, and squealed so loud that Sinclair stopped missing India. His oldest niece, just turned 8, and so serious, and such a little version of the Earl that he wanted to throw her into the air and make her squeal to prove she was still a little girl, scolded him. "Uncle George, even if it's the truth, some things shouldn't be said out loud." Camilla looked at her littlest sister with a worried expression. "I don't want her to feel bad." George stopped bouncing, but it did nothing to stop the squeals, so he shouted, "Do you feel bad that you weren't a boy?" Camilla took her time thinking about it, then raised her chin. "No, although I know it would have been easier. Papa says he doesn't need a son. That's why he has you." George's lip curled, and he flopped against the back of the sofa. The Earl had him. And that's why he'd left India to come back to this chilly, bland country. The Earl needed him. The Earl had ordered him home to start learning his duties, to help with the responsibilities. George shuddered. To find a wife who could produce the next generation's heir, or rather, to be there when the Earl found one for him. Everyone obeyed the Earl, even if they had run halfway across the world to escape him. George hated his brother, and he loved him, didn't, under any circumstance, want to become him. But George Sinclair was the Earl's heir, up to and until such time as the Countess produced the real one, and with every passing year the chance of that happening grew smaller and smaller. Damn the woman! The Countess swept into the room, no doubt following the squeals still erupting loudly from her offspring, and smiled warmly when she saw George entertaining his nieces. He glared at her still trim figure, the smile that shone in her eyes, despite a decade married to his brother, the love and pride that showed on her face when she looked at her children, even the youngest, who was supposed to be a boy. She pecked George's cheek warmly before settling next to him on the settee. She glanced at the nursemaid, hovering nearby, ready to swoop in the moment Mr. Sinclair grew tired of squeals and pink cherubic cheeks. The woman had a long wait coming. George remembered bouncing Camilla on his knee when she was this age. He remembered spending an unfashionable amount of time with her tucked in the crook of his arm, spending an unseemly number of dinners at his brother's dining table. Happy being part of the family, happy to bask in the reward and none of the responsibility. The Countess said loudly, "Let the nurse take her, George. She is too much." "I like too much. I like too loud." "Then you may retire with her to the nursery." He sighed, gave the baby one last bounce, and handed her off to the nursemaid. The nurse shut the door behind her, and the room filled with peace and quiet. George hated it, but the Countess settled back into her seat happily. "I don't know why every child gets progressively louder." Camilla was a mute in comparison. "This Camilla? The one sitting right here so nicely, not saying a peep? I thought she was a mute." Camilla scolded him again. "Uncle George!" He'd obviously left the poor child to the Earl for far too long. She sat quietly in her chair, her back straight, her hands folded in her lap. Her long brown hair was tied back with an oversized blue bow, and her pretty dress was spotless. He remembered her loud baby squeals and her fat pink cheeks, remembered the Earl quietly mourning on her first birthday that she hadn't been a son. But there was always the next child, and there was always his brother George, eh? Wasn't that what the spare was for? There was always his brother, the spare, who'd booked passage to India the next week. The Countess had written to him unstintingly during his self-imposed exile, and George knew his warm welcome home was all because of her. She'd refused to let the girls grow up not knowing their uncle, refused to let the uncle not know every little detail about the girls. He loved his sister through marriage, despite the fact that him being here was all her fault. Didn't know how his brother had got so incredibly lucky. The Countess smiled at her oldest daughter. "She is on her best behavior, on account of our guest. Papa said if I was good, I could eat dinner with you in the dining room." She sounded so incredibly excited about it that George had to bite his cheek to keep from laughing or crying. "And who is this lucky guest to be graced with Lady Camilla's presence? Oh, gad, don't tell me it's started already. What horribly suitable virgin!" The Countess jabbed him in his side. "Lady, have you invited for dinner?" "You are our guest, Uncle George." He sputtered. "But I am not a guest. Would a guest travel halfway across the world to eat at your table? Would a guest bring gifts and presents and hold your baby sister on his knee despite the drool? A guest!" Camilla's eyes had got wider and wider at George's diatribe, and when he was done, she said quietly, "I'm sorry." He jumped to his feet, sucking in a breath. "Flora, haven't you told her anything about me?" "You mean not to believe anything you say, and that when you are talking the loudest is when we should listen the least? Yes, I did tell her, but like the Earl, she doesn't understand you at all. Like you didn't understand when I wrote telling you she was just like him," she said to her daughter in a sweeter tone of voice. "He's playing, Camilla." "It wasn't funny, Uncle George." He knelt at her feet, pulling a small packet from his pocket and handing it to her. "Not funny at all, Lady Camilla. I apologize. And you should listen to your mother. Don't believe anything I say." She looked down at the plain packet sitting in her hands.
"Does that mean that this gift isn't really for me, then?"
He choked and laughed. "No hope for us, is there? The gift is for you. I have one for all of your sisters." She unwrapped it carefully, slowly. He glanced back at the Countess, and she nodded in commiseration at the speed her daughter unwrapped her gift. Camilla finally pulled out a small ornate hair comb, dark and oriental in color, and the small butterfly hovering at the top, covered in gold leaf. Flora clapped her hands together. "Oh, my goodness! It's beautiful, George. Be very careful with it, Camilla." The child was already holding it cupped in the palm of her hands like it was a real butterfly, and George scowled at the Countess. He stood, pulling another packet from his pocket and handing it to Flora as he sat back down. "Careful, for every one she breaks, I'll give her 2 more." And he already knew he'd never need to order another comb for his serious little niece. He said, "That does not stand for your other daughters, though, or for you." "Wise," she said as she unwrapped it. She smiled at the small bouquet of flowers at the top of her comb, again covered in gold leaf. "They are truly quite beautiful, George." She went to help put the comb in her daughter's hair, and then knelt gracefully on the rug so Camilla could return the favor. Camilla studied her mother's coif, held the comb up here and then there, and George finally closed his eyes. "You have infinite patience, Flora." "Some people like to do things right, George." He knew, and was starting to understand what she told him about her daughter, just like the Earl indeed. When Camilla had the comb positioned just so, George helped the Countess back up, and Camilla thanked him gravely for her gift. Her eyebrows came together in concern, and she said,
"Isabel is too little for a hair comb, and she has no hair."
He laughed at how serious she was. "Lucky that is not what I brought for her, then." He waited for her to ask what he'd brought for her sisters. He could see she wanted to, but she simply sat back down and smoothed her impeccable dress. George would have teased and prodded her to ask, but just then his brother came in. Camilla jumped from her chair, then halted her headlong rush, and walked calmly to her father. She showed him her new hair comb, told him about putting the flowered comb in her mother's hair. The Earl gave her a quick smile. "Shh, Camilla, let me say hello to our guest." Her eyebrows flew together, and she scowled at George for tricking her. He was a guest. The Countess laughed, pulling her daughter aside to explain the difference between guests and guests. The Earl, oblivious as usual to the reason his Countess was laughing, nodded at George. George nodded back, and they were both relieved when the butler came in to announce dinner, to save them from the awkwardness of meeting again after 8 years and 2 continents. Camilla's little voice asked quietly, "Papa, may I?" George and the Earl looked at her hands gripped tightly together, at her hopeful but not too hopeful expression, and George silently vowed that if his brother said no, there would be fisticuffs, pistols at dawn. But the Earl looked at her pristine dress and unruffled hair and smiled at her, nodding. Camilla flushed with pleasure, and when George offered her his arm, when she took it with wide, excited eyes, he thought for a second time that he was glad to be home. He'd neglected his duties for far too long. He was needed here at home. He needed to teach his niece how to have some fun. The Countess and Camilla left the men after dinner. The child was drooping with fatigue and hadn't even protested when her mother told her she couldn't wait for the gentleman. George wasn't sure she would have protested anyway. She curtsied to him. "We are glad you are home, Uncle George." He bowed to her, so low and so long that when he came back up, her forehead was puckered in confusion. He winked, and her expression turned from confusion to exasperation. "Oh, Uncle George," she said, and she left the room, her head still shaking at his foolishness. His brother was watching her, the pride hard to miss, and George said, "She's only 8, Sebastian. Her first adult dinner. She handled herself admirably. And she's 9. 9? Well, then that's fine that she's so quiet and well-behaved." He huffed in annoyance. "She said 2 words. Exactly. You don't think being allowed to eat with the adults, with her prodigal uncle, is a treat for her? I assure you it is." A treat, perhaps. Fun, definitely not. Sebastian sat back in his chair and studied his brother. George studied him in return. 8 years. The Earl's hair was streaked with grey, the lines around his eyes deeper. And while the Earl would never be so undisciplined as to let his waist expand, there was a softness, a tiredness that hadn't been there before. He looked so much like their father, George had to shake himself and remember that he wasn't. It's like looking at a ghost. You look so much like him. The Earl nodded, knowing who George was referring to. The man had obviously looked in the mirror recently. George took a drink. "Thank God I take after mother." The Earl closed his eyes, resting his head back. His mouth twitched, knowing he shouldn't laugh at his silly brother, but finding it hard to resist. And George realized there was more than one person in this family who needed him. He felt the twinge, the regret at leaving them, at letting his brother become old like this without him. Not that his brother didn't deserve it. George thought a house full of squealing little girls who needed their dolls loved and who would one day be married off to undeserving men was exactly the right punishment for any man who insisted on doing everything right. A man who insisted everyone do everything the right way. Sebastian's girls had turned his hair grey, and George laughed at him. They drank and smoked and talked of nothing important, because then they could get along, and they both wanted it to last as long as possible. But finally they stood, heading for the drawing-room and the Countess, and Sebastian stopped him with a hand to the shoulder. "We are glad you are home, George." George mimicked him, squeezing with affection. "And how long do you think that will last?" "Knowing you, I'm surprised I haven't changed my mind yet."
They smiled at each other, right now able to laugh at that truth. Knowing them, that wouldn't last long. Sebastian said,
"The ladies of the Tone are glad you are home as well. Flora has had letter after letter asking about you."
Sebastian eyed his brother.
"You must tell Flora about all the partners you deign to dance with, so she can give you her opinion."
George sighed.
"Give me a week, at least, before you marry me off." "Why, you didn't wait a week to start socializing." "What you are asking me to do is work. Socializing is fun. Virgin debutantes are work." "I doubt you've worked a day in the last 8 years. Time to hop back on that horse. Or, in your case, be introduced to it."
George bit his tongue, tightened his fists, wanted to defend himself, wanted to share with his brother just what he'd been doing the last 8 years in India. He'd worked. He'd carved out a place for himself there, not as the son of an earl, not as the younger brother of one. He'd done it his way. It had been fun. He wanted to share that with Sebastian, share it, not defend himself with it. But the earl said,
"If you've had time to get embroiled with scandalous widows, you've had time to meet an eligible virgin or two."
George narrowed his eyes.
"Embroiled? Have you made St. Clair spy for you? I saw him at White's. Said I might want to know. My brother has got distracted already. What has happened to the two of you? Or I should say, what has happened to my good friend St. Clair, because you've always been like this."
George knew his friend St. Clair had always been like that too. He'd forgotten. He couldn't remember why they'd ever become friends in the first place.
"George, the woman has been married 5 times with no surviving issue. I know how you love a scandal. Play with the widow. I don't care. Don't get caught in her web. And don't get so distracted that you forget what this season is for."
"I know what this season is for.
A wife, an heir,
shackles, responsibility,
duty, family, growing—" "Don't say it,"
George said shortly, and the earl said over him,
"Growing up, becoming a man."
George sucked in a deep breath and let it out, long and slow. They entered the drawing-room in silence, and when the Countess looked between them, George swore he heard her sigh. And then she smiled, coming to slide between them and distract them with stories of people George had known long ago, friends and acquaintances who'd grown up and started families, who'd become responsible and tired and tiresome and gray. George listened and thought of India. After George took his leave, the Countess leaned back against the sofa, as much as her corset would allow, closing her eyes and allowing herself to relax. All evening she'd joked and laughed with George. She'd smiled at her husband and patted his knee. She'd steered the conversation to old times, to memories that were too far away to sting, away from why George had been called home, away from eligible young ladies, away from marriage and children, away from her children, away from the nursery. Sebastian had been his usual self, focused on the problem before him, not understanding that tiptoeing could fix a problem faster than stomping. The Countess reminded herself that a man who was easy to lead would be boring, and she was lucky enough to not have that problem. And dear George sat there and laughed. He smiled and joked and pretended that every prick from the Earl didn't sting. He became sillier and less serious, and the Earl didn't see that George was doing his own pricking. There was a lot that the Earl didn't see. But tonight at least her work was done, and if it had taken more out of her than it had a decade ago, well, The Earl was not the only one starting to show his age. Age, disappointment, failure. It had all caught up with her. She heard the Earl making his way back from saying goodbye to George, and Flora sat up in her seat. She took a quick 3 breaths to refresh herself and smiled. Sebastian stopped in the doorway and looked at his wife. "You look tired." "Yes, my dear. I had forgotten how much energy it took to keep you and your brother civil." He grunted. "If it wasn't my own mother I was insulting, I would seriously question whether she'd cuckolded father. How can the same pairing produce 2 distinctly opposite men?" "Because one was raised to be the Earl, and one was raised to be a younger son." Sebastian murmured. "The heir and the spare. I do feel for him, Flora. I do understand how, but for the vagaries of birth, he could have had everything, and instead has nothing." She laughed, because he didn't see it all. "In that you are similar, because he pities you as well." "Pities me?" His expression was so insulted she could only shake her head. "I know, my dear, you don't understand him. He doesn't understand you. But George is glad he is not the Earl, and he is quite upset that it is now up to him to produce the next one." "He is not the only one," Sebastian said, and Flora didn't flinch. She absorbed the blow into her straight spine, her uplifted lips. And she knew it was hard for a man to see what a woman refused to show him, knew that, and could still blame him. "It's his duty, Flora, and he's acting as if he's taking a one-way trip to the gallows." "I am sure he is not the first man to react to marriage thusly." Sebastian would have laughed if he'd been that kind of man. Instead, he looked at her fondly. "Duty chafes everyone. We learn to accept it." Flora looked beyond the words that might hurt, and to the intention sitting just behind it, at the fond smile on her husband's face. Duty did chafe, and most did learn to accept. When she didn't respond, Sebastian said quietly, "Go to bed, Flora. Rest. Until George has picked his bride, there will be little time for relaxation. I know I can count on you to keep the peace between us." She nodded, found the energy for a benevolent smile from somewhere, and waited until he was through the door and closing it behind him to say, "I'm sorry, Sebastian." The door paused an instant before clicking shut, and she knew he'd heard her. They were both sorry, and neither could do anything about it because she'd failed her duty. She'd failed to give him a son. Sebastian went to his library. He sat in the chair that had molded to the backsides of Sinclair men generations ago. He just sat, looking at nothing. "I'm sorry, Sebastian." He'd thought this chair would one day be passed to his son, passed on for generations more. And he guessed that it would be, but it wouldn't be through him and his. It would be through his brother. It almost made him laugh, the thought of George holding the title, George's son raised to be the Earl. But he didn't. He rested his head back and closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Sebastian." He knew it was he who should be apologizing, he who'd committed the unpardonable sin. He'd called his brother home. He'd given up. Flora had been so sick after the birth. Women had many more children than 4, but not her. She would have no more. The Earl wouldn't risk it. He wouldn't return to her bed. She was his countess, perfect in every way, and he couldn't lose her. If she carried another child, tried once more to fulfill her most important duty, he knew she wouldn't survive. Sebastian balled his fist and slammed it into his thigh, fought against the knowledge that producing an heir was his most important duty. Because what if she died trying? There were maidens aplenty who would gladly become his countess, gladly give him more tries at a son. It was his duty, and he'd passed it off to his brother. The moment he'd been told it was another girl, he'd known there would be no more children for him, whether his countess survived or not. He'd sat down at his desk and written, "Come home, brother. I need you." And George had come. They might irritate each other no end, but they were brothers. His wife apologizing when he should, because she knew he wouldn't. All of them making his decision their own because he was the Earl. All because Sebastian knew his duty and he refused to do it. Chapter 3. Eleanor Rusbridge, Lemon, Gilberti, Wooten, Headley, Lady Haywood sat side-saddle on her horse and trotted sedately down the mile, looking, being looked at. Her riding habit, black of course, made of light wool, her hat tipped precariously to the side and held in place by roughly 1,000 pins jabbed into her hair and scalp. She supposed she could have worn a veil to achieve the same effect, to look without anyone knowing just where she was looking. But she hated veils, hated them with a passion, and thought it the worst part of widowhood. She watched the men, watched their glances, watched to see who found the widow intriguing enough to venture closer. Most were completely unsuitable, and she moved on. But she watched one unsuitable man prancing happily and doffing his hat at any excuse to show off his streaked hair and darkened skin. He smiled widely and laughed loudly, and Eleanor wondered how long it would take for him to adopt the ennui so common in the men of his generation. She knew when he saw her, when he turned his horse her way. She continued on, not changing her pace, and let him chase after her. She knew some men liked to chase, and wondered if Mr. Sinclair was one of those men, and then wondered just what she was doing, wondering about Mr. Sinclair. His horse nosed even with her own, and she didn't look at him, didn't wait for him to greet her. "I can't be seen talking with you. I'm a widow. I have to protect my reputation." He snorted. "Of course, you attend balls, but don't dance. You ride the mile, but don't converse. Forgive me for not understanding your mourning rituals." "I choose the parts of widowhood that suit me. I believe I've earned that right." He tipped his head. "If anyone has, I do believe it's you, Lady Haywood. If anyone ever had, it was her." Mr. Sinclair nosed his horse a little ahead, enough for him to be able to see her eyes when he spoke with her. "My good friend St. Clair says you are on the hunt for husband number 6. And you came to ask me about it? How odd. Are you interested in applying for the position?" He blinked. "Have all your previous husbands applied like a valet?" He gasped. "Do you ask for references?" Eleanor bit her tongue to keep from laughing, and he said, "No wonder St. Clair is so uncharitable toward you. You have upset the order of his little world. References for a husband." She let a little of her laughter out in a small smile. "You can't believe anything he says about me. He will always think the worst, I'm afraid." Sinclair nodded soberly. "I finally got the story from him. dear Bertie. He was a sweet man, and I would have said that about him even when he was alive." "You knew him?" "A school friend." "And you don't blame me for his death, like St. Clair?" "Grief affects everyone a little differently. St. Clair grieves by blaming you. I say, as someone who's met your brother, that if you had the power to kill a man with putrid fever, you wouldn't have picked Bertie." She looked down for a long minute, swallowing the lump that had lodged itself in her throat. Sinclair rode next to her, not saying a word for nearly a quarter of a mile. And then he said philosophically, "Death is inevitable, and you might as well go out happy." When she looked at him, he held her eyes and said, "And I can't help but believe that Bertie died as happy as any man can." And Eleanor thought, blue eyes, not faded and washed out, but blue as a warm summer's day, rare and wonderful. Heat rushed through her body, warming her fingers and toes, and all parts in between. She swallowed and looked away. "You are wasting your time, Mr. Sinclair." "Am I?" "I only make my husbands that happy." Once they've paid the ultimate price." She tipped her head so that her hat covered her eyes, and he could only see her mouth as she whispered, "Don't you think it would be worth it?" He choked out, "Yes," and she couldn't help her wide smile. "You are too much fun, Mr. Sinclair. You must leave me at once. A widow cannot be seen smiling so happily, or smiling so wickedly either." She stopped smiling, happily or wickedly. "Any kind of smiling." "Oh, yes, your rules for widowhood. Laughing and smiling are out, then?" "Completely." "Because you are looking for number 6, like St. Clair says, and you don't want to scare any prospects away." She didn't answer right away, but then thought, why not? Everyone knew already. She nodded. "I am, and I walk a very fine line between available and respectable." "Forgive my impertinence, but I always assumed widowhood was a step up from marriage, if one had the blunt." "Perhaps that's what I'm looking for, then, a man with blunt." His eyes traveled down her very expensive habit. "I don't think that's what you're looking for. Perhaps you're simply one of those women who isn't happy without a man at your beck and call." He murmured, so only she could hear on the busy road, "One of those women who isn't happy without a man in your bed." She ignored the heat, flushing away the cold she'd lived with for too long, ignored the pitter-patter of her heart as it raced to keep up with him, and said, "Respectable, Mr. Sinclair, don't forget." "You are as far from respectable as you can get, Lady Haywood, and still be welcomed by society." She wasn't welcomed by society. She was tolerated, and she wouldn't have even that if she chose poorly for her next husband. "I'm as respectable as I have to be, Mr. Sinclair, and unless you have those references, I think our conversation is over for today." He doffed his hat, bowing to her over the side of his horse. He rode a little ahead of her, leaving her as she'd asked him to do. And then he turned his horse and stopped right in front of her. She pulled back on the reins, and her horse stopped. Didn't fidget or prance, just stopped. He watched her well-behaved horse and said again, "We all dance to your tune, it seems, my lady. But tell me one thing, and I will leave you alone with your respectability. Do you truly mourn them, Bertie and the others?" She didn't stop to think. Yes. And she didn't lie to him.
She mourned them all, if not because she'd loved them, then because she'd been as happy as she could be with them, because with them she hadn't been alone. Despite my particular rituals, I mourn them all. She steered her horse around his, walking away from sunny blue eyes that didn't think she'd killed dear Bertie, who thought dying under her care was the best a man could expect in this life. Flattery will get you everywhere, Eleanor. Her father's words rang in her ears, and she wondered who'd taught Mr. Sinclair that particular truth. She doubted it was his father. Earls didn't need to learn flattery. She didn't look back at him, didn't need to, because she knew he was still stopped in the middle of the road watching her, forcing traffic to flow around him as he simply sat and watched. Another ball. This time George was accompanied by the Earl and the Countess, his chaperones, and he knew he was looking at one long night of twirling this young girl and that not too old spinster around the dance floor. Virgins! Who wouldn't know how to dance that fine line between fun and scandal? Who wouldn't even know there was a line? The Earl scanned the room, the same light shining in his eyes that he got at the horse market. The Countess, a little more discreet in her perusal, but still cataloguing every girl in the room like she was trying to find herself the perfect hat. Bloody hell! George headed to the card room, wondering how long his brother would let him hide, and then deciding the Earl would probably let him hide until it was time to stand in front of the vicar. George's spirits rose abruptly when he entered the card room and saw blonde hair and rich black, blue eyes that rose to meet his from her cards. He made his way to Lady Haywood's table and watched silently as play went round. He wasn't surprised that she played as disciplined as she trained her horse. He wasn't surprised that she was playing high. Quite a game, gentlemen, Lady Haywood. She swept in an armful of fish and said, "Are you going to join us, Mr. Sinclair?" George watched another round before answering to the negative. "You don't like to gamble?" "Not when I'm going to lose." She liked that, and her eyes glittered at him. Her opponents seemed oblivious to their imminent ruin, and George made his way around the table and bent his head to whisper in her ear. "I prefer to be watching when a lady bankrupts her opponents." Lady Haywood brought her cards up to look at them, allowing George a glance, since his chin was still resting just above her shoulder. George looked down, breathing in the scent swirling from her hair and rising from her bosom, and he told himself he was looking at her cards and not at her chest. And when another round had gone by without him having any idea who had taken the tricks, he realized how silly that had been. Of course he'd been looking down her dress. "Mr. Sinclair?" "You're distracting me," she said as she took another trick. "I don't know how I'll ever make this up to you, my lady, distracting you like this. Is there perhaps another game you might like to join in on? Perhaps a game of dice. Will you join me?" She finished the game first before leaving the table, but Eleanor's heart raced, and she told herself it was from the thrill that came from winning, told herself that it came from the effort of paying attention to a quick-moving game, and when she slipped her arm through Sinclair's, felt his solidness beneath her fingers and the heat radiating from him, she couldn't have said how much she'd just won. They meandered through the tables, watching others win and lose, and Sinclair said, Remind me not to play cards with you, Lady Haywood."
"Won't be necessary. You are entirely too distracting to even bother with."
He chuckled. "Obviously." He shook his head. "Ye gads, you must have touched a bun before sitting down."
"I don't count on luck when skill is more reliable."
In Eleanor's experience, skill was always more reliable than luck. She couldn't count on what she'd never had. Sinclair stopped at a hazard table, though he seemed as uninterested in the game as she. "Do I have any hope in persuading you to dance tonight? Or will we be stuck in here watching men sweat as they gamble away what they can ill afford to lose?" She shook her head, pretending she had no desire for dancing. He said, "But I distracted you, and must make up for it. Or you distracted me. I do feel a bit at sea." She doubted he was distracted or befuddled, but she explained to him again.
"I'm still in deep mourning, Mr. Sinclair, of course."
He laughed low and long, and his chest reverberated against the back of her hand. "The only people in this room who are in mourning are your poor opponents. I hope you made the game worth their while, Lady Haywood."
She murmured, "I always do."
And he turned his head to look into her eyes. "Yes, that's the impression I get." He turned back to the game. "Of course, hard to know, since I can't really go ask. If only they'd left references." Eleanor flicked her fan open and covered her mouth. She should shoo him away, distance herself from his irreverent humor, because it was a truth universally acknowledged that a man in line for a title did not marry a scandalous widow. And Eleanor was starting to think it a shame she didn't play games she couldn't win. When her face was back in line, she murmured,
"Will you take a turn tonight, throwing the dice?"
"I may throw the dice, but you will never see me sweat over how they fall. I'm afraid I've always thought these games were for fun."
"These games are for winning."
"I am getting the distinct impression that you do not know how to have fun."
"Winning is fun."
"Playing is fun." She thought with him it would be, but she pushed at him to go throw the dice until he stepped from her side, making a big show of taking the dice and blowing on them and holding them to every lady watching and asking for the same. He held his hand out to her. "For luck." She laughed. "You don't want me blowing on them, Mr. Sinclair," says the woman who left her opponents too poor to shed tears but a moment ago.
She closed his hand over the dice. "Yes, I did."
His grin grew wider, and he stepped back to the table, rolling the dice with a flick of the hand and never taking his eyes from her. "Am I your opponent, Lady Haywood?" A cheer went up at the table, and Sinclair looked down. He rolled again and again, his attention snagged from her. He laughed loudly at his good fortune, and the table laughed with him. A crowd grew around the table until her view was nearly blocked, and she wondered if they came to watch because he won or because he laughed. When at last his streak ended, he made his way back to her, breathless and excited. "See? Playing. Fun." She laughed. "I am certain the winning had something to do with it." He nodded, twining his arm with hers and leaning on her heavily. "Winning? Fun." The room was hot. He was too much fun. Her smile was too wide, her laughter too loud. She tried to pull her arm from him, and he hung on.
used every excuse to brush against her, used every movement of the crowd to pull her closer. "And now, you," he said, dragging her toward the table. She shook her head and dug in her heels. "You forget. I've already had my fun tonight." He stopped. "Too true. Dancing it is, then." "If somehow you could talk me into it, I doubt we could make it past your brother standing guard at the door." Sinclair froze for an instant, then let out a heavy sigh and leaned close enough to whisper in her ear. "Is he looking at us?" "Yes." "Does he look angry?" "Does he ever look anything but?" "Not when I'm in the same room. The Countess assures me she has seen him smile. I don't know whether to believe her or not." "It must be true, if the Countess says it. It may be that she is the only one who's seen it." The Earl of Ashmore stopped standing by the door and slowly made his way toward them through the crowd. Elinor didn't take her eyes from his glowering face. She said, "If I was the kind of woman who just liked to play, this would make you very nearly irresistible." Sinclair pulled back from her, enough to see where she was looking, to see the Earl bearing down on them, righteous fury in his eyes. Yet another someone who just can't play but has to win. Lord, I am surrounded. She dropped her hand from Sinclair's arm as the Earl arrived, and Sinclair finally let her go. She curtsied as much as the room allowed, and said on the way down, "I can't win against an earl." She was sure she heard Sinclair swear. She was sure she heard the Earl say the exact same word. When she rose back up, the Earl was glaring at her, and Sinclair was glaring at the Earl. Sinclair said, "Here's your chance, Lady Haywood." Ashmore said, "Her chance at what?" "To prove she is as off-putting as a Pomeranian and chase you off." Elinor sternly insisted to herself that Mr. Sinclair was not that funny, and when she saw Ashmore turn his glare to his brother, she stopped being entertained. She'd seen this before, a man who wanted, fighting those who stood in his way. Of course, the last time she'd seen it, it had been between dear Bertie and George St. Clair. She hadn't thought then that losing a good friend had been too high a price for Bertie to pay. Had thought that eventually St. Clair would see how happy she would make his friend and yield. They hadn't had the chance. St. Clair had lost his friend before they could reconcile, and Elinor felt, perhaps, a smidgen of sympathy for a man who couldn't forgive himself quite as easily as she could. She thought all this as the brothers fought their silent war, imagined Mr. Sinclair lifeless and his brother weeping over the body. Her heart clutched, and before the image could evaporate from her mind, was curtsying again and saying to her feet, "It seems I am not." Elinor nearly made it out the doors, had thought she wouldn't even care if she was left standing out in the cool night air as her carriage was brought around, if she could just get away. But no. Lady Ashmore positioned herself just so and called her name just a little too loud, and Elinor was forced to stop and curtsy and curse the whole family. The Countess smiled. "I thought that was you my husband was talking to. I can tell by the spark in your eye." Elinor did not smile back. "The Earl speaks, and we all listen." "Oh, is that why you were running off?" Elinor had been running because she'd seen laughing blue eyes turn milky white. The Countess cocked her head. "I don't think I've ever seen you look so distraught, Lady Haywood. Please forgive my husband whatever it was he said. He can be quite brash, especially when his brother is involved. His brother can be just as irritating." The Countess fanned herself and sounded genuinely sad when she said, "Oh, this will never do, I'm afraid." Eleanor agreed with her. The widow would never do for Sinclair. Sinclair would never do for her. "I agree with you heartily, my lady. I'm not the one who has to be told again and again. Perhaps we must tell you because my brother-in-law won't listen." "I've noticed." The Countess laughed at Eleanor's tone. "Younger son, they learn to ignore what they don't want to hear." "You would think he would hear that I am in mourning." The Countess looked down at Eleanor's dress. "Yes, your husband. My condolences." In her tone was the question of whether condolences were appropriate to offer. But Eleanor didn't care. They could think of her what they liked. They would think of her what they liked. She huffed out a breath when she saw the Earl barreling toward them, rage in his eyes. The Countess turned to see and said, "Oh, dear." Eleanor thought her interjection was too mild for the death shining from the man's eyes, but perhaps the Countess didn't feel it quite as acutely since it wasn't directed at her. Eleanor stood her ground and raised her chin. Surely the Earl wouldn't kill her right here in the middle of a crowded ballroom. The Countess stepped in front of Eleanor, halting her husband's headlong rush, with a smile and a lazy wave of her fan. "Look who I ran into, my dear, Lady Haywood. You do remember her, don't you?" The Earl snapped out, "She is exceedingly hard to forget, especially when as soon as she leaves one member of my family, she attaches herself to another." "That was my fault entirely. I chased her across the room," the Countess said, and Eleanor wisely decided not to point out that she hadn't attached herself to any member of his family. She unwisely said, "You mean as soon as I am chased away?" The Earl squared his shoulders. "I am not a Pomeranian, Lady Haywood." No, she knew a mastiff when she saw one. "I have no interest in your brother, my lord, or your wife." "Why do I find that hard to believe?" "I think it a familial affliction. None of you seem able to believe it." The Countess turned around, though she managed to remain standing in front of her husband. Eleanor appreciated the gesture. She'd never had anyone try to protect her before, but then realized as soon as she thought it that the woman wasn't protecting her. The Countess was protecting her husband from himself. The Earl snorted. "We have a hard time believing what is patently untrue." Eleanor saw Mr. Sinclair pushing his way to them, his mouth hard and the rage building in his eyes. But this rage wasn't directed at her, and she thought he would stand next to her as the battle lines were drawn. He'd stand in front of her. Good thing she didn't need anyone to do that for her, didn't want anyone to. "I don't want him at all," Eleanor said, looking right at him, and the Countess raised her eyebrows. "Oh, dear." Flora watched the woman's blonde hair exit through the doors, thinking that it had to weigh a ton, thinking of the woman's straight neck, unbowed under the weight, thinking of the want in the woman's eyes when she was saying she didn't want George at all. She watched George throw a furious glance at them and follow Lady Haywood out the door. Flora nearly threw herself into her husband's arms to keep him from chasing after his brother, and said softly, "Are you trying to push him into the widow's arms?" Sebastian looked utterly taken aback. "Of course not." "Do you not realize that by telling him no, you are effectively waving a red rag at him, forcing him to run off after her?" "She's the widow, Flora. Can you think of anyone less suitable for him? No children? 5 husbands?" He put her bodily away from him and flung his hands in the air. "Hundreds of women here, and he goes straight to her. And I assume you have already had this conversation with him." "Of course I have. She's been after him since he got home." "I don't know, my dear. He is not exactly her usual fare." "She doesn't have a usual fare. 5 husbands, all different from the last."
5 husbands, and none with a future to protect.
"A future he has no interest in protecting. I do,"
he said, and his voice was hard. Flora knew he was thinking that the widow wouldn't get her mitts on his brother. She said, "That's right. George has family and connections. She can't lure him with her money."
"She has other lures, I assure you."
"Does she?" And if it was her voice that was hard this time, it was only because he'd surprised it out of her. She wouldn't have been so gentle with the woman if she'd known the widow had tried to lure the Earl. But Sebastian blinked at her tone.
"Well, I mean, she is very beautiful, Flora, and experienced."
More hardness. "Is she?" His eyebrows pulled together in slight confusion, and he paused like a deer scenting danger, lifting his head to wonder just where it was coming from.
"Flora, I'm talking of what George would think of her."
Flora slowed her fan down and took a deep breath, reminded herself that she was a countess, reminded herself just what kind of woman she was. A woman whose husband hadn't looked at her, hadn't touched her in over a year. She said, "Not what you think of her."
"Well, of course not. We all know what I think of her."
"As marriage material, but perhaps she's not looking for another husband." He barked out a laugh.
"And you think she'd go about that business by infuriating me?"
He shook his head.
"Even if she was, I wouldn't want her."
She thought, "What woman do you want, Sebastian?" Then she chided herself. She was a woman who'd been married for 10 years, had 4 children. That she still loved her husband, still wanted only him, was her own silly fault. She should do as others of her standing did when their duty was done, take a discreet lover and leave her husband to his. Except there was the rub. She hadn't given him his heir, and she didn't want a lover. She looked away from her husband, at the door where George was stomping his way back in. Sebastian said,
"And if that's what she was looking for, I'd turn George over to her and let him get tired of her. But she wants another husband."
He motioned George over to them, and the Earl's brother turned on his heel and headed back to the card room. Sebastian grunted with impatience, and Flora once again took hold of her husband's arm before he went chasing after his brother. "You can't force him, Sebastian, to dance with the women you want him to dance with, to come when you command him."
"To look for a respectable woman, to not go herring off after the most unsuitable woman he can find, to not throw a tantrum like a spoiled child when he doesn't get what he wants."
"He knows his duty. He's here, isn't he? And if you let him find his own wife, he'll be much happier."
"If I let him find his own wife? You did just see who he ran after, did you not? I cannot leave it to him. He is attracted to the outrageous and the entertaining. We are looking for the mother of an earl, Flora."
"I think you underestimate him, and I think if you pick his wife for him, you will choose a wallflower, some girl who is quiet and obedient and—"
"You mean a girl like you?"
She smiled. "We've been married 10 years, my dear. A woman can be quiet and obedient for only so long." He smiled back at her and patted the hand still resting on his arm.
and then he sighed. "If only one of your sisters was still unattached. George loves you. He wouldn't have chafed against your calming influence." "Yes, he would have. A woman like me is not what George needs. He needs someone vivacious and high-spirited." The Earl blinked and blinked. "Flora, I'm looking for his wife." She laughed, sliding her hand from his arm. "I know, dear, but someone entertaining will ease the sting." Chapter 4. George Sinclair knocked on the door of a terraced townhouse at the fashionable hour the next day, and when he was shown into the lady's drawing-room to find her three mastiffs flopped in front of the fire, he scowled at them and said, "I am utterly disappointed in you, Lady Haywood. I thought you ferocious like one of your dogs, but you ran from my brother the moment he descended on us." She'd run, and he'd chased after her, was still chasing after her. "Perhaps I was using him to make my escape, Mr. Sinclair." He turned to her then, his breath catching at the simple black day-gown she wore. Simple and plain, and so thin he could see the layer underneath, and the next layer, and the next. He thought she must be wearing nearly 10 sheer layers, and while he couldn't see anything but material, he couldn't seem to stop trying. He looked back up into eyes that knew exactly what he was thinking, and Sinclair handed her a scrap of paper. "My reference." She took it and looked down at it. "Just who did you get to write a reference? Have you been married before?" "My mistress. It's been a few good years since I partook of her services, but she remembered me." He grinned. "That must be a kind of reference all its own." She crumpled the note in her hand. "Not the particular kind of reference I was looking for." He sat down, uninvited, on her sofa, making himself comfortable and looking around the room at the dogs sprawled in front of the fireplace. He nodded toward them. "Are they as well trained as your horse?" "Yes." "Will you give me warning before I overstay my welcome?" "Consider this your warning." One dog picked up its head at her tone. Sinclair patted the sofa beside him. "Come and sit beside me before he gets the wrong idea, Eleanor. Dogs can't tell when you're joking." She stared at him, and another dog picked up its head. "Can you tell when I'm joking, Mr. Sinclair?" The third dog kept his head down, blinking between his mistress and her guest. Sinclair said, "I thought you were always joking." "That's you." He smiled, flicking his eyes to her long enough to see that while her face wasn't laughing, her eyes were sparkling. He looked back at the last dog. "You can call me George, or Sin. That's what my very good friends call me." She sat then, far too close, her skirts heavy on his leg despite their sheerness, her shoulder brushing against his. Her voice was low and smoky when she said, "If I called you George, I would then have to call my solicitors. If I called you Sin, I would then have to laugh." She surprised a chuckle out of him, and all the dogs lost interest, laying their heads back down. Sinclair slid his arm along the back of the sofa, and she turned her head toward him. Close, so close. She said softly, "There is a certain type of gentleman who, if he accidentally stripped a maiden of her respectability, would run post-haste to her father to rectify the situation. I don't doubt that you are that kind of gentleman." He lifted an eyebrow.
Why do I not think that was a compliment? That same type of gentleman wouldn't even think of doing the same for a widow. And there it is." He pulled at a lock of her hair that was trying to free itself. "You're really looking for marriage. Again. I don't want to do it even once, and here you are looking to throw your hat in for a sixth time." "Marriage means something different to women than it does to men." "Of that I have no doubt. But I do sincerely doubt that it means the same to you that it does to every other woman." She laughed humorlessly. "I think you'd be surprised, Mr. Sinclair, at how similar I am to other women." "I can assure you, Eleanor, that you are nothing like other women." She shifted, her skirts rustling, the lock of hair Sinclair had wrapped his finger around springing free. He kept his eyes on it as he rubbed the hair between his gloveless thumb and forefinger. He kept his eyes away from her too close face, too tempting lips. "Was that flattery, Mr. Sinclair? I couldn't tell." He sighed. "I used to be good at this. Alas." She looked down at the note still held tight in her hand. "Is that what your reference says? That you used to be good at this? And please give the man some lessons." Eleanor smoothed it on her skirts, breaking the seal and angling it so she alone could read it. It didn't take long. The smile she'd been fighting since he'd arrived unannounced bloomed across her lips, and she leaned against his chest. That was exactly what it said. He chuckled, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and pulling her close. "I'm going to kiss you, Eleanor. It's only a much-needed lesson, so don't call the solicitors just yet." She whispered, "Just a kiss, Sinclair. And you don't need to worry about the solicitors. I haven't called you George." He put his lips to hers. They were soft but firmly closed, and the challenge of her made his blood roar. And yes, the scandal of her. Why, just why did men bet their lives for her? He didn't think, not for a minute, that she'd killed them, but it was a rather lot of bad luck. A man had to think twice about bringing all that bad luck upon himself. He opened his mouth, tempting, pulling, sucking, and she leaned heavily against him, twisting in her seat to get closer to him. But she kept her mouth closed. Sinclair pulled back enough to slide his thumb between their lips, to gently wipe the moisture of his mouth from hers. He murmured, "Why 3?" Her lips opened against his thumb. "I've had 5 husbands." She kissed his thumb, and he cleared his throat. "Dogs. 1 I can understand for protection, 2 even, but 3?" She said simply, 2 wasn't enough. Dogs are happiest when they are in a pack. 2 is not a pack. "Were your dogs lonely, Eleanor?" "Yes." He kissed her again, his lips light against hers, his thumb pushing gently at the corner of her mouth. "Open," he begged, but they wouldn't. He didn't pull away again, couldn't. He simply whispered against her lips, "What does marriage mean to you, Eleanor? Why Bertie and the old codger and the paragon of manliness?" "The Italian stallion," she corrected, and he grunted. She said, "And you forgot the merchant and my poor young husband." "I didn't forget them. The merchant is easy. Beautiful young women must have something to live on, as well as the plain."
She laughed against his mouth, and he sucked in the sound, sucked in her breath and warmth and wetness. He didn't lunge at her, didn't assault her mouth with his tongue at the first chance he got, and he silently congratulated himself. See, old boy, didn't lose all your charm in India, after all. He flicked his tongue to the corner of her mouth, then wiped with his thumb, and flicked and wiped. And I know why you got your hooks into the young whipper-snapper. You wanted a man easy to control. One of her legs wrapped around his calf, sliding up and down, and she whispered, "You don't think I could easily lead any man around by his nose?" "I'm dying to find out." That stopped her for a moment, froze her in place, and Sinclair thought of all the men who had died once they found out getting led around by her was worth the price. He slid down in the seat, getting the arm of the sofa against his back and Eleanor across his chest. She didn't follow him with her lips, didn't chase him with her kisses. He didn't know why his ardor hadn't cooled at the thought of his death, but his words were certainly a bucket of cold water to her. She pushed at his chest, trying to rise. "I don't think you can give me what I want." "I think I can give you exactly what you want." She was nearly fully on top of him. He knew she could feel him prodding her, and one side of her mouth tipped up. "To be fair, I think you can give me half of what I want." "And you're set on that other half? No time for a little diversion before you find number 6? She shook her head. "No time. There's never any time for a diversion." She pushed herself off his chest, moved to the other side of the sofa, and shook her skirts, smoothing them back into place. Sinclair took a deep, calming breath, pushing himself into a sitting position, telling himself he hadn't come today to be seduced in the ladies' drawing-room on the ladies' sofa. He'd hoped. What was a man without a little hope? But he hadn't expected, which meant he couldn't be as crushingly disappointed as he thought he was feeling. He sat forward, bracing his chin against his fist and looking at her dozing dogs. "Marriage is your price and no substitutions. You drive a very hard bargain, madame." She laughed humorlessly. "Ah, no. That sacred institution has failed me but 5 times. I have no desire to give it a 6th try without being certain of the man and his abilities." He was genuinely perplexed why any woman would find herself a 6th husband, and he said softly, "What do you want, Eleanor?" "I want what was promised me." "Promised by who?" "My husbands. All promised me the same thing, then failed to deliver." He was afraid to ask. He turned to study her profile, then bit. "And what did they promise you?" She met his eyes, and this time there was no seduction, no laughter, no scandal. He looked in her eyes and saw not madness, but heartbreak and loneliness. She said, "A child." One of her dogs came to his feet, padding over softly to rest his head in his mistress' lap. Eleanor petted his head, and the dog looked at Sinclair as if to say, "I would love to bite you." Sinclair remembered his brother saying she'd been married 5 times with no surviving issue, and thought Eleanor had been right. She wanted what every other woman wanted from marriage. He cleared his throat. "Has there been nothing?" The old codger. Her lips parted in what could have been called a smile if you'd never seen her do it before. He gave me a daughter, then died before she was born. She was so small. She didn't even cry, not once. I held her in my arms, and she died. I held her for that one day, and then I buried her. Sinclair didn't know what to say to such pain, so said nothing, just looked at the fire and wished that he hadn't chased her, that just one of her husbands had done his duty by her. She said softly, "I thought with dear Bertie, but no." Sinclair said, "He would have been a wonderful father," and she nodded and stared into the fire with him. He couldn't stand to see her so wilted, as if all the air in the room had escaped, all the energy, and he said, "It's only been a few weeks since the young whippersnapper. You can't be sure yet that there is no child." She laughed then. "My poor young husband loved to drink. Let's just say it affected his performance. There is no child." She pushed her dog gently away, standing up, and letting George know he had overstayed his welcome. "You see how I must choose wisely, don't you, Mr. Sinclair? Before I marry again, I will be with child. And how can I make any man marry me when I've already given him what he wants?" The damned thing was, she was right. He could imagine a great many men losing their mind with frustration and promising her the world in order to get himself into her bed, and a great many more men balking at the same price after he'd planted a child in her. The horrible part was they wanted the same thing: a child, an heir, marriage. But Sinclair didn't want to marry the widow. He wanted to bed her. And if by some twist of fate he did get her with child, she would demand marriage. He couldn't deliver. The Earl would never allow it. He closed his eyes, his chin still resting in his hand. "I think there is no hope for us, Lady Haywood." She left him sitting on the sofa, left her dogs to watch over him as she walked to the door. "I think you're right, Mr. Sinclair." Eleanor instructed her butler to escort Mr. Sinclair out and walked calmly up the stairs. When she reached the top and turned the corner, she pressed herself against the wall, listened to heavily booted steps as they exited through the front door. Thought of blue eyes she wanted to drown herself in, and warm, hard arms that had wrapped around her so nicely. She could have him, she knew it. If she could play with her usual bag of tricks, if she could whip him into a fever and let him boil and bubble until he would do anything to have her. But he would never marry her without that need. Never marry her if she let him into her bed first. She almost thought about putting away her plans, whip Mr. Sinclair into a frenzy, pit him against his brother, and rely solely on hope that this time her husband could give her what she wanted, what she needed. But there was a hard knot of fear in the pit of her stomach, and she was afraid that it was she who couldn't have a child, that her lack of child was not because of bad timing and terrible circumstance, and yes, bad choice in husbands. She wouldn't marry again without proof this time that there would be a child, wouldn't dare risk that she'd once again chosen poorly. Because widowhood was a step up from marriage. She had freedom, and a lot less work to her day when there wasn't a husband to move around. The knocker on the door rang out, and she jumped. Her heart beat and her blood raced, and she couldn't help her smile, couldn't help feel excitement and joy because he'd come back. The butler answered the door, and her brother's voice dashed all that, unsettled her stomach, and made her want to hide in her bedroom.
She tipped up her chin and tightened her fists. She turned the corner and walked down the stairs. The butler hadn't let him in, wouldn't ever let him in, and Alan was saying, "Give my sister my message." He smiled when he saw her. "Never mind, I'll give it to her myself." He didn't try and push past the butler. He'd tried that before, but Jones was a man who'd seen war, who knew how to recognize and deal with an enemy. "And what is your message, Alan? I do hope it's a short one." She opened the door to her drawing-room, and Alan said over the butler's shoulder, "Sinclair, eh? A step up this time, but not an easy win." His eyes were feverishly bright, and she knew what he would say before he uttered the words. But what a prize for the daughter of a swindler to be the mother of an earl. Eleanor sicked her mastiffs on him. George Sinclair smiled at the woman who was blushing up at him. He took her hand lightly in his and pulled her closer, and then pushed her down the line to the next man. And he smiled at the next woman who took his hand and blushed up at him. The Earl watched George dance with the happy eye of a man finally getting his way, and his wife idly waved her fan next to him. George would have to ask her to dance, he thought. His brother wouldn't. "Mr. Sinclair, do the women in India really wear clothing that—" The young woman glanced at her mother, who sat stiffly watching them, and whispered, "Bears their middle?" "Yes," he said, and lost interest in the conversation. "Yes," he said, to the next inane question she asked, and no to the one after that. And when he delivered her to her mother, went in search of a drink. Flora followed him. "If you insist on acting the part of a bored and jaded aristocrat, and a slightly foreign-looking one at that, I will be forced to beat them off with sticks. Young girls cannot stand to be ignored." He shuddered. "Do any of them have brains, Flora?" "It is not a usual requirement for the gentlemen of the tone, although I'm sure there are 1 or 2 women here cursed with such an affliction." "I'm about to tell Sebastian to pick one, and let's be done with it." "That would certainly make him very happy. I wonder who he would choose. The young lady you were smiling down upon so vacantly but a moment ago?" "He chose you. He can't be all that bad at it." She smiled at him. "Sebastian didn't choose me. Your father did." George stopped. "Never." He turned to narrow his eyes in the general direction of his brother, though he couldn't see the man behind the wildly towering hair of nearly every woman in attendance. George wondered if Lady Haywood was normally in the vanguard of fashion, or if it had been his sudden interest in her that had piqued society's fickle interest. "My father chose you, and I'll just bet Sebastian complained long and loud. Self-righteous, know-it-all, son of a earl." It didn't even occur to Sebastian to complain. I had been raised to be the wife of a lord. What more did a man need? And perhaps Sebastian had been right. What more did a man need? George thought it must be something, else any old girl would do. Would any old, or entirely too young and supremely boring girl do? He pushed the unpleasant thought from his mind. "Shall we have a go, then?" Flora looked where he was pointing at the dance floor, and she stopped waving her fan in shock. "Oh, but," she laughed, "it's been too long for me, George. I am too old." "Doddering. I thought so the moment I put eyes to you. Why, there are spinsters lining the wall older than you." "Lining the wall, not the dance floor." George refused to take no for an answer.
I'm older than you, and I'm still kicking it up. You have not borne 4 children either. 4 girls, Flora. I have not forgiven you, and I shall not until you dance with me." A sad, sad look crossed her face, and George held out his arm to her. "A dance, that is my price. Would that the Earl was so cheap." George shrugged, as if he didn't care at all about his brother and the wife he didn't know loved him, and when Flora took George's arm and allowed him to lead her to the dance floor, said, "It wouldn't even occur to Sebastian to ask. Better by far to not speak of it than let the disappointment fester." She smiled, shaking her head at him. "Where angels fear to tread, George. I go barreling in, I know." They danced, not saying much, each lost to their own thoughts, until Flora suddenly said, "You think I should talk to him about it?" "There is no one more disappointed than you about this, than him. Except me, of course. But I am quite tired of thinking about it, let alone talking about it." And she was not his wife. There were certain punishments reserved for a husband, and listening to his wife prattle, and quite possibly cry, was one of them. She said, "But what does one say? I'm afraid I simply can't think how to bring it up." "If it were me, I'd say something wholly inappropriate, like, 4 girls, Sebastian. What poxy whore did you swive to deserve such a fate? This isn't my doing." Flora coughed and tripped over her own foot, and when George caught her, she was choking on her laughter. He righted her, putting her back in place in the dance line, and she said, "I've so missed you, George." "Of course you have, Flora. You married Sebastian." She chuckled again, and he said, "But if you can't say that to him, you could always try, 'By Gad, Sebastian, I wish we'd had just one boy. Don't you agree?' It would be very hard to disagree with that." He nodded, and the room suddenly quieted, then burst into chatter. George breathed in air suddenly invigorated, a night suddenly scandalous. He didn't look to see her. He still had that image of her in her sheer gowns, the feel of her hair between his fingers. He didn't need to look. Flora did, and the widening of her eyes told him that the widow had outdone herself. He didn't look. Flora said, "You've stopped chasing her, then?" He had. Unfortunately, he hadn't stopped wanting her, and he didn't need any more memories to fuel the fire. He escorted Flora off the dance floor, thanking her for subjecting her old bones to such physical distress, simply to entertain him. She laughed and shook her head at him, swatting him with her fan playfully. She looked 10 years younger, and George heartily congratulated himself on a job well done as he tried to sneak off before he got a glimpse of her. He didn't think he deserved fate's kick to the bollocks when he stepped right into her path. He'd been watching for tall blonde hair held up by fairy dust and gold tinsel, and he nearly mowed her down because she stood a foot shorter than he remembered her. Her hair hung completely unbound, no adornment in it, the waves of blonde ending in little ringlets that begged to be twirled around his fingers and hands, and any appendage they cared to. Her heeled shoes must have been replaced with flat slippers, because even her eyes were lower than he remembered. He gasped, "You're wearing dancing slippers." "It's been 5 weeks. I thought I could ease the constrictions a bit." His lips smiled of their own accord. His heart danced at her outrageousness. He said, "Do you know that in India the women wear clothing that shows their midriff?" She cocked her head, leaned toward him. How scandalous! and then she turned and walked away. The door to Sebastian's library opened without a knock, and he pushed his papers away, knowing it was Flora. She never knocked, not at night when he would be alone, the household quiet and abed, except for them. She hadn't visited him in his library late at night since Isabel had been born. He smiled at her, and she sat in the chair across from his desk and cleared her throat. "By gad, Sebastian, I wish we'd had just one boy. Don't you agree?" Yes." They sat in silence because, well, what could one say to that? She cleared her throat again. "George is quite put out with me, with us." At that, at least, Sebastian had something to say. "I will have to remind him that it is extremely unlikely he will outlive me. He will most likely die over some silly fisticuffs and never have to adorn the mantle of Earl. He will be relieved to hear it." More silence, and then she said softly, "We could try again." "No." She blinked and looked down at her hands folded in her lap. "May I ask why? Why?" "You nearly died, Flora." And even Sebastian jerked back at the gruffness of his tone. She nodded. He thought the subject closed. Death ended all debate, but she looked back up. "I'm only 30. I didn't realize until tonight just how tired I've been feeling." "You are still recovering." "I'm not, Sebastian. I'm not still sick. I'm not still on death's door. Isabel is healthy, just like all our girls. It is our duty to try again." He pushed back his chair hard, the scraping of the heavy feet against the wood silencing her. I know my duty. I know what the world expects from me. I am sorry to disappoint it and you and everyone." Her eyes were wide as she stared at him, and her mouth opened once again to disagree with him. He cut her off with, "I will not touch you again." Her chin raised. "I have needs, Sebastian." "Excuse me?" "Needs. I assume you have them. I assume you are meeting those needs somehow, with someone. It's not very fair that I will be denied the same, since I haven't given my husband his heir yet." He choked and sputtered. "Fair? Fair?" "May I ask who?" "Who? What?" "Who is meeting your needs? A mistress I am unaware of? A lady I sip tea with? I think a wife should know just who is satisfying her husband, to avoid awkward situations." He sat back down with a thud, thinking he would have liked to avoid this awkward situation. He cleared his head with a quick shake. "You've been spending too much time with George." She bit her lip, then stood slowly. She nodded. "Yes, he's the only Sinclair who wishes to spend any time with me at all." She walked to the door, and when she opened it, stopped. "Please just warn me if I am being overly friendly with a lady you are dallying with. It would be very embarrassing for me, Sebastian." She closed the door, and Sebastian sat there. He was fairly certain his mouth was hanging open, and that he looked like he'd been whacked one too many times in the head. This must all be George's fault. Flora had been spending too much time with him, and he brought chaos wherever he tarried. Sebastian looked at the closed door and thought. His wife had needs? Chapter 5. Eleanor flirted and teased and smiled and fluttered her way through another week another set of dinners and balls, but not too much. She was beginning to understand that less was more when there was actually the possibility of going through with the seduction. She was beginning to understand that she might never find a suitable gentleman. Mr. Framingham had smiled at her too widely, and she'd crossed him off her list. Mr. Dorchester had accidentally touched her bottom, and she'd laughed and pinched his cheek hard enough to leave a mark, and she'd crossed him off her list. She hadn't seen Mr. Sinclair since she'd run into him accidentally, and he'd never been on her list. She couldn't cross him off, even though it would have made her feel better. She wasn't quite sure why she would have felt better. Eleanor took out a piece of paper and a pen from her desk. She dipped, and she wrote. A list of widowers this time, and she sighed to herself. Was she really getting that desperate? Apparently, yes. Widowers, with children of their own already, of course, and that came with problems. Lots of problems. Husband number one had had children, but they'd been older than her. There had still been problems, but she hadn't had to live with any of them. But a widower young enough to give her children would already have young children who'd lost a mother, young children who would be worried they would lose their father to his new wife. But she wrote down all the names she could think of, 10 widowers. And if that wasn't enough, she would think of something else, someone else. Perhaps go to the continent and find herself a Frenchman, or another Italian. Perhaps not. But she could always, if all else failed, find herself a Scot, a cranky, tight-fisted, skirt-wearing hater of everything English. Because even that would be better than the last name she'd written down on her short list. Surely she'd only put him there so she could cross him off. George Sinclair. Or perhaps she'd written him down because he would be her last choice. He was at the bottom of the list. Mrs. George Sinclair. That wasn't good. She'd never done that before. Eleanor, Lady Ashmore. Wellington, we have a problem. She blinked and blinked, staring at the paper and that title. She'd been Eleanor, Lady Haywood, for 11 years, through husband after husband, keeping her title. She wasn't searching for a new and better title, but there was a certain pull to being George's Countess. But then she laughed. Sebastian Sinclair, Earl of Ashmore, would live forever, just so Eleanor Rusbridge would never take that title. She ripped off the bottom of the page, throwing Mr. George Sinclair and his Mrs. and his perhaps one-day Countess into the fire. She watched the paper burn, watched until it was just a pile of ash. She turned back to her widowers and said to the empty room, "I've burned you off my list, Mr. Sinclair." Retribution raised his head to stare hopefully at her, and she called him over to scratch his head lovingly. "No, I wasn't speaking to you. I was talking to an empty room. A cold, empty, boring, lifeless room. I won't do it again." Retribution sighed like only a dog could, and she petted him, his warm head heavy in her lap. "London is squeezing in on us, isn't it? This house is becoming too small." Her country house, the Earl of Ashmore would call it a cottage, was a 4-day ride away, but it tugged at her. The dogs could run around, she could take long walks, and perhaps dispel this gloom that was beginning to weigh on her. "We'll go tomorrow, out of the city for a fortnight, and you can catch as many rabbits as you like." He wagged his tail at her, and at rabbits, and Eleanor nodded. A fortnight was all she could spend away from the season, was all she could stand in the country. But it might do her some good, might be enough of a change so she could come back to town with a better plan than a Scotsman. She rose, all the dogs stretching and following her out of the room, to tell the housekeeper they would be leaving tomorrow for the country. The rest of the day would be panicked packing, the staff rushing about. No room quiet or empty or boring or lifeless. The cold she couldn't get rid of, but she could fill those long hours that tempted her into talking to herself or to an imaginary Sinclair. The long hours that tempted her into chasing down the flesh and blood Sinclair and throwing away her plans and her dreams for one night of warmth. Perhaps a week, or a month, a year, if she was lucky. But she wasn't, and she knew no matter how warmly his love burned her, he would leave her. They all did. Sinclair stood opposite Eleanor's townhouse and chided himself. Just what was he doing here, bothering her, bothering himself? This was a bad idea, but he'd come here to show her his new purchase, to see the fire light up in her eyes, to see that smile slowly pull her lips up, to hear the laughter she couldn't stop. A voice at his shoulder said, "She is not at home." Sinclair looked the man up and down, and then remembered. The brother. Alan Rusbridge nodded his head and stuffed his hands into his pockets. "She's run off to the country." Sinclair blinked and pointed to the house. "Lady Haywood?" When her brother nodded again, Sinclair could only think to say, "Why? Why go to the country in the middle of the season when you were hunting a husband? Unless you'd found that husband and were gone to his country home, perhaps to meet an ailing mother, perhaps to have an easier time sneaking around at night to start that family she so desperately wanted. Surely he would have heard if she'd attached herself to someone. Surely. Rusbridge shrugged. Why does any woman do anything? To make as much trouble for the men in her life as possible. Sinclair turned to face the man. Are you in her life, Rusbridge? And why would her going to the country trouble you? Rusbridge turned to face Sinclair, the belligerent set to the man's chin, making Sinclair want to introduce his fist to it. Are you in her life, Sinclair? Yes. No. Why did her going to the country trouble him so? Sinclair's greatcoat pocket wiggled, and he stuck his fingers inside to tickle and to be playfully bit. I am not, and I rather thought you weren't either. It is a mystery why two men not in Lady Haywood's life are standing outside wishing they were in. All this should have been mine. Sinclair looked at the house. This? Rusbridge swung his arms wide. Everything. This home, these servants, her country estate, he snarled. Her jewels, her freedom. Sinclair said mildly. Her dogs? Everything. Everything that was once mine, she stole. What was mine by right, by birth. Damn women taking what wasn't theirs. Sisters. I don't know anything about sisters. Now brothers, those I could do away with. Rusbridge sneered. You are just like her, taking what is your elder brother's. Did your parents love you more? Did your mother cuddle you on her lap while pushing her firstborn away? Did your father pet and love you when he yelled and smacked around his son? Unhinged. The man was obviously unhinged. His breath bellowed and his fists clenched. Sinclair shuffled a little distance away. Rusbridge didn't notice. "And here you are to take his title, to stop his wife from producing the rightful heir." Sinclair would have liked to ask just how one went about that, but was afraid Alan Rusbridge would actually have an answer. "Right. I'll just leave you, then, to salivate after a house, shall I? I'll be sure and let Lady Haywood know to watch for you." Sinclair hadn't taken more than 2 steps before Rusbridge called after him. "She will take everything from you, everything, and leave you nothing, including your life. You think her husbands are the first people to get too close and then die?" He laughed. "When she's beneath you, making you forget about everything, remember that she won't forget. Know that she's calculating how much you're worth, how much she can get out of you, and the best way to get rid of you." Sinclair's own fists tightened at the ugly words from her brother, but he kept on walking. "Ask about her mother. Ask about my father." A rough hand fell on Sinclair's shoulder, turning him forcibly. "And you can tell her I will have what is mine. What's left of it, at least." Sinclair whipped out a furry puppy the size of his hand. The dog, already having learned this one trick, barked and yapped excitedly and with great furor. Rusbridge hopped back, tripping and falling to the pavement, the fear on his face amusing and pitiable, if Sinclair hadn't remembered how Lady Haywood had favored her arm after talking with her brother, at the hard, cold voice she used when talking of him, at the ugly words he was shouting here in front of her house. Sinclair said, "I know she's not a mastiff, but still gets the job done." He fed Anala a small meat treat and scratched beneath the pink bow tied intricately around her neck, a duty his valet had never dreamed he would be required to do, and yet Sinclair had heard the besotted man call the pup Mistress Anala, and who could blame him? Sinclair held his pup up to his face, letting her lick his cheek excitedly, and saying in a high-pitched croon, "What a good girl you are! Yes, you are. You chased that bad man off." He put her back into his pocket, wondering how to make it more comfortable for the dog, and how big one could realistically make it. He left Rusbridge cursing on the dirty ground and turned away from the widow's empty house, thinking he would have to come back later and warn the staff that their mistress was not safe. Perhaps pay a boy to watch for her arrival and come warn her himself. No wonder the woman had 3 mastiffs, because they were lonely, his arse. And even though Sinclair was re-evaluating just how bad his brother was compared to a few others, he said to his new pet, "Come, Anala, let's go introduce you to the Earl." Eleanor hated the country. She hadn't exactly forgotten. She simply hadn't remembered the extent of it. But when the carriage pulled back up to her townhouse a fortnight later, the lights blazing welcoming, the pedestrians passing quickly in the street, she sighed with relief that she was home. The dogs bounded from her carriage, they, at least, refreshed and revitalized from the rabbit hunts, and duck hunts, and pheasant hunts, from rolling around in mud and tracking it everywhere. The mud, oh, the mud. She greeted Jones with a tired smile and was ushered inside to the drawing-room, where the housekeeper waited with warm tea and sweet biscuits. And she swore to herself that the next time she needed long walks, she would go to the Regent's Park. Surely there were rabbits there. But she did feel less gloomy, and had given herself a good talking to, not out loud. Mrs. Potts asked if she would like a dinner made up, and when Eleanor shook her head, the woman hesitated. Elinor sighed and drank her tea and said, "What has my brother been up to?" "Well, yes, he was here, but it was that Mr. Sinclair. He was worried about you." The cup shook in Elinor's hand, and she set it down carefully. The housekeeper continued, "He said he'd run into your brother one day outside and didn't feel good about it, and he was worried about you coming home to find your brother here." The woman wrung her hands together. "He's waiting for you down in the kitchen." Elinor blinked and opened her mouth, and then blinked and closed her mouth. "Mr. Sinclair is downstairs in my kitchen?" Mrs. Potts blushed. "I know it is irregular, but he was so insistent, and he didn't want to put us to no trouble. Never met a gentleman like him." Elinor remembered the reference his mistress had written for him. "He is all that he promises, or was 8 years ago. God knows what India has done to the man." Elinor stood. "I would like to see Mr. Sinclair. I'll send him right up." "I wouldn't want to disturb the man," she said dryly. "I will go to him." If he was allowed downstairs in her kitchen, then so was she. The housekeeper grimaced at her tone, but led the way. Elinor had been down to the kitchen before. Of course she had. Hadn't she? But when she descended the tight staircase and entered the room, the laughing blue eyes that looked at her from across the heavily scarred wooden table were more familiar to her than the room. He sat on a little stool, looking more comfortable than he should have, and he smiled at Elinor. Her dogs had already found him, and they sat at his feet, at attention. Jones was telling Mr. Sinclair that Lady Haywood had arrived, and was upstairs in the drawing-room, if he would be so good as to join her. Sinclair smiled around the butler, and his first words of welcome were, "I can take Anala out, if you'll call off your dogs." "Why are you in my home, in my kitchen?" "The dogs?" She raised her eyebrows, and he said softly, "I wanted to welcome you home before your brother could, and I thought the easiest way to do that was to arrive before you." "How accommodating of my staff." "They have been, yes." Jones turned, not quite blushing at the impropriety of a guest down in the kitchen. He cleared his throat. "Mr. Rusbridge has been making a nuisance of himself. I was not sorry to have some strong company round during your arrival." "If we need more staff, Jones, hire them. A burly footman or two." Sinclair said, "Or 3. The door is locked tight, Jones." "Of course, Mr. Sinclair." Elinor interrupted angrily. "Excuse us, Jones. Mrs. Potts." They left after a look between them, and Elinor shut the door when they left it open. She did not slam it. She turned back to the smiling man she'd spent 2 weeks in the country to get away from, only to find him here in her home when she returned, and he said, "I had a long, frightening conversation with your brother in front of your house this past week." "That is the only kind of conversation my brother is versed in." Sinclair nodded. "I had thought to have a street urchin alert me when you returned, and then had the heart-stopping thought that your brother would do the same." He was still in his greatcoat, although he dispensed with his hat, and she thought he must not have been here long, despite how cozy he looked sitting in her kitchen. A cup of tea sat before him, and Elinor realized just how Mrs. Potts had been ready so quickly at her arrival. She said, "I do not like the thought of my staff befriending every Tom, Dick, and Harry who wanders in while I'm away." "They hardly did. I've been welcomed by you before, and even then they wouldn't have let me in the door if they hadn't already been worried about Rusbridge. Mrs. Potts has seen him loitering in the mornings when she's gone to do the shopping." "And she just came out and told you that?" He narrowed his eyes.
Are you really more worried about loose-lipped servants than about your brother?"
"I have quite enough experience to know how to deal with my brother. This," she waved her hand at him and then toward the upper floors, "is new. I will endeavor to not turn your servants in my favor." "How kind of you."
"It is, yes."
Eleanor's anger melted, the laughter threatened. She kept it under control, though, despite how tired she was from her long journey. She wanted a bath and her own bed. She wanted Mr. Sinclair gone, and as long as she was wishing, her brother as well. He said, "I thought an extra pair of eyes, hands, and paws would not be unwelcome tonight, just in case." "It is unwelcome," she tried to tell him. "You are not welcome here," she tried to lie. But he ran a hand through his hair and laughed, and said with as much satisfaction as any man could, "I introduced him to my dear Anala, and was looking forward to a repeat." "Don't tell me. The Pomeranian."
"In my pocket. I will introduce her to you if you'll call off your dogs."
She called off her dogs, and Sinclair relaxed. Eleanor was surprised he didn't melt into a puddle on the floor. He pulled out of his pocket a small red and white ball of fluff. The puppy, quite obviously a she, barked and yapped away in his hand, and Eleanor's dogs jumped up and joined in. The sound reverberated in the small room until Eleanor signaled for them to be quiet. Mr. Sinclair fed his puppy a treat. I'll have to think of some way to tell her not to bark when I pull her out." She looked at him, watched as the little ball of fluff with a huge white bow around its neck licked and loved him as he cuddled her to his chest. Tears pooled in her eyes, and she looked at the ceiling to keep them from falling, as emotion, want, and despair flooded her. She heard him rise, felt his warm hand wrap gently around her wrist and hold on to her. He held the little dog up to her, and it squirmed, trying to get to her face. She reached for it before it could fall, trapping it against her chest and tilting her chin down so its rough little tongue could bathe her face. Sinclair pulled at Eleanor's wrist, and when she came willingly, didn't fight, he wrapped his arms around her, tucked her tight against him, and warmed her from the outside in. He said softly, "We are glad you are home, Eleanor." She leaned against him and stopped thinking, stopped every little thought in her head except the one she didn't want to stop, the one that was telling her how nice this felt. A loud bang from the door knocker upstairs made her jump, and Sinclair tightened his arms. "I've instructed Jones to not answer the door tonight." "Stop talking, Sinclair. I don't want to hear any more about you ordering my servants around." He whispered, "What am I going to do instead of talk?" She whispered back, "Not that." His eyes glimmered down at her. "Then a dance, since I was not fortunate enough to procure the pleasure when you decided you had mourned long enough." He took his little puppy from her, slipping it into his pocket, and Eleanor wanted to pout. She must not have hidden it too well, because Sinclair said, "I don't want her accidentally stepped on by us or your behemoth dogs." She looked around the kitchen. "Are you planning a quadrille? A waltz?" "A waltz, Lady Haywood? My, but you are scandalous." "And you have been gone longer than 10 years, if you think so." He tugged at her traveling glove, slipping the material from one finger and then the next. "A waltz is always scandalous, if done properly. Did you waltz that night you wore your dancing slippers? Just who was the lucky fellow who got to hold your hand, to hear you laugh, to dream of throwing life and limb to the winds for one marvelous year. She didn't bother to answer. She didn't bother to remember. She watched as he flung one glove over his shoulder and went to work on the other. The knocker rang out again, and all of Eleanor's dogs stood up. Sinclair murmured soothingly, "Ignore him." And Eleanor wasn't sure if he was talking to her or to the dogs. She waited to see if the dogs would obey his command like Jones and Mrs. Potts did, and when they stayed alert and at attention, she smiled slightly. But she did try to ignore the knocking. She said, "You never wear gloves." "I got out of the habit. Can't be bothered to get back in." "Because you're still trying to figure out how to get back to India." His bare hands cupped hers, the contact causing her breath to catch and gooseflesh to pebble up and down her body. He brought one of her hands inside his greatcoat, inside his waistcoat, to lay flat against the thin cloth of his shirt. His heat seared her, the skin of his palm rough against the back of her hand, not trapping her, just holding her tight. With his other hand he linked their fingers, and then twisted her arm gently behind her until their entwined fingers rested against the swell of her bottom, until she was tucked into his side and his leg was cradled between her own. She was suddenly having a very hard time breathing, a hard time calming the racing of her heart, a very hard time hearing anything above the rush of blood in her ears, a very hard time remembering what they were doing down in the kitchen and not upstairs in her bedroom. She cleared her throat, tried to clear her head. "I've never seen or heard of a dance like this." "No, not with any of them." He swayed gently from side to side, the muscles of his thighs shifting against hers with every movement, the tips of his fingers brushing against her bottom. She stared into eyes the same color as her own, but oh, so different, and he murmured again, "Ignore him." Eleanor hadn't heard anything. She only felt the thumping of Sinclair's heart under her palm, felt his chest rising and falling with hers. His head dipped towards her, and she whispered his name, a sigh and a prayer, want and longing. "Sinclair." His lips touched hers, and she closed her eyes at the contact. He breathed, "Eleanor," against her lips, and she opened for her name, and his breath, and his tongue. They danced slowly around the large table, swaying from side to side, bodies pressed tight, lips and mouths and breath coming together. She wanted to touch him, run her hands over him, but they were trapped. She could only feel with her mouth, and she traced his jaw with her lips, felt his rough stubble, and then his smooth lips. She could only feel his body with her own, his legs hard between hers. She tried to get closer to him, and he pulled against her bottom, bringing her in tight. He nuzzled her ear, breathing hotly into it, and she shivered. Sinclair mouthed in her ear, "Cold, my Eleanor?" Never. She'd never be cold again. He lightly nipped with his teeth, and she tried to pull her hands out of his. She wanted to wrap her arms around his neck and have him lift her onto the table behind her so she could wrap her legs around him as well. But her hands were trapped in his, and the harder she pulled, the tighter he held her. She pushed and she pulled, and he tightened his grip, squeezing her closer. She growled in frustration, and Sinclair froze. He pulled away enough to ask quietly, "Was that you or your dogs?" She growled again, pushing and pulling, trying to free her hands, and he let her go. She didn't know whether she wanted to shove him or pull him back in, so she sniffed and said, "I thought we were dancing." "We were." "We weren't moving." "We weren't." They hadn't been, not at the end. Alan was still knocking on her door. She could hear it now, and shouting. Sinclair said, "Ignore him, Eleanor. He'll go away." She laughed, a short, sharp crack. "Do you think so? Or he'll lose his voice with all that shouting. I have neighbors, Sinclair. I can't wait for that to happen, and I won't hide in my own home." She stepped away from him and opened the kitchen door. Her dogs raced out and up the stairs, and she shouted after them, "Jones, the door!" So unladylike of her, and her father's voice filled her mind. "There is a difference between someone suspecting you are not a lady, Eleanor, and someone having the proof." She pushed away her discomfort, pushed away her father's voice. Let Sinclair think whatever he wanted. She turned back to the man still standing in her kitchen and didn't shout, though she wanted to. "Sinclair, the door." He stared hard at her for a long minute, then stomped past and up the stairs. Her dogs began barking, and she could only assume Jones had finally opened the door, and she rushed after Sinclair. Her dogs were well trained and normally listened to Jones, but her brother brought out the worst in them. She didn't like them around him without her there. Not to protect her brother. She simply preferred that if they attacked him, it was because she commanded it. Sinclair stopped suddenly on the stairs, and she bumped into the back of him. She couldn't decide if she wanted to shove him or kiss him again. And then he said, "Why did you go to the country?" "What?" "Why did you go to the country so suddenly?" "To get away from you," she wanted to say. To stop wondering if a night or a week or a year in your arms would be worth losing all my dreams. He didn't give her a chance to answer, even if she could have thought of anything not stupid to say. He turned on the step above her, folded his arms, and said, "I'm beginning to wonder if St. Clair is right. You're playing the same game with a different opening." It took her a minute to work through that statement, and when she did, she wanted to shove him again. Instead, she batted her eyelashes. "Perhaps you're right, Sin. Perhaps I'm trying to catch the fish of the season by running away to the country." He shrugged. "Some men like to chase. Apparently, I'm one of them." She didn't know why Sinclair had been waiting for her tonight. She hadn't expected it, and she didn't think he quite knew what he was doing here either, except that she could still hear her brother shouting, could see that all of Sinclair's feathers were ruffled, and that he was trying to block the stairs with his body. The look in his eyes wasn't anger at her. He was listening, through the dogs and the shouting, to the danger upstairs. He was trying to protect her. He'd been worried about her. "The widow," she said softly. "Apparently you're one of them." He raised his hand to stroke her jaw. "Why not catch me? Throw me back when you find the right one." The right one. The one who would marry her after she was carrying his child. "And what if you're half of the right one, Sinclair, and you give me what I want before I have to throw you back?" His eyes were sad and his voice solemn when he said, "Eleanor." She shook her head sharply, cutting him off. "Don't say it. Don't say that she might never have a child, and it won't be true." "What if it was simply bad luck, Sinclair?" "You've been a widow for what, a month? I'm sure you could explain away a child." "Perhaps,
except it had been 2 months, and she didn't want to explain away a child. She wanted a child and the husband to go with it. She wanted children, because one would be lonely. We can't have each other, Eleanor, but we can have this. It won't be enough. It will be everything. It would be everything, and then it would be over. Sometime while they were talking, the shouting had stopped. The dogs had stopped their barking. She said, "He's left. You can stop distracting me now." His eyes crinkled as he smiled. His hand was still cupping her jaw, and he stroked her bottom lip with his thumb. "If I leave tonight, we won't get another chance. Go to your mistress, Sinclair. Let her take care of you." "I have no mistress. I had one 8 years ago." "And then you left her for India." He wouldn't leave Eleanor for India. He would leave her for a virgin bride, hand-picked by the Earl. And Eleanor couldn't count on the separation of a continent and an ocean to help ease the sting. She would have to see him and them. She brushed past him, squeezing by in the narrow stairway. Sinclair followed her, and when they entered the main floor, he took his hat from the waiting Jones. Sinclair nodded at the man, and Jones reported that Mr. Rusbridge had departed, though the gentleman would want to be careful on his way home. Eleanor decided she would need to sit her servant down and remind him who his employer was. It wasn't her brother. It hadn't been any of her 5 husbands. It wouldn't ever be George Sinclair. Jones opened the door, and Sinclair walked out. She said, not unkindly, "Don't come back." She said it because she wanted to say the opposite. She said it so she wouldn't chase after him. He walked down the outside steps, donning his hat and saying over his shoulder, "Of course not. Why would I, when we obviously detest the sight of each other, the feel of each other, when I came solely to make sure that you were safe and sound?" He turned when he got to the pavement, eyeing her, and she held her hands out wide. "As you see." He smiled, taking out his dog to a chorus of ferociously adorable barks. He waved her little paw at Eleanor, and then turned away, walked away, for good this time, because he was leaving and there wouldn't be another chance. Eleanor called after him, "Sinclair." He stopped, didn't turn, just stopped and waited. She said, "You can't keep a dog in your pocket." He laughed and started walking again, and said loud enough for her to hear, "I think the Earl would like you, Lady Haywood. I think he could like you a lot." Chapter 6. The Countess sat in her carriage and debated with herself. On the one hand, she was simply visiting a member of the tone, a slightly scandalous member, sitting perhaps not so happily on the fringes, but it wasn't as if Flora was sitting outside the home of a woman of ill repute. On the other hand, her husband would be quite upset with her should he learn of her visit. On the other hand, Flora stopped. She'd obviously been married to Sebastian for far too long, because now all she could think was she only had 2 hands. There wasn't another hand. Only had one decision to make, with 2 choices: to go inside or tell her driver to go back home. Flora descended from the carriage, and when she was sitting comfortably in a brightly colored drawing-room and sipping tea with the widow, she didn't know how to start. Lady Haywood started it for her. "You've come about Sinclair." The Countess sipped. "Not entirely, though I am concerned for him and you.
You must know that any attachment would be doomed." Eleanor smiled. "Doomed. Yes, that's the word for it. Never fear, Lady Ashmore. I realized that the moment I knew who his brother was." Flora sighed. "If we'd had a son, it might have been different." No, it wouldn't have. She was no doubt right. If Flora had had a son, George would have never come back from India. The widow said, "And there still may be a son. You still have time." Their eyes met, and Flora said, "There may be time. There is little interest. I think few women have interest in a fifth go-around. It is the Earl who is not interested." Flora's heart raced at that confession, and she felt her face heat. It was shameful that a man who lived by duty couldn't bring himself to bed his wife. Shameful to the wife. Why is he not interested? Flora patted her cheeks. "Does it matter? The result is the same." Lady Haywood shrugged. "I have had a husband or two, uninterested in procreating, each for their own reasons, and despite the sting, I think it had little to do with me. In each case there was little I could do to change his mind." "I must change the Earl's mind. It is my one job to provide him an heir. That is it, and he won't let me." Flora took a deep breath. "I wondered if you could help." Lady Haywood paused with her cup halfway to her mouth, froze with her mouth open and her eyes wide. She flicked her eyes up to meet Flora's, and then quickly back down. I have heard of such things, but I've never participated. I have no interest in providing a third for your bed sport, but thank you for the offer, Lady Ashmore." Flora blushed hotly and set her cup down. "You misunderstand me." "Thank goodness." "I would like you to help me seduce my husband. Tell me how to wave my fan and bat my eyelashes, and generally overwhelm his senses into complete and dithering madness." Lady Haywood said incredulously, "Complete and dithering madness? The Earl?" "Yes." "You would like me to tutor you?" Yes, that is right. Tutor me." Flora beamed at the blank look on Lady Haywood's face. "So you can seduce the Earl of Ashmore, the most stoic and reserved man to grace polite society with his presence?" "Yes, well, I would like to change all that." "You can't change him." Flora thought no truer words had ever been spoken. "I don't want to change him. I want to change us. I want what we used to have." "I don't think I'm the right person to be giving that kind of advice. None of my husbands have lasted more than a year. I have no experience in rekindling a dead passion." Flora tamped down her anger. Their passion wasn't dead. Dying, perhaps. "If you were to seduce the Earl, how would you do it?" Lady Haywood muttered into her teacup. "I would do it by leaving the country as quickly as possible." "Would you? Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and all that." Lady Haywood cleared her throat. "No, excuse me. I was being rude about your husband. There is no excuse except I have never had a conversation quite like this before. And to be truthful, I don't want to think about the Earl in that capacity." Flora smiled. "You remind me of my brother-in-law, although your tone has more of a bite to it." When the widow's face fell and she looked toward the window, Flora said softly, "You know it is impossible, not while he is heir presumptive." "I know it." So help me. Lady Haywood sucked in a breath, and Flora whispered, "Help me, and I will do what I can for you."
If there was no son for the Earl, there would be no help for the widow. Nothing Flora could do to make a scandalous, married 5 times widow acceptable as George's wife. But if there was a son, and call me Flora. Lady Haywood's breath came too fast, the hope in her eyes too bright for Flora to doubt that her offer would not be accepted. Lady Haywood said, "Eleanor," and turned away from the window. "I will do all that I can for you, Eleanor. If there is no son, what I can do is nothing." Eleanor nodded. "Very well." She tapped her fingers, and Flora could see shrewdness and intelligence in her eyes. "I must ask again why he has no interest. Does he like men?" "Of course not." "Too much drink?" "Of course not," she said, in the same tone of voice. The Earl didn't too much of anything. "I'm afraid, Flora, that we have exhausted my limited experience in the disinterest of men. I was very sick after the last. I think he is scared." "He cares for you." Flora nodded. She knew Sebastian cared for her, perhaps more than most gentlemen did of their wives. Or perhaps he did not want to go to the trouble of finding himself another. "He doesn't care for me more than he does for a son. That can't be possible, Eleanor." "It does seem unlikely for an Earl of the realm. It does seem unlikely for the Earl of Ashmore specifically." She held up her hand and closed her eyes. "Forgive me. I will stop insulting your husband." Flora hadn't been insulted. She knew how her husband came across. And she knew it was unlikely that any earl, hers included, would care for his wife more than he wanted a son. But she said, "It might be for the best, a good habit to get into, in case." Eleanor opened her eyes. "In case." She cleared her throat. "Step 1. Touch him every chance you get. Play with his hair. Brush lint from his coat, even if there is none. Touch his hand. Get close to him." The Earl of Ashmore was tired. Too many problems this week at his estates, too many meetings with his advisers. He dragged his brother to all those meetings, and dragged was exactly what Sebastian had been forced to do. "I will not do it, Sebastian," that brother said. "I am too tired." George flopped back in his seat, the carriage bumping along the road to another ball at the... Sebastian turned to his wife next to him, and she patted his knee. "The Westins." He nodded. "Right, the Westins." George said, "With, I am sure, an eminently eligible daughter, who I will be forced to dance with and converse at, and I am too tired. My plan is the card room and copious amounts of liquor." And copious amounts of eminently ineligible women, if Sebastian knew his brother. He looked again at his wife, and her hand still perched daintily on his knee. She said, "Yes, a daughter, just out this year." George closed his eyes and groaned. "The torture! It never ends." Flora's shoulders shook, and she shared a look with Sebastian before saying, "She is a lovely girl, actually. Beautiful and gay and somewhat spirited. I think you will like her, George. Shall we make a wager? And I think you will have quite the competition for her.
The problem may very well be that she will not like you. She might not even notice you." George opened his eyes a slit to glare at his sister-in-law. "Your tricks will not work on me, Jezebel." "That was not womanly manipulation, dear George. That was truth." He humphed and closed his eyes again, folding his arms and saying with nary a word that he did not believe it. If truth be told, neither did Sebastian. It wasn't easy to not notice George. He also didn't believe that Flora wasn't trying to manipulate his brother by making the girl somewhat unattainable. He smiled at his wife, relieved that it was not him who would need to swing around a fresh-faced silly girl. She smiled back into his eyes, snuggling a little closer in the tight confines of the carriage. Sebastian took her hand from his knee and hooked it through his arm. He patted her hand and smiled, relieved that the tension between them was gone, relieved that she was herself again. And he pushed down the little wiggle of worry that was making him wonder just why his wife was no longer tense and unhappy with him, and stopped dead the next question before it formed, a little too late. Sebastian stopped smiling and wondered just who had relieved his wife's tension. Flora had been right. The girl was beautiful and gay, and when George tried to shock her, her eyes twinkled. Her hair was a dark, lustrous brown, her skin the color of smooth alabaster, and her chestnut eyes the same color as his favorite horse. She was not unattractive. She was still a girl, though, and young. And while George did not normally find silliness off-putting, she was slightly silly. All those could be easily overcome with a little experience, and he could very well see that in a few years, with a husband and children behind her, she would be the toast of the town. Flora was right. This one he could like. This one would not make him want to swim the Thames with his pockets weighed down with bricks. This one could be it, if one absolutely had to make do with one of them. He left her after their one set of dances, not asking for a second when every other gentleman begged it of her. When he made it back to Flora, she murmured behind her fan, "She watched you walk away." Of course she did. Who wouldn't? He turned, though, and when he found Miss Weston still looking at him, he bowed his head at her. She lowered her eyes in a subtle curtsy, then turned back to her hordes of admirers. "I think you were right about the competition," he said, and Flora nodded. "She still noticed me." Flora laughed. Of course she did. Who wouldn't? "Have I done my duty, then? Am I allowed to escape to the card-room and lose my brother's fortune for him?" She nodded hesitantly, and George waited. Flora shook herself and smiled widely. "I might join you a little later." "I would enjoy that immensely, Flora. It will be grand fun to throw away Sebastian's money with you." She shooed him off, and George left, pretending not to look for golden locks, even though he knew she wasn't here. Tried not to feel deflated when he entered the card-room, and no icy blue eyes were there to greet him. Sebastian was there, though, acknowledging George with a tip of his head and waving him over. George snaked his way through the crowd. "What are you doing in here? Losing your fortune is my job, not yours." Sebastian didn't bother saying he wasn't here to gamble. The man never did. He just held up his drink and said, "Taking a short break." Surprising that you decided to do this while I was safely ensconced with Miss Weston. Was it? Sebastian sipped. As you well know, I came to make sure there was nothing here to distract you. Not when we finally found someone interesting. No one here to distract him. George shuddered. Don't say it like that. We've found someone interesting. Have we not? And when George didn't answer, because what could he say, Sebastian said, I assume you have procured a second set of dances with her. No, I have not. Sebastian choked, and George gave him a few hearty whacks to the back. George enjoyed it thoroughly. Why the devil not? The Earl shouted when he'd caught his breath, and the room paused in its excited frenzy to look at them. George sighed, smiling and shrugging his shoulders at his brother's antics. When everyone went back to their games and drinks, George said, You have no notion of subtlety, of restraint. Go back right now and get those second dances. How will she know you have your eye on her? And when I go crawling back and her dance card is full, what then, Cyrano? Then at least she'll know you are interested and not accept any untoward proposals. Firstly, I doubt there will be any proposals tonight or even this week. And secondly, she knows. Sebastian froze for a second. What the devil did you say to her? George wasn't sure if he found his brother's lack of faith amusing or irritating. The subtlety will be lost on you, Sebastian. Try me. I asked her to save the first waltz of the next ball for me. Sebastian nodded happily. The subtlety is not lost on me. And good. He handed his now empty glass off to a servant. And you'll call on her tomorrow. George shook his head. Really, Sebastian, how in the world did you not scare off Flora? Don't let this one get away, George, or you'll find yourself wed to whatever is left. George clamped his jaw together tight. I know what I'm doing, and kindly remember that I am not to the marriage stage yet with Miss Weston. I am interested. Sebastian sighed. Despite what you think, I would love for you to be happy in your marriage. But that I cannot wait for. Interest is almost more than I can wait for. Did father wait for you to be happy with your chosen, or were you merely interested? I knew Flora would be my countess the first time I spoke with her. I wasn't happy or not happy. I wasn't interested or not interested. It simply was. George knew he was right. Everyone had known that Flora was it. Everyone had been happy with the match. And if George had been in the same situation as his brother had been, he would have known that Miss Weston was his countess. It galled him to admit that he was in the same situation as his brother. Miss Weston was everything he needed, everything he should want. And while he was interested, he wasn't entirely happy with her. But that wasn't her fault. He simply didn't want a countess. Eleanor received the Countess of Ashmore in her drawing-room again. We missed you at the Westons. Eleanor laughed. I doubt it, but thank you. Were you ill? No, I didn't want to see him. Not when she might have him. If was too tempting. The Earl was relieved to not have to chase you off. Eleanor smiled conspiratorially. Oh, yes? How relieved was he? Flora pinched her lips together. Not that relieved. Oh, he thinks he's found a wife for his brother, she said, and Eleanor's heart stopped beating. Flora said into the void, Miss Weston would be a wonderful countess, and George was interested, despite himself. Or so Sebastian assures me. I, of course, have my doubts." Eleanor put her cup down before she broke the thing. "Why are you telling me this?" Flora took a deep breath, looking down at her hands. "I love my husband, despite how gauche that is. He is happy in his position of power, happy with the wife he needed to choose. And I love his brother, too, as if he was my own. I would like him to be happy, and I can't see him ever being happy as the Earl. Can't see him being happy having to choose the wife he needs to fill that position." "You think he would be happy with me?" Eleanor held her breath, waiting for the Countess' answer. "I think he will only be happy when he can choose what he wants, not what he needs." He already wanted Eleanor. She could make him want her more. She could make him want her enough. If. Eleanor said, "If he could choose." If he could choose. And why can't he, Flora? I know we are speaking of the Earl, but he is a man. They are notoriously easy to seduce. Flora set her cup down, looking away. Eleanor stood, rounding the little table to sit next to Flora, and say softly, "That was not a comment on your womanliness. I am sure you lead your husband around like all wives. It is what we must do. The man thinks, just like a horse, that since he is in front, he is in control. And all women know that it is she who holds the reins, who tells him where to go. So why isn't he going where you want him to?" "You do have a way with imagery, Eleanor." Flora shook her head. "And this is an area where I have never needed to lead him before. It is no different than getting him to do anything else. Put his nose in the right direction and let him get there himself. The real trouble is in getting him to stop, and that you do not need to worry about." A snort escaped from beneath Flora's hat, and then another. "Put his nose in the right direction?" And then she pealed with laughter. Eleanor chuckled lightly with her, thinking it was nice to have female companionship, someone to laugh with, to share with, someone she did not need to lead by invisible reins. Flora patted her eyes. "I had not realized how little we touch. We have been married 10 years and have become so comfortable with each other that we hardly notice the other." Eleanor thought it important to say, "Flora, you have become too comfortable." "I did try, Eleanor, every chance I had. He has not deigned to visit my bedchamber, though I am sure he knows I would be happy to receive him." "And why did you not visit him in his?" "Because I am not at all sure he would be happy to receive me." She cleared her throat. "Rejection is not to my taste." Eleanor laughed. "Spoken just like a countess. But what if you thought of it not as rejection, but as—" She put her chin against her fist and thought. No rejection for Lady Ashmore. How did one go about the dance if one was afraid of failing? Oh, what if it wasn't him rejecting you? What if it was you teasing him? What if seducing a reluctant man you were married to was exactly the same as seducing a man you wanted to be married to? Eleanor turned on the sofa, smiling wickedly at her new friend, her only friend. She said, "Make him want you, but don't let him have you." Chapter 7.
George did not call on Miss Weston the next day. He still couldn't believe Sebastian had managed to catch Flora when he was so ham-handed. If the man hadn't been an earl, he'd be a confirmed bachelor by now. But George was not an earl, yet, and instead of relying on his position and name and power, he used charm and subterfuge. He ran into Miss Weston while she was out riding on the mile, surrounded by her beaux, her hapless maid, and sitting atop her horse like a queen or a countess. George tipped his hat at her, smiled, and rode right on past. He liked to think he heard her gasp that she had been outraged that he hadn't stopped to chat when he danced and flirted with her not 2 nights ago. And he decided he'd go on thinking that because, well, he couldn't know otherwise, not with 3 men and 5 horses between her and him. When he turned around half an hour later, the crowd had thinned, and he could see in a distance that she'd managed to shake a few of her followers. Enough so that when he caught up with her, he could stop without feeling like one of her hangers-on. She turned her head just far enough to meet his eyes. "Miss Weston," she sniffed. "Mr. Sinclair." She faced forward again, her chin tipped up a fraction, and they rode in silence for a furlong. One of her beaux said something vacuous, and she laughed gaily, almost seductively, and George thought that if she had 10 more years and 5 dead husbands behind her, she could lead any man around as well as the widow. He almost wished he'd brought his pup, whip Anala out of his pocket and let her yap away, because he still hadn't figured out how to train that out of her. But he didn't want to share her yet with Miss Weston. She wouldn't hug the dog to her chest with hurt blue eyes and scold him for keeping it in his pocket. She wouldn't surround herself with 3 mastiffs and get angry with him for overstepping his bounds with her servants. She wouldn't make him forget where he was or what he needed to do, even when he hadn't seen her in days, even when he couldn't smell her scent any more on his shirt. Miss Weston flicked her eyes at him. "Wool gathering, Mr. Sinclair?" Oh, she was too easy. He'd already won without saying a word, and he was forced to play on anyway. "Just thinking of what fun the Graysons will be tomorrow night. I assume you are attending?" "You assume correctly," she said, without a hint of welcome in her voice. They rode another furlong in silence, her speaking and laughing with the other men and ignoring Sinclair, and Sinclair riding alongside, happy being ignored. She turned to him again. "I assume you will be attending?" "Of course. I am looking forward to the waltzing," he said, and lightly kicked his horse into a trot without a word of goodbye. Flora smoothed her new nightdress, belted her dressing gown tightly, and then loosened it, and then tightened it again, but pulled the lapels until they hung softly against her. Yes, that was it. She let out the long braid her maid had prepared for bed and shook her hair out, pulled it over one shoulder, then pushed it back. She looked at herself in the mirror and wriggled her nose. She wanted to look seductive without Sebastian knowing she meant to look seductive. Wanted to look as if she was off to bed, but had just remembered something vital to tell him. Flora had the vital. She'd been biting her tongue all night, saving it up. She wasn't sure she had the seductive yet. She fluffed her hair again and made a loose braid, pulling it over her shoulder and deciding that was the best she could do. She bit her lips until they were puffed and reddened. She smoothed the wrinkles around her eyes that hadn't been there 10 years earlier, and contented herself with the thought that there was also knowledge that hadn't been there either. Perhaps it was a fair trade. It was an inevitable trade, at any rate. She knocked lightly at the connecting door that led to the Earl's bedchamber and pushed it open. Not locked, never locked, and still she'd never tried to open it. "Sebastian?" The Earl's valet was helping him into his dressing gown, and Sebastian said over his shoulder, "Flora, is something wrong?" "No, no, I just remembered about Camilla. Should I come back?" Sebastian shook his head, thanking his man and sending him off. Flora perched on the bed, arranging herself just so, and watching as he folded back the bedding. She swallowed. "George asked if he could take Camilla to the docks. He is inspecting a shipment that just came in." Sebastian stared incredulously at her. "I can't decide which of those statements has me more stupefied. Of course Camilla can't go to the docks. And what is my brother doing inspecting a shipment? I think you should go with them and let George explain it to you." He shook his head, crawling into bed. "Camilla is not going, and I can't believe that you would even consider it. You must know that George would protect her with his life, and he may very well need to down at the docks." She felt the bed shift, watched him pull the blankets to his waist. "Not with the two of you there. I think you should see what your brother has been up to the last 8 years." She rested her hand on his foot tucked beneath the blankets, and then began to stroke it softly. He watched her hand, and the skin between his eyes puckered. She said, "He'll be here in the morning." "Flora!" "If you decide that it is too dangerous for Camilla, you do not have to take her." "It is too dangerous." She looked down at her hand, still stroking his foot, and didn't say anything. She thought about horses and reins, and pointing a man in the direction you wanted him to go. Every good wife instinctively knew how to do this, how to keep her husband's pride intact while she ran the household. The picture Eleanor painted still made her want to smile, though. Flora took her hand off his foot and played with her braid. Sebastian sighed, tried to find a comfortable position, and said in the tone of a man who thought the subject was over, "What is the shipment?" Flora undid the bottom third of her braid and brushed her fingers through it, and then began to braid again. "Trinkets, combs, like he gave me and the girls." Sebastian grunted, and she said, "Perhaps I will take Camilla tomorrow. He says it is great fun to watch the ships being loaded, but has never been on this end of it before." "You will not!" She kept braiding and flicked her eyes up to her husband's. "It is too dangerous and uncouth." She smiled a tight smile and looked down at her braid again. "Sailors?" Sebastian fidgeted. "Yes, sailors." "Pirates?" "Some of them." "How exciting." "It's not exciting. It's dirty and foul and frantic." "Oh, have you been?" "Of course. It is no place for a lady." She sighed. "I agree. No place for a lady. No place for a countess. Only men and children could be excited about orderly chaos, frantic shouts, and potential disaster." "It is no place for a countess's daughter." Is that how George described it? He made it seem quite exciting.
George could make tea and crumpets sound exciting." She laughed lightly, knowing it was true. Sebastian said, "Do you know anything else about these trinkets? And just what the devil he's doing with a shipload of them?" "I know that when I wore mine out, it was exclaimed over and envied. I know that George did not seem at all surprised when I told him that." "I might have to go with him and get the story out of him after all. I can't have my brother dabbling in trade." "Of course not. Be sure and tell us all about it afterward. Hearing about an adventure is always so much more fun than experiencing it firsthand." Sebastian didn't say a word, and Flora kept playing with her braid. He finally sighed, and when she looked at him, his eyes were closed. "You've already told Camilla about it, haven't you?" "I mentioned it, but of course said that you would have to agree." "And she wanted to go?" "With you. She is not at all sure about George yet." "That's because she is a bright girl." "She is, and she knows, just as I do, that with her father there to protect her, the docks will be as fun an adventure as her uncle promises."
Flora, she can't go."
he said, but this time there was regret in his voice, not cold certainty. "If we had a 9-year-old son, would you take him to the docks to see his uncle's shipment from a foreign and exotic land?" He kept his eyes closed, and Flora kept watching him, watched as grief covered his face, and she wanted to lie down next to him and hold him, cry with him, or for him, since she doubted he would join her. She wanted to lie down next to him and strip her nightdress off and make him that son. She wondered what he would do if she did, because she didn't think he was heading in that direction. Not yet. She climbed off the foot of the bed and walked around to his side. His eyes opened when she touched his chest, and he said softly, "Camilla is not our 9-year-old son. I know there is only you and your brother, and perhaps one day his 9-year-old son."
"Don't say that. Don't say perhaps about that."
"There is always a perhaps about that. Always a chance of 4 more girls, and no son among them." Sebastian's eyes widened, and horror covered his face as he thought of his last great hope being unsuccessful. She kept her hand on his chest and let him think about it, about what he would do if George's wife delivered no heir. She said, "Will we do then what we should be doing now, or will it be too late?"
"It's already too late if you've found someone else to relieve that tension."
He sounded angry, and Flora tried not to be thrilled. She shook her head. "I have not. I would prefer it be you." That didn't seem to mollify him any.
"The devil you know."
He still sounded angry and frustrated. And what had he said?
"I know my duty. I know what the world expects from me. I am sorry to disappoint it, and you, and everyone."
The devil she loved was more like. She pulled the covers up to his chin and kissed his forehead lightly. "The devil I know," she said, and left him there. George arrived early the next morning, dressed in his ubiquitous greatcoat, and Sebastian knew his brother still hadn't acclimatized to the cold. Another hit this morning. Another person he'd failed when he wished he could give them the world. Sebastian eyed the coat and said,
"Keep the dog in your pocket."
George laughed, pecking Flora's cheek.
"Would you believe I didn't bring her?"
"No," Flora teased him,
and Sebastian watched them banter happily between themselves. Flora never joked with him like that, only George, and Sebastian realized that she became whatever the situation needed. Which version was the real her? Did she really want to go to the docks with them this morning? What would she do if he invited her? But she was right. It was no place for a countess. If there had ever been a time she could have had that adventure, she'd missed it. Sebastian called for his daughter, and Flora stopped talking long enough to smile at him. Camilla entered the room, her hands clasped tight together, and when Sebastian asked if she would like to join them, she nodded. She pursed her lips, then turned to her uncle. "Do you have your puppy, Uncle George?" "Would you believe I didn't bring her?" Camilla squinted at his pocket. "I don't know, but I don't like her barking." George muttered, "You and me both. I didn't bring her. I haven't figured out how to get her not to bark." Flora said, "You need to train her, George." "I've been told I need to not keep her in my pocket." Sebastian called for their coats and said, "That sounds like excellent advice." They climbed into the hack George had hired for the day, waving to Flora as she watched them leave. Sebastian tried to settle against the hard cushions. "I have a carriage, George. I didn't know if any of your household would be allowed to join me, did I? You are welcome to use it when you have need." George studied Sebastian and finally said, "A hack lends an air of adventure that your carriage would somehow lack. But I thank you for the honor, Sebastian." Camilla wiggled next to her father and didn't say anything. They settled into silence, Camilla's presence limiting what they could argue about. George passed the time by tying back the curtains and pointing out interesting things to Camilla on one side of the carriage, and then scooting over to the other side to point at something out that window, and forcing them all to rearrange their seats so Camilla could see. The third time George began to change windows, Sebastian grumbled. "Oh, for God! Sit down, George." Camilla giggled, and George winked at her. Sebastian sighed and said, "Tell me about these trinkets, and what you are doing with a shipload of them." George huffed. "Trinkets. That is how Flora described them." He huffed again. "Camilla, are you wearing yours under that hat?" She shook her head. "I didn't want to lose it." He smiled at her. "Well, we shall simply have to crack open a chest to show your father. Not trinkets. I will accept doodads or none such. Trinkets sound so silly." Sebastian said, "Will you accept frippery?" George nodded. "Frippery. Frippery for the ladies." Sebastian narrowed his eyes. "Trade?" "I prefer to call it art appreciation. I have a few contacts in London. When I find something special, I send it on. I do believe I have earned a reputation of being able to find ornamentation that women appreciate." "Interesting. How long have you been doing it?" George cleared his throat. "About 5 years. I like to shop in India. What an experience! When I find something I like, I'll get as much as I can. It wouldn't surprise me if Flora owns a few of my pieces. I can see a good number of problems with shipping from India to London. Pirates, sunk ships, theft." George shook his head. "What pessimism! I do well despite all those problems. It keeps me in pin money, at least." "I thought I kept you in pin money." George smiled at him. "Are any of us surprised it was, and is, not enough? No. At any rate, I found work to be boring." "Sebastian, You've never had to work a day in your life, so you don't understand what it means to have to be somewhere when someone else wants you there." Sebastian snorted. George said, "I thought the East India Company would be better than marrying an heiress. I was wrong, but English heiresses are few and far between over there. I had to find something." "Well, now there is Miss Weston. She can keep you in pin money." George leaned his head back and looked out the window. "Someone will have to, now." "You'll dance with her tonight. 2 sets." "Please leave the wooing of Miss Weston to me, or to Flora, or even Camilla here." "Are you telling me that you won't be dancing 2 sets with her?" "I'm telling you that I don't know yet. I won't know until the game is afoot." Sebastian sighed. "It's not a game. It's marriage. All the world's a game, and we but players in it."
"That's not how it goes, Uncle George. All the world's a stage."
George sat up in his seat, stymied. "You know as you like it? You're 9. Her last governess had a love of Shakespeare, God knows why." George gasped, and Sebastian talked over him. The girls recited play after play. Dorothea became quite fond of draping herself over any article of furniture, her red scarf clutched to her chest, and dying a la Juliet. Camilla proved she knew the words just as well as her younger sister when she said,
"O happy dagger, this is thy sheath. Rust there, and let me die."
George clapped at her, delighted. Sebastian said, "Unfortunately, the woman got herself married, and we had to replace her. This governess prefers the Greeks." George choked. "Oh, yes, much better fare for children. Has Dorothea begun jabbing her eyes out with pins yet?" Camilla dipped her head so her father couldn't see her smile, and George decided he had no worries about his second oldest niece. He had slightly fewer worries about Camilla if she could quote Shakespeare. Sebastian only said, "Camilla, do not marry a rogue like your uncle here." Camilla looked at her uncle and said,
"Yes, Papa."
George laughed at them as they pulled to a stop, reaching through the window to open the hack door. He helped Camilla down, keeping her hand in his, and grimacing when a man began shouting obscenities at the box that had fallen on his foot. That, George pointed his finger at her, was a word never to be repeated, Lady Camilla, especially around your mother. Sebastian poked his head out of the carriage. "Especially around anyone. I cannot believe I let you and Flora talk me into this harebrained scheme." "You can hardly blame Flora. She's never been to the docks before." "Trust me, George, I do not blame Flora." George grinned as his brother descended and clapped him on the back. "Come, let's go see if there's a ship unloading before we find my frippery." They each grabbed one of Camilla's hands, keeping her tight between them, and made their way along the tall brick wall leading to the arched main gate of the East India Docks. Camilla's head tilted back as she looked up at the clock at the top of the entrance, and then, as they passed through, at the tall masts of the East Indiamen berthed inside. There were over 100 ships, some indeed being unloaded, and men shouted and cursed as chests of tea, bales of jute, and barrels of oil were hauled between ships and warehouses and waiting wagons. George sucked in the chaos. Sebastian never wavered as they made their way to the office and then down the quay to the warehouse. Men pushing sack trucks parted around them, and George shook his head in wonder. If it had been him alone, He would have danced and been jostled like a boy on the waves, but the Earl ploughed ahead, expecting the waves to make way. Two brothers, nothing alike. Camilla stared as sailors climbed rigging and shouted to each other, all employing language that would stain any young girl's cheeks red. Sebastian merely sighed and said, "I will have to remind Flora that this was her idea." George flinched at a particularly nasty expression and said, "Oh, good. For a minute there, I thought you were going to remind me." As they entered the warehouse, George hailed the man of affairs he'd hired years ago to oversee his London affairs. Here to collect his last shipment, and George couldn't have stayed away on pain of death. Chests were counted and loaded, and when the contents were signed for and transferred, George had one opened up, and he pulled a hair comb gently from the straw padding. He handed it to Camilla. "Not another butterfly, but perhaps a flower is a perfect match. Will you wear yours now that you have a replacement?" Her eyes shone, and she took it gingerly, nodding. Sebastian pulled one from the box. "These are exquisite. Yes, I know." Sebastian shook his head, smiling slightly. "I was going to say beautiful. Exquisite will work." George thought that a man was indeed fortunate when he could support himself by being good at something, when he could love what he was good at. More fortunate than any man could hope to deserve. More cursed when it was taken from him. When Sebastian made to put it back, George said, "Keep it for Flora. If Camilla has taught me anything, it is that a woman can never have too many trinkets." "Frippery, Uncle George?" George laughed, thinking he wouldn't mind having a few children of his own. And though one adventure had been taken from him, perhaps there would be some recompense after all. "Take 3 more for your sisters, and when they break theirs, you can surprise them with a replacement." She nodded solemnly, taking 3 more combs from the chest and clutching them in her hands. The chest was closed and secured, and George sighed as they followed the wagon down the quay and out the gate, happy to have seen this part of it at least one time. Sebastian patted his shoulder. "It could still keep you in pin money. You don't have to stop if you love it this much." George shook his head. "No one on the other end. No one who can see the one exotic hair comb among hundreds that will cause an English girl's heart to skip a beat. No one that I could find, anyway." Sebastian said softly, "I'm sorry, George." George nodded, then covered Camilla's ears with his hands and said, "What poxy whore did you swive to curse us with this fate, Sebastian, to take everything away from the both of us?" Sebastian ran his thumb over the tines of the comb and murmured, "A Greek tragedy." George's lip curled, and he said, "Only if it was Mother who was the whore." Sebastian grimaced and put the comb into his pocket, reaching for the stack Camilla was balancing carefully in her hands. "Too far, George. You always take it too far." "You were the one who said it was a Greek tragedy." George took his hands away from his niece's ears, and Sebastian said, "An English tragedy, then." "Everyone ends up dead in the end in those as well." "Is there an alternative? We all end up dead in the end." "The difference is, brother, where the story ends. This story ends with a marriage and the birth of a son. So, a comedy." "Then why am I apologizing to you?" George boosted Camilla into the carriage, then stopped his brother from entering with a hand to the chest. "It's not a tragedy, Sebastian. Just a twist we weren't expecting." He grabbed Sebastian in a one-armed hug and said softly, You should go home and hug your wife. Apologize to her. Let her comfort you." Sebastian grunted, though George didn't think it was in agreement. "And I'll dance my 2 sets with Miss Weston tonight." Sebastian pulled back. "What about your game?" "I have been corrected. It's not a game. It's a stage. And I know what my new part is." They settled themselves into the carriage, Sebastian handing Camilla back her comb so she could admire it on the ride home. "It's not a new part, George. You've always been a silly rogue." Camilla fingered the petals of the flower one at a time and said, "No, Papa. Now he's the hero." Chapter 8. George played his new part well that evening, heading straight for Miss Weston the moment he was able. He didn't plow through the men surrounding her, but danced and bobbed, because he wasn't the Earl yet, or, God willing, ever. He bowed low to her, and when he rose, there was speculation in more than one set of eyes. "I do hope you have a waltz free, Miss Weston." She fluttered her fan. "I've been saving one set, but I had nearly forgotten why. I am glad you have come to remind me." He smiled when she held out her wrist, and he scribbled his name on the dance card dangling from it. He held it a moment longer, noticing no more empty spots, and flicked his eyes up to meet hers. "It's a pity you didn't save 2. Her fan convulsed, and she whispered, "A pity." He searched through the chicken scratches again. "I don't suppose any of the men listed here would be willing to sit one out. I am quite in the mood for dancing tonight." There was a chorus of gasps and insulted "well, I nevers" behind him, but George looked only at the lovely Miss Weston. She rallied, clearing her throat. "I'm sure none would care to give up the pleasure." She said it in all seriousness, and George thought that if only it had been said with disdain or innuendo, he would have dropped to one knee right then and there. He reminded himself that in a few years it would have that bite. "Quite sure?" She dropped her eyes, fluttered her fan, and said, "Quite." He found the bite he wanted watching a card game and talking to a gentleman with a half-afraid look on his face. Half afraid and half hopeful. George circled, waiting, and Lady Haywood waved her fan and smiled and watched him. When the hapless gentleman sketched a bow and left her, George brought her a cup. He nodded at the table. "Have you played already, then? I missed it?" Eleanor shook her head. "Not in the mood to play tonight." "Not in the mood? Are you ill?" She laughed low in the throat, making one wonder if she was laughing at you, or what you said, and George grinned and sipped. "Too many other games to enjoy tonight," she said, and George stopped grinning. "You've spotted your prey." It wasn't a question, which was just as well, since she didn't deign to answer him. She said, "And you?" "2 with Miss Weston. If she can persuade some lovesick ninny to give me his dance, we shall see." "That is moving along. Are you testing her ability to lead her men around by the nose, or merely playing with her?" He grinned into his cup. "Can't it be both?" "As I recall, you do love a good game. What happens if she offers you that second set?" The same thing that had happened every other time he'd won in his and Miss Weston's verbal sparring match. He'd get bored, and then soldier on. He said, "What would you do in that situation?" Eleanor didn't hesitate. "Persuade some lovesick ninny to give me back my dance, and then
give it to someone else. He breathed it in, revelled in it, and wondered just what he would do if Miss Weston played that hand. "I can't decide, Lady Haywood, if I'm glad that I'm not playing you." He could all but hear his good friend George Sinclair whispering in his ear, "Who says you're not? You're still here." "You're not glad, else you wouldn't be offering punch." "It's not all I'm offering." And when her lips began curving up, he said, "I've come to scribble my name on your dance card. A pity dance for the widow." The curve of her lips opened up into a laugh. He said quietly, his mouth close to her ear, "I can't only dance with Miss Weston, and you can't refuse tonight, not when you're wearing those slippers." She lifted the hem of her dress to show him her dancing slippers, proving him right, then said, "I doubtless could." "Could you? Have at it then. What's your excuse this time?" "I don't want to dance with you." He cocked his head. "I thought you would be a better liar than that." She sipped, then turned her head to meet his still too close eyes. "Did you?" He could very well imagine Miss Weston saying the same thing to him, coquettish and playfully hurt, accusing him of calling her a liar. Eleanor said it as if she was agreeing with him. "Oh, I do lie better than that," and therefore keeping the advantage to herself. She leaned against his arm, tilting her lips up to meet his ear, and whispering hotly, "I don't want to." George caught his shiver a moment too late, and she pulled back to smile at him. Now there was bite, a lie and truth, all rolled into one. She handed him her empty punch cup. "Thank you for the refreshment, Mr. Sinclair." "Thank you, Lady Haywood." She walked away, the sway of her gown attracting his attention now that he wasn't looking at her lips or dodging her barbs. He hadn't even noticed the dress, hadn't noticed that she was wearing gray instead of black. Another week, another step away from her mourning. He looked around the room, looked down at the cup in his hand, and wondered just who was her prey. Hours of dancing later, George sat in front of a crackling fire in a brightly colored drawing-room and rested his head against the back of a winged chair and willed himself not to fall asleep. 3 large dogs sat at attention at his feet, which was why he was so comfortable. He wasn't moving, was fairly certain he wouldn't be allowed to move until their mistress arrived home. Mrs. Potts had brought him tea. Jones had inquired if he was comfortable, and George had wondered if the fellow had been making a joke. He would have been more comfortable down in the kitchen, being watched over by a well-trained cook, rather than these well-trained dogs. The kitchen, however, had been quashed. The lady of the house, though, eventually arrived home, eventually came into the drawing-room to stare at him in disbelief. "You followed me home." "I can't have. I was here first. Been here, in this exact spot, for ages." "Jones says an hour." "Ages." She shook her head, giving one of the dogs a quick pat on the head, then dismissing them. "Is your dog in your pocket?" "I've stopped carrying her around, specifically to avoid that question. It is the first thing anyone asks of me." "I can't imagine why. Have you trained her not to bark ferociously any time she sees the light of day?" He shook his head. "Perhaps you can give me a few tips. You seem to know what you're doing with your dogs." "I could, if you really wanted her to stop, but you don't. You like the fuss she causes." He laughed, because he did. "Sometimes, and when I don't, I leave her home with my valet, the best of both worlds." She nodded. "Is there any other reason you could be sitting in my home waiting for me to arrive? Again, in the wee hours of the morning? Perhaps you came to tell me about your tour with Miss Weston." They were about what you would expect. She sat in a chair far away from him, and he took that as the encouragement it was meant. And he thought she might welcome what he craved as well, conversation and camaraderie, with a possibility of canoodling. Eleanor said, "It was the dance heard round the ballroom. Did she even threaten you with giving it to someone else?" He shook his head, and she said, "Ah, well, she's still young." "It's what I keep telling myself." "And in the meantime, you'll amuse yourself with me." He'd like to. To make a mistress of the widow seemed to be exactly what an earl's heir would do. "You are indeed amusing." He made himself more comfortable. "But I've come to ask who it is you're chasing." One blond eyebrow went up. He said, "You know who I'm chasing. It's only fair. The whole world knows who you're chasing. You've made your intentions clear." He rested his head back again. "Miss Weston will make a wonderful countess." "Depends on what you think a countess is supposed to do." He closed his eyes, smiling, wondering what Eleanor thought a countess was supposed to do. He imagined her version differed from Miss Weston's, from everyone's. The silence grew between them. He wouldn't ask, she wouldn't tell. His smile grew wider, his eyes still closed. He rested his linked fingers on his belly, prepared to outlast her, prepared for a siege, for a battle between equal players. His eyes popped open when he heard the drawing-room door snick shut, and he sat up sharply. His breath rushed out when he saw she was still in the room, her hand on the doorknob. "You think it's you who I'm chasing." "I admit I'm a bit late to the table, but I've finally arrived. St. Clair was right. You're playing the same game with a different opening." "I wasn't, at first. You are too well protected." "But something changed your mind." She turned around to look at him and said, "If changed my mind." "If? If what?" "If everyone could have what they wanted." "The only thing I can imagine giving everyone what they wanted was if the Countess delivered an heir." She walked away from the door toward George, and he blinked. "Are you privy to some information the rest of us aren't?" "No." He sat up a little. "And you're still relying on this mythical if?" "Yes." His heart beat faster. The Countess wasn't breeding. Surely they would have told him if she was. Surely they wouldn't withhold any sliver of hope if they could offer it to him. And just how would the widow know anyway? She stopped in front of him, her blue eyes watching. "What would you do with if?" He didn't even want to imagine it, didn't want hope to spring free from the cage he'd trapped it in, didn't want to think about one long journey to India, didn't want to think about heat and warmth and life exactly how he liked it, didn't want to think who he'd bring with him, because it wasn't Miss Weston. His tight muscles relaxed. "Ah, Miss Weston. You have to move now before it's too late, before my intentions become fact." "I can make you forget all about Miss Weston." "Who?" Eleanor smiled at him, and George truthfully forgot who they were talking about. She placed one knee on the chair, right between his, her dress pulled tight against her breasts, and she leaned forward to relieve the pressure. George's hands came up without thought and circled her waist. St. Clair whispered to George, "Remember who you're playing. Remember that she doesn't hesitate to crush her opponents when the opportunity presents itself." And bloody hell, if that didn't make him even more excited. George pulled at her fichu, slowly exposing the creamy skin of her bosom. "Can you make me forget duty and family, Eleanor? Remember, you're not playing Miss Weston. You're playing me and the Earl." And St. Clair. She tugged at his cravat sharply, making his heart thump. He murmured, "And St. Clair, and the Countess." She leaned into him and breathed against his lips. "And all I have is if." If he could have spoken past the lump in his throat, he would have told her she had a hell of a lot more than that, then decided she already knew it. One last try, one last warning before they started a game neither one of them could win. He cleared his throat. "You're playing against the way of the world, Eleanor." Her lips touched his. A spark traveled down his belly to his groin. His fingers began working on the buttons on the back of her dress. She pushed his coat off his shoulders and said, "It's not the way of my world." The fire had burned down, and their clothes littered the furniture and floor. Sinclair lay cradled between her legs, his head heavy on her chest. Eleanor was happy to stay here on the floor with him forever, and where his skin touched hers, she was warm. But her skin pebbled along the outside of her arms and outer thighs, and she shivered. Sinclair murmured, "A bed. A blanket." He sighed and didn't move. "A raging fire, and I can pretend I am at home and not in this perpetually chilled country." "You miss India so much?" "More than I can bear." She ran her hand over his hair. "You love your brother so much." "More than I can stand." She laughed, pushing at him until he rolled off her, shivering himself. He made for the fire, poking and stoking until it again put out its heat. When he turned back to her, she was pulling on her dress, and he reached for her, pulling the dress back off and tossing it away. He pulled her to the heat, trapping her between him and it, and rubbed at her arms. When her arms were warm, he knelt at her feet, wrapping his arms around her and rubbing her backside. She pushed her fingers through his too long, too blonde hair, and thought she could almost relax around him, almost be herself, instead of what she thought he wanted. He smoothed his fingers around her waist, across her abdomen, his thumbs meeting over her navel. "Tell me about it." "About the children I've never had." He nodded, and she said, "There's nothing to tell." He looked up. "How can a woman have 5 husbands and no children?" "They don't last long enough to give me any, Sinclair." She'd meant to say it coldly, matter-of-factly, but it came out choked and sad. "You can cry, Eleanor." She shook her head. She never had before. She didn't know why she should start now, with the man who was going to give her everything she wanted at her feet. Cry? Never. To cry would be to accept. To cry would be to admit defeat. And if it had been one husband for 5 years, would it be time to admit defeat then? Her stomach tightened in anger, in fear. She'd gone through this with herself, over and over, never with anyone else, though, and she pushed her anger down to haltingly say, "It wasn't 5 years. Husband number 1 did his duty." The old codger. Her smile lifted her lips. Her stomach let go of its ill emotions, and she sank onto her knees. "The old codger," she agreed. "And then the merchant," Sinclair said, skipping over the heartbreak of a dead child. "Because children died, and women, somehow, some day, pushed themselves from their bed and learned to live with only half a heart." She said, "He could have, should have, 1 year and no child. That is not so unusual. And then there was the Italian stallion, Marcus, who liked men."
"Ah, only?"
"Only. I had hoped. When I finally realized what the problem was, I thought I could change his mind." She smiled self-deprecatingly. "I was wrong." Sinclair sighed.
"And then there was dear Bertie. I don't think I want to know any of his secrets."
Dear Bertie didn't have any secrets. He was a good and kind man, more than a woman like me ever deserved. He was year 2, and I will agree it is worrisome that there was no child, but still nowhere near impossible.
And then year 3
Was the young whippersnapper. She shook her head. Of the year we were married, he was able to enjoy our marital bed 2 times. He had a serious drinking problem, and his member suffered for it."
Sinclair's lips pulled back in a grimace. "Remind me to give up drink."
He was a sweet boy, but very unhappy, and I don't think our marriage helped any. So it was only 2 years, not nearly long enough for me to give up."
Sinclair reached behind him, pulling his greatcoat over to the fire and smoothing it out on the floor. He lay down on it, holding his arm up for Eleanor to snuggle down with him. And when she did, the warm fire on one side and his warm body on the other, she closed her eyes and nearly fell asleep. He said lightly, "You can't fool me, Eleanor. You feign sleep, but I know you're thinking of solicitors and planning your next move."
She smiled. "You haven't given me what I want yet."
"I gave it to you more than once."
He had. Not a selfish lover was George Sinclair. He is all that he promises.
He whispered, "Even if I give you a child, I can't marry you."
"I know. You can't marry me unless the Countess breeds. I won't marry you unless I breed."
"And if you begin breeding and the Countess doesn't?"
"I will have to make you marry me."
She opened her eyes to smile at him and run her hand down his chest.
"Somehow."
"Fair warning, I can't give that to you, Eleanor. My life is not my own."
"Fair warning, Sinclair. I play to win."
"You play to crush, I remember. You think you can twirl me around your finger like all your other husbands, make me forget my brother and my duty, and cling only to you?" She pulled a pin from her disheveled hair, and then another, and she watched him as the locks tumbled down. She said,
"Yes."
and George's cock rose in agreement. He murmured, "God help me if you're right," and leaned in to kiss her, to cover her and love her again, to distract her, if only for a little while, because he was right. It was her against his world. Her only play was to make him come to her side, to make him turn against his world. How did one make a man give you what you wanted when you'd already given him what he wanted? Eleanor had figured it out. She still didn't know if she could do it. She would make him give her his heart. Chapter 9. Sinclair came to visit Eleanor the next evening, and the next. And on the third evening, Eleanor arrived home to find him tucked into her drawing-room, reading, her dogs lying happily at his feet. He pulled her down into his lap, and she went too easily, too happily. She said, "I'll be giving Jones strict instructions not to let you in again unless I am here to receive you." Sounds like a good idea. He kissed her, a whole day apart too long. Sounds like a great idea. Eleanor pulled back before they got too serious. She was tired of the hard floor and the fire burning itself out. Tonight she would take Sinclair to her bedroom. He tucked her into his side, telling her of his day with his brother, the tedious, never-ending details one needed to know to run an earldom. He exclaimed over the stewards and the running of them, and she said, "It is the same as your frippery. You have lots of people taking care of their little part, and you have to take care of them." He'd told her all about the hours he'd spent scouring the markets and the excitement he felt when he found something special. The look in the merchant's eye when he said he wanted as many as could be had. The contacts he'd made in London and the shops that stocked his doodads. "But that's fun, and I'm in charge of it. The earldom runs my brother, not the other way around." "I am sure you will figure it out. I doubt it even occurs to the Earl that it could be any other way." "I appreciate your confidence, even if I do not share it. My only hope is that I will never be in charge of the whole of it, although Sebastian is making threats that he will be giving me the running of an estate here and there. For the experience. Bloody hell, I'll have to report to him." Eleanor hid her smile against his shirt. "How horrible." "The worst. I know my father did the same to Sebastian, and just look at what it did to him. You won't recognize me when he gets through with me." She laughed outright at that, and Sinclair said, "I'll have to go to the country. Sheep, tenants, peace and quiet." He shuddered. Eleanor said, "Mud," then sat up. "When will you be leaving for the country?" "Oh, not right away. Some day. He wouldn't trust me with a dollhouse right now, let alone a real house and lands." Eleanor calmed her racing heart. He wasn't leaving for the country yet. She still had time. "And Sebastian won't send me during the season, not while he is working so hard at getting me married off." Eleanor sat stiffly on his lap, trying to think of something witty to say to that, something biting. But her heart still pounded, and she imagined her townhouse without him here, waiting for her, and she just couldn't think of anything. He ran his hand down her back. "This isn't a secret between us, Eleanor. There are no falsehoods between us." She did smile then. "I am certain there are a few falsehoods between us, but you're right, not that one. I know you and your brother are still set on Miss Weston." She leaned back against him. "Forgive me if I thought I could change your mind with only a few nights." He breathed out, his breath puffing her hair into her face. "You know, were circumstances different, we would be sleeping in a Scottish bed this night, man and wife, over a blacksmith's anvil." She took that pretty thought and held it to her heart.
She never would have it, but it was a pretty thought. Mr. Sinclair, you know I never get married without a passel of solicitors approving the transaction. His chest rumbled against her back. No running off to Gretna Green for you. You have killed every last romantic bone in my body. It is only romantic in your eyes because you wouldn't lose everything. Stupid is not romantic. Then tell me, dear lady, your version of romance. She paused to think. Romance? Love? Perhaps she did think stupid was romantic. Perhaps romance was doing what you knew was stupid, what you knew would hurt, what you knew would destroy, and doing it anyway, just for the chance at happiness. I don't know. You've never loved anyone? Any of them? Is that what you are looking for in marriage, Sinclair? Love? Of course not. That would be silly. But she heard it in his voice, that love was what he hoped for, just like the difference between his frippery and the earldom. One was love, one was duty. George Sinclair wanted to love. George Sinclair lived to love. He'd left all he'd built, the home he'd made for himself, for his brother's happiness. She said, romance is simply the outward expression of love. And love, real love, is the giving up of everything you want in order to give the one you love everything they want. George said nothing at her definition, and she said, no, I never loved any of them like that. I've never loved anyone like that. I think very few people have. Eleanor didn't point out that was exactly what he'd done. He pulled pins from her hair. But you're right. Sacrifice is much more romantic than Gretna Green. Luckily, love doesn't require everything from most people. Luck. Eleanor had never had any. Her stomach turned, and she was glad that she didn't love George Sinclair, glad she wouldn't be asked to give up everything for him. His fingers began to work on the buttons on the back of her dress, and she slid from his lap, standing and offering her hand. I am tired of the cold, hard floor. He perked up. A bed? Jones'll never keep me out now. She laughed, pulling him out the door and up the stairs. Strict instructions. Ah, well, I only came early tonight because I will be very late tomorrow. A dinner. I know. I've been invited. Sinclair stopped halfway up the stairs. You've been invited to dinner at the Earl's? When Eleanor nodded, he exclaimed, by the Earl? His wife. Has Flora lost her mind? I don't believe she has. How in the world did you get her on your side? Then he gasped, Miss Weston will be there. And St. Clair. Sinclair sucked in a breath. My brother, my best friend, my intended, and my mistress. She said thoughtfully, which of us do you think will be the most uncomfortable? Me. She chuckled, tugging at him, until he began climbing the stairs again. I am betting on the Earl. I am hoping for Miss Weston. He said darkly, I have underestimated you, Eleanor. I won't be doing it again. You did underestimate me. You should listen to your friend and your brother more often. Obviously. She pushed open the door to her bedchamber, a wave of heat escaping to coat them. When Jones had told her Sinclair was waiting in her drawing-room, she'd ordered her bedchamber fire stoked as hot as possible, and the room shimmered with heat. It was as close to India as she could imagine for him. She turned to Sinclair, still holding his hand, and said, "Are you going to start listening to them now?" He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply and saying, "God, no." The pain started early the next morning. It had been less than a week. Eleanor couldn't be disappointed they hadn't made a child in so short a time. She couldn't be surprised. She was, and she was. She'd been so sure. She'd known. But the tightening in her belly, the ache in her back, told her menses were coming. She prayed she was wrong, refused to send her apologies to the Countess. By early afternoon, the pain made her breath hitch, but there was still no blood. She could still hope. She refused to take any laudanum. She dressed for dinner slowly, haltingly, every movement hurting her, her maid looking worried and trying to talk her into staying home. Eleanor shook her head, saving her breath to pant against the pain. And then there was a spot of blood, and then another. Eleanor bent double and fell to the bed. She curled into a ball, groaning as the fire burned and twisted low in her belly, as her back spasmed. Mrs. Potts held her down, and the maid poured that hateful elixir down her throat, and far too slowly the pain receded. Far too quickly Eleanor stopped caring that there was no child. She floated in that place where want didn't exist. It didn't even hurt that her last thought, right before she stopped thinking entirely, was that there would never be a child. Flora's guests had gone home. The servants had cleaned up the mess that inevitably resulted from a dozen extra people dining and being entertained for the evening. The lights had been doused, and the household was abed. Flora made her way carefully down the stairs to the library, thinking of the Westons. Lady Weston and her daughter were cut from the same cloth, beautiful and gay and somewhat spirited. The kind of woman you could easily be jealous of, the kind of woman you could easily hate if she had but one mean bone in her body, the kind of woman who could make being a countess look easy, the kind of woman who could raise an earl. If only it was Sebastian who had to make that decision, because George had jumped at every arrival, waiting for one person in particular. Flora had failed to mention that she'd invited the widow to her husband, because Flora hadn't wanted to give Sebastian time to disinvite her, and because Flora hadn't wanted to spend any time being lectured at before the dinner. After the dinner was unavoidable, and because she wanted Sebastian to see how George looked at Miss Weston and how he looked at Eleanor. But Eleanor had not arrived. A note had been sent in her place, not in her handwriting, and Flora had every intention of visiting her friend tomorrow to make sure she was all right. When Flora had shown George the note, he'd read it slowly, then folded it tightly and tucked it in his pocket. She could only imagine that he had been just as surprised that the widow hadn't come, could only imagine that he, too, would be worried about her. He'd tried to be attentive, tried to be interested, but his fingers had strayed to his pocket time and again, and he'd fiddled with the note the entire evening. As soon as Flora's guests had begun departing, he'd left. Flora thought they'd been lucky he hadn't left the moment the note had arrived. She paused at the library door, thinking of earls and their brothers, earls and their wives. She didn't knock, just walked right in like she'd always done,
as if it was her right. Sebastian was behind his desk, working, taking care of his responsibilities. He lifted his head to smile at her. She didn't smile back. She didn't say a word, just untied her dressing gown and let it fall to the floor. She wished it was dark in here, wished she didn't have to stand naked and on display for the man she loved. Not after 10 years and 4 children. Loose, flabby, sagging. She hadn't known 10 years ago that one day she would miss her young body, hadn't known that one day she would wish she had been proud of it, that she'd spent every evening reclining naked in front of the fire, marveling at the smooth skin and firm muscles. In 10 more years, would she feel the same about this body? Sebastian's eyes flicked down, then back up. "Flora?" She tilted her chin up and walked toward him, closer to the light. "Sebastian, I need you. Like this. Us, together." She did need him like that, but it still made her blush. She also needed to try. One more time. Another chance at a son. Not for the earldom, not for duty, not even for George. For her husband. To give him a reason to spend his days and nights working. For purpose. He thought he could live without it. He was wrong. Sebastian sighed. "Flora, I can't. I won't." But his eyes kept getting dragged back down to her breasts, the apex of her thighs. His eyes didn't complain that her breasts now sat lower than they had before. They didn't stop at her belly to criticize the roundness or trace the faint lines left from skin being stretched too far to ever recover. She stepped around the desk, leaned down to rub the tip of her nose on his cheek and to smell the scent that was his alone. She whispered, "I need you, Sebastian." When she pulled back, his eyes were closed, and he said softly, merely a breath escaping, "Flora, please." She crawled onto his lap, her knees straddling his hips, and kissed him. She forgot about propriety and shame, forgot about rejection and leading him where she wanted him to go. If he wouldn't be led to her bed, if he wouldn't lie with her, she would love him just like she'd always done, as if it was her right. George had raced to Eleanor's after leaving Flora's dinner, his heart beating, the note tight in his fist. Lady Haywood sends her apologies. Something had to be wrong. The widow wouldn't shy away from spectacle or scandal. Lady Haywood wouldn't send her apologies. He'd nearly sent his horse up her short flight of stairs to trample through the front door, but at the last minute had vaulted from it and used his fist to summon Jones. When the man opened the door cautiously, George tried to push through. "What's wrong? Where is she?" Jones strong-armed him, keeping him out. "She is resting." That did nothing to ease George's worry. Was it that coxcomb of a brother of hers? "No, sir. She is simply unwell." "Jones, if you do not let me through to see for myself, I will take a nalla out of my pocket. Yes, I will." He would have to go home first to get her, but then, by gad, he would bring the little thing back and let her loose on the hapless Jones, and then on Eleanor for making him worry about her. He was only slightly relieved it hadn't been her brother, had been imagining the madness in the man's eyes and the bruises he must have surely left on Eleanor's arm the first time he'd seen them together.
Jones looked to be at a complete loss, speechless in the face of George's threat, then began to push the door shut, muttering something. George leaned closer to hear. "Pardon?" Jones flushed bright red, cleared his throat, and said to the air above George's head, "It is women's troubles, sir." George blinked and blinked again. Oh. The two men didn't look at one another until finally George shook it off. "Well, in that case, she shouldn't mind if I pop in for a short visit. I won't stay, Jones." Since the man had wished George a farewell and a good morning at the same time for nearly a week now, Jones certainly knew how things lay between George Sinclair and his mistress. The poor man was weakening, but Jones gave it one last shot. "She would not want you to see her. She has taken a heavy dose of laudanum." "Ah, excellent." George pushed his way in, Jones stepping out of the way with a sigh as he realized the futility of the situation. "In that case, she need never know I was here. I will simply peek in to make sure she is as well as can be, then leave her to rest." George didn't wait for Jones to agree, simply bounded up the stairs and to her room, his coat flapping around him, his hat still on his head. He pushed open the door slowly, trying not to imagine what kind of troubles women suffered from, but when he saw a maid sitting quietly next to the bed, and Eleanor sleeping fitfully beneath a light blanket, he relaxed. 3 large steps in, and he was looking down at her, her hair still coiffed, although horribly mussed now. The room was cooler than she kept it for him, and it did not go unnoticed. No bruises marred her face, just a light sheen to her skin, and George said, "Women's troubles." The maid flushed and lowered her head, and George sighed. A woman who'd had 5 husbands, 3½ if she insisted, and no children, and bad enough women's troubles that she needed to be knocked out with laudanum. George sighed again, because tonight he'd had dinner with a young girl and her pleasant family, his brother beaming at the splendidness of the situation. Splendid, simply splendid. George would have to offer for Miss Weston soon. He could go tonight, hunt down her father, make his intentions fact, sip cognac and be welcomed into the family, and then call for the solicitors tomorrow. He could only think of Eleanor now when he thought of solicitors, and George smiled, and then he stopped. How long would she keep him once his engagement was settled? Until the wedding? After? Or would she drop him and move on once she knew she couldn't win? George said to the maid, "I assume you know what you're doing." "Yes, sir." Her tone was too confident to doubt that she hadn't done this before. George didn't say goodbye, just turned and left. The anxiety he'd arrived with had dissipated into a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. He liked to call it his future. He trudged down the stairs. "Thank you, Jones, for letting me see her." "Thank you, sir, for pretending I had any say in the matter." George's mouth twitched. He thought of cognac, and fathers, and solicitors, and said, "I don't suppose Mrs. Potts has any tea down in the kitchen?" Chapter 10. When Eleanor was receiving callers again, Flora came to pay her a visit. She stopped completely when she saw Eleanor. "You look as if you should still be abed." Eleanor still felt shaky, her skin too pale, her movements too slow. "Thank you, but I am well enough. It is the laudanum. It does not agree with me. Or perhaps it agreed too well. Stopping the dosage was nearly as bad as not taking it in the first place, and she didn't know why she clawed her way out every month. Didn't know why her menses was so painful in the first place. Only knew she could very well spend the rest of her life in a stupor from the drug. Let it take away her desire and want. Many women did. A little sip, morning, noon, and night, just enough to keep oneself from caring. Eleanor pushed it away. I am sorry I missed your dinner. Sinclair didn't get himself engaged, did he? No. Eleanor felt the flicker of life spark again. This was why she'd crawled out this time. Sinclair, Miss Weston, the Countess, Eleanor's trump card, the game, everything she wanted, so close. And she pushed away the fear that close didn't matter, not for her. Flora said, "But the Earl is becoming quite fond of Miss Weston. He is pushing his brother toward her at every opportunity, which I am not interfering with, since it irritates George to no end. At this point, he wouldn't marry the girl even if he was in love with her." Sinclair had come to visit Eleanor every day, she'd been told. Her staff had kept him out, and she was a little sorry she'd told them not to let him in unless she was able to receive him. He'd come every day, and been turned away every day, and she was afraid he would stop coming. Eleanor said, if the Earl made Miss Weston forbidden, Sinclair would be off to Gretna Green with her in a flash. Flora sat quietly, looking at Eleanor and parsing her words. She finally said, would he? He would think it romantic, and likely the girl is young enough that she would too. George would never do that to her, or to their children. Leave them with nothing for some romantic gesture? Eleanor shook her head. Not a gesture, if it was the only way he could have her. Flora tapped her foot. And should I tell the Earl to do this? Eleanor tried to say yes, tried to give up what she wanted for someone she liked, for someone she could love, if she could love at all. Eleanor said, no. And then the knocker on the door rang out before either of them could say anything more. And when Jones opened the drawing-room door and let in Sinclair, Eleanor thought again. No, Miss Weston couldn't have him, not so easily as that. Sinclair bowed to his sister-in-law, his hair bouncing wildly, his smile too sincere. He was too uncivilized, and Eleanor couldn't take her eyes from his face, so happy he'd come again. He said to the Countess, I thought I recognized your carriage. Had he always been like this, open and happy, or is this what India had done to him? Eleanor thought she would never know. He turned to her and bowed over her hand, his eyes catching hers, and then searching her face. She wished she'd waited until the bloom was back in her cheeks, the sparkle back in her eyes, lovely and splendid, and all a man could want in a woman. Her worry that he would stop visiting because of being repeatedly turned away, twisting into the thought that now he wouldn't return because he could see with his own eyes what her body put her through. He smiled at her, his eyes crinkling, his hand squeezing hers, and she smiled back. He settled on the sofa beside her, not touching, and said, You are looking better. Flora guffawed. She looks like she's on death's door. You should have seen her yesterday. Eleanor turned her head slowly to look at him and raised her eyebrows. He smiled again at her, and Eleanor tried to be mad. That they'd let him in, that they'd lied to her about it. She couldn't seem to muster the emotion. Who could keep him out when he wanted in? Flora said, "I came to tell her about the dinner she missed, but if you've already been to see her, she'll know." Eleanor and Sinclair didn't reply, and Flora smiled, rising. "Perhaps you had more important things to talk of. I hope you'll be feeling yourself again soon, Eleanor." Sinclair rose, putting a hand to Eleanor's shoulder when she began to follow. "The Countess will forgive you the slight." Eleanor stayed sitting and again tried to be miffed at Sinclair for taking over her household, for his high-handedness. But all she could do was hide her shaking hands beneath her skirt and sit quietly. When the Countess had left, Eleanor said, "Jones let you in." Sinclair sat down next to her, this time close enough to touch, close enough to kiss her lips lightly. "Of course he let me in. You look tired." She was tired, tired and happy, stupidly happy. He lifted an arm, sliding it around her shoulders and tugging her against him, and she went, sliding down in her seat to lean her head against him. He murmured, "The Countess visits you. She's your if." When Eleanor nodded, he asked, "Is she breeding?" "Not yet." Not yet. If. The same could be said of her. Not yet. If. Possibly never. A depression settled over her, and she sat quietly, tucked tightly in the arms of a man she'd give everything to. If she loved him. Flora had gone to visit the widow, not sure at all how to share her news, her conquest, only knowing that if she didn't, it would burst from her chest. She'd seduced her husband, and she'd had such fun she was planning on doing it again tonight. She smiled, alone in her carriage, and tried to stuff her secret back down where it couldn't escape. But she smiled, because she loved, was in love. There was passion and fire and something new. Smiled because there was hope. She smiled as she remembered George and Eleanor together at that first flush of love, when nothing and no one else existed. She smiled when the carriage pulled up to her lovely home, smiled at the footman who helped her down, smiled as she swept through the waiting door, smiled when she was told that his lordship had requested her presence as soon as she was able. Flora's stomach flopped, and she tried to stop smiling, but she simply couldn't help it as she wondered about seducing her husband in broad daylight, wondered if she should lock the library door behind her, and wondered if he wanted her for the same reason she wanted him. She floated to the library, entering without knocking, and then breathing deeply when she saw Sebastian at his desk, working. She watched him as his pen scratched across paper, and she leaned back against the door. He didn't look up at her. She said softly, "You summoned me?" His pen paused, and then resumed writing. He cleared his throat. "I wanted to speak with you. At your leisure, of course. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear." She said nothing, waiting for him to look up. When he didn't, she pushed herself away from the door and went to sit in the chair across from his desk, her smile gone, the tingles in her belly turning to lead. He still didn't look at her, and they sat in awkward silence until she leaned over to put her hand over his to stop the scratching. "Sebastian." He looked up then, and he was angry, his eyes hard. She pulled her hand away at his look, and her mouth fell open when he said harshly, "I underestimated your needs." She had nothing to say to that. "If there is a child, can I be certain it will be mine?" She choked, her own anger building. "I have lain with only one man my entire life. I have loved only one man my entire life. I dare say you cannot say the same." She stood, ready to leave, her entire body shaking. "Flora," she whirled on him, "you need a son. It is my duty to give you one, and you refuse me. Flora, a year alone in my bed, wondering who my husband is loving now that he has done with me. Flora, I loved you, Sebastian. No one luckier in all of London, that's what I told myself. A countess, 4 beautiful children, saved from death itself by God's hand. And for what? Only God could have saved you, Flora. That's how close you were." He said it so quietly that it cut through some of her anger. She held her hands out wide, showing him her whole body, alive. "I didn't die, Sebastian, and you're the only one who makes me wish I had." He sucked in a breath. "Who are you, Flora? 10 years, and I still don't know who my wife is. You flirt and laugh with George. And now what are you accusing me of?" "Nothing. It's just, with him, you laugh." "Everyone laughs with George." "It makes me wonder, who is the real you? She who laughs with my brother, or she who stands by my side as the perfect countess?" he said, softer. "Or she who stands in front of me right now, angry?" She was angry, all right. 10 years, and he didn't know her at all. 10 years, and he hadn't even looked. Her voice was hard and unforgiving when she said, "If you don't know who your wife is, then you haven't been listening. And for your information, I don't have to be just one of those women. I am all." She swept out of the room, ignoring as he called her name one last time, ignoring how her anger covered the hurt. Perhaps she didn't love him. Perhaps she never had. Perhaps what she'd thought was love was simply circumstance, and she would have loved any man she'd been married to. She left the house, stomping down the stairs and sending the footman running for the carriage that had just been put away. She waited for a split second, then turned and began walking. She'd waited and waited, and she was sick of waiting. 10 years, and he didn't know her at all. 10 years! What good could come from waiting any longer than that? Miss Weston was hanging on George's arm, being led around the room, and chatting happily at him while they waited for the next set of dances to start. She was diverting and beautiful, and he decided he would be tracking down her father tonight. George felt as good about it as any man who'd left another woman's bedroom this morning could feel, and he didn't know what would happen between him and Eleanor when he told her. He was only slightly worried about what would happen to Miss Weston. Surely Eleanor wouldn't. Surely she wouldn't do anything to either of them, right? George shook his head. She'd got into his head this morning when she'd pecked his lips lightly and told him to have fun with his 2 dances.
She'd said it so calmly and dispassionately that the hairs on the back of George's neck had stood up. And he didn't think it said anything good about him that the thought of his two women scratching each other's eyes out excited him. But he hadn't seen Eleanor all evening. He knew she was here, somewhere. He could feel it, could feel the prickles and the sense that she was watching him woo Miss Weston. Miss Weston, along with everyone else, had got the message. She'd shooed off her entourage and hung on him and his every word. She was lovely, and bloody hell he'd keep telling himself that until it was engraved on his heart. Couples began lining up, and George was steering Miss Weston toward the floor when he saw the Countess sweep into the room. George stopped and stared. Her hair hung loose, and her dress was wild, a dark green heavy velvet that left her shoulders bare but draped down both arms long enough to hide her hands. There was enough exposed bosom to make him, her brother-in-law, keep his eyes glued to her face, and there was enough length to the dress that it pooled behind her like a regal train. George thought she looked like an ethereal head floating over a wild forest, a wild and angry forest. And even Sebastian was eyeing her, clearly not knowing what to do with his suddenly ferocious wife. George cleared his throat, trying to figure out how to tell the woman beside him that he was needed, that there was a pressing problem that looked potentially explosive. Miss Weston. And then he stopped, because there was Eleanor, heading straight for the Countess and the Earl. Her eyes met his briefly, and he relaxed. She would take care of the Countess, whatever was wrong with her. He would dance his second dance with Miss Weston, and then go get his brother a stiff drink. It really was the only cure for a man with woman trouble. Eleanor bowed to the Earl, ignoring how the confusion in his eyes turned to anger at the sight of her. She was an easy target, an acceptable scapegoat, and she didn't wait for him to attack. She slipped her arm through Flora's and led her away, without a word to either of them. When they got away, Eleanor said, "What a dress! You must tell me the name of your dressmaker." "Her name is Hate. Her name is Broken Dreams. Her name is Bitterness." Eleanor laughed, saying, "How very poetic," and Flora pinched her lips. "You do not know, Eleanor, how a man can destroy a woman just by being his obtuse self." Eleanor said nothing because she did know it. Every woman learned it eventually. It does make one wonder how they manage to rule the world when they are so blind. Blind and stupid. Flora's bottom lip wobbled, and even if Eleanor wished she could hug her friend and tell her that this would pass, she said, "Tears will ruin this look completely. Avenging goddesses do not cry." Flora sniffed, then tipped her chin up. "Not in public, at least." No, not in public. Did they cry when they were alone? "Besides, I'm proving to my husband that I am still alive. I'm proving it to myself. And tonight I will laugh." Flora closed her eyes and tipped her head to the ceiling, laughing like her life depended on it. For a moment Eleanor froze, feeling head after head turn toward them, and then she thought, how scandalous. She tipped her head up as well and laughed, and thought that if the sound of two women madly laughing didn't scare every man in there, she didn't know what would. Drinks were drunk, dances were danced, dice were rolled.
The Countess won and lost and laughed and lived, and Eleanor pretended not to notice when her friend would surreptitiously glance around the room, looking to see if someone in particular was paying attention to how much fun she was having. Sinclair took his sister-in-law out for a quadrille, and when they returned breathless and laughing, Eleanor refused the same from him. "It's only a dance, Eleanor, Lady Haywood, to thank you." "No thanks are necessary. She is my friend." "And I'm still wondering how that happened." "If I knew, I would tell you." He held his hand out. "One dance with the widow. Let's be scandalous, Lady Haywood." "And what of your two with Miss Weston?" "Done and done." Eleanor knew it was all done for, knew she was holding on to the last fleeting moments. Avenging goddesses do not cry, not in public, at least. She looked at Flora, tipsy and glowing with exertion from the dance, and thought she had the right idea. Tonight, Eleanor would laugh. She put her hand in Sinclair's and let him lead her out onto the dance floor. He never took his eyes from her face. She never noticed the other couples twisting around them. They danced. They smiled. He laughed too loud. She smiled too wide. Miss Weston watched, her lovely face trying to stay lovely. The Countess watched, still tipsy, still angry, and she wanted to walk up to her husband and shout, "See? Can you see this?" The Earl watched and saw his irresponsible brother getting seduced by an impossible woman. St. Clair watched and saw another friend dead in his grave. Alan Rusbridge watched and saw everything he'd ever wanted in life, everything anyone could ever want, being handed to the sister he hated. Sinclair didn't go home. He was tired but restless. He'd had a plan tonight involving Lord Weston and a suitable proposal and a glass of cognac. Mustn't forget the cognac. And instead, here he was at his club, looking for a distraction, because he could not reconcile where he needed to be with where he wanted to be. And when he stepped into the loud, smoky room and saw Lord Weston chatting with some cronies, he sighed. He said to no one in particular, "Yes, I see him," and then headed to a different room. St. Clair was there, smoking in a quiet corner and talking to no one, and Sinclair made a beeline straight for him. A friendly face in the crowd, and here I thought the fates were giving me a clear sign. St. Clair puffed. "That you're buggered?" Sinclair laughed. "That obvious?" "To the world." Sinclair sat, breathing in the fragrant tobacco smoke of a fine cigar and listening to muted chatter. He nodded vigorously at the offer of a drink. He put his hands behind his head and leaned back. He counted the nooks and crannies in the ceiling, only abandoning the task when a drink was finally placed in his hand. St. Clair watched him take a healthy sip and said, "Is she breeding?" Sinclair choked. "No. If she was, there would be less trouble. Sebastian would have less to object to if there was at least a child. There is still plenty to object to. I think that I love her." St. Clair closed his eyes in pain and sighed so long and so loud that Sinclair started laughing. "My friend," Sinclair laughed again and shook his head, "tell me how you really feel." St. Clair kept his eyes closed and said, "I've sat here before. Listen to one of my friends tell me he loved Eleanor Rusbridge, and then I buried him. He died of putrid fever. You can't deny that. You can't think that she killed him, that she killed any of them. She's unlucky." Sinclair shook his head. "I don't know how the most rational men I know, you and my brother, can be so irrational." St. Clair's eyes opened, and there was impatience and anger in them. "Fine. She's trouble, then. She makes men lose their minds. She's not a mistress pulling strings, Sin. She's a dangerous woman playing a game." Sinclair's free hand had tightened into a fist, and he looked down into his drink. "And if she wins, what's the cost, George? Because I can't see it." "Everything. You will lose everything. Do you think that the Earl will welcome her with open arms? He will cut you off." "Entirely likely." "And children? Not for your brother, not for the earldom, for you. Are you prepared to be a man with no children, no legacy, no future?" Sinclair had never thought much about children before coming back to England, had always assumed that one day he would have them. And because the thought of not having any did prick him, he said flippantly, "Who knows? Perhaps I already have a dozen. A man never knows, though he does try prodigiously." He smiled at St. Clair, who did not smile back. "She's not worth it, friend. You can't know that. Perhaps she is. No woman is. No one is." "Oh, George, I wish upon you a love that is worth everything, a life that is worth losing, passion and need, and everything that makes our short time here worth it." St. Clair puffed. "I always knew you were a vindictive scab, Sinclair." Sinclair smiled and laughed. "I am many things you are not. Romantic, optimistic, silly, irresponsible. But you're the one who is vindictive. You who won't forgive a woman because she was married to a man when the fates cut his thread. If they had asked dear Bertie to choose, don't you think he would have chosen to spend that last year with her? Are they asking you to choose?" Sinclair thought of Lord Weston in the other room, and wondered if perhaps he was being asked to choose. He wondered if perhaps he already had. St. Clair leaned forward. "Truly, Sinclair, if the choice is one great year, or a lifetime of good years, it would be one marvelous year, a year worth 1,000 lifetimes, and you already know what I would choose." St. Clair looked down at his boots, saying softly, "I know. Bugger the fates, St. Clair." St. Clair sat back and stuck his cigar between his teeth. "If anyone can," he raised his glass, "to Lady Haywood and her coup." "She's not like that." "She is. We all are. It's the way of the world." It was the way of the world, but all he could think of was Eleanor leaning over him and whispering, "It's not the way of my world." George had left his world once, been thrust into a place so foreign that nothing was familiar. His compatriots had tried to make that world into what they knew, what they'd left. But George had loved it, had loved finally realizing that the way of the world was really just the way it was here, now. It didn't have to be that way. It wasn't that way somewhere else. If. Chapter 11. Her dogs heard him first, their growling waking Eleanor from an exotic dream where the day was too warm and all the ladies bared their midriffs. She threw off the covers
the room still comfortably warm, despite the grey of the morning filtering through the curtains. She'd built up the fire for Sinclair last night, thinking he would come, thinking he couldn't stay away after their dance. She'd fallen asleep waiting for him, and been woken only a few hours later by a visit from her brother. What a perfect way to start the day! She heard the shouting, heard the stones pummeling the bricks and windows of her home, and she slipped on her dressing gown and slowly opened her bedroom door. Jones stood in the hallway, a lamp in one hand and a pistol in the other. The dogs tore around him, racing down the stairs and barking wildly now that they were free of her bedchamber. Jones pinched his lips together in disapproval, knowing she wouldn't leave her brother to shout outside like the common folk they were. "I will not hide from him, Jones." "Please, my lady, some battles cannot be won." She sighed, heading for the stairs. "I have never agreed with that sentiment before, but I am beginning to think you are right." "Then let me and the dogs take care of him, and you stay inside." She smiled a little, thinking there were so many ways a man could be taken care of, so much implied in one little phrase. "I will take care of my brother. It is better to know what he wants, what is festering in his mind, than to pretend he is not hiding in the dark." Jones muttered, "He wants you as miserable as he is." That was true. That was as old as she was. He also wanted revenge. He wanted to best her. He wanted to have more and be the name the tone whispered. He didn't want to be the widow's brother. He wanted her to be Alan Rusbridge's sister. When they came to the front door, Jones gave her one last look, but she ordered the dogs to sit and nodded at him. Her brother stopped shouting when the door swung open, like he always did. He hadn't been home from the night before. His clothes were rumpled, his hat lost, his hair disheveled. She could tell he'd been drinking from 10 paces away, and the smell and the rage in his eyes reminded her of their father. Dead, but not forgotten, and she wondered what parts of her were his legacy. She, who never gave anyone what they wanted unless it helped her somehow. She who single-mindedly charted a course to what she wanted. She knew what parts of her came from her father. Retribution butted his head into her hand, and she petted him, feeling the tension in his body, knowing he wanted nothing more than to be let loose upon Alan. She said, "Brother?" A laugh cracked from him. "Oh, sister, I didn't know what heights you aspired to. Didn't know I should bow and mince around you. Didn't know you had it in you to aim for Countess. Viscountess not high enough for you?" He threw a handful of stones onto the ground, startling both Jones and Retribution, and then smacked his hands together in a slow clap. "But tonight, when I saw that buffoon dancing under your spell, I realized—" He stopped, his eyes focusing far away. "I realized, and I have come to accept my place." "I don't think so, Alan." He nodded. "I have. Brother to a countess? I accept. I bow down before you. I beg for your favor." But there was no begging in his eyes, only hate and anger. And Eleanor didn't know why she'd allowed herself to feel some kind of connection to him, why calling him brother had to mean anything to her, when all it meant to him was hate and jealousy and revenge. Jones was right. Some battles could not be won.
Eleanor said, "Firstly, Mr. Sinclair is not an earl. He may never be."
If Sinclair had his way, he never would be, and Eleanor hoped with all her might that he would not have to take on that responsibility, hoped that he could live out his life carefree, a bright and joyous light shining upon everyone he met. Her brother shrugged carelessly. "Only an accident away, but you're right. Must snag the brother first before anything can happen to the earl." Eleanor thought it was no wonder that she'd become witless over Sinclair, because when compared to her brother, when compared to most men, George Sinclair stood head and shoulders above the rest. She said, "Secondly, no one in their right mind thinks he'll marry me, including me." "We all saw, Eleanor, last night, the two of you." Everyone had seen, and yet she'd woken alone this morning. They'd see Sinclair engaged to Miss Weston, too. She patted Retribution, gave him a hand command to stay, then walked down the short stairs to her brother. "And thirdly, there is no place for you. Whatever blood we share is worth nothing. Whatever history we have is a nightmare better left forgotten." She stopped on the bottom step, keeping her eyes level with his. "You've got what you've wanted, Alan. You're no longer the widow's brother." He shook his head. "I won't let you take this, not when we're so close, you and me together. Think what we could do with an earldom. Think what father would have done." "I know exactly what father would have done. He would have come to my house and screamed and threatened. He would have told me I owed it to him." "Yes, you owe this to me. You've taken everything from me." She laughed. "I've stolen it, right?" "Yes." "I've stolen nothing. Whatever I had that was yours was because you lost it, and everything else I have is in spite of you, not because of you. And that's exactly what I told father when he saw that I had something he wanted." "You killed him. You took him from me, just like you took Marcus." It was possible. Her father had died the night she'd thrown him out of her life, his face purple with rage. He'd screamed and threatened, hit her. But she'd hired very good solicitors, and they both knew he'd never touch her merchant husband's money. She'd never seen him again, and she'd always wondered if the rage had killed him. Rage and drink, and she didn't think she should shoulder any guilt for his death. "No more, Alan. I'll take nothing more from you." "That's because I have nothing left to steal." "It's because you're nothing to me. I won't open the door again. I won't humor you any more." "Humor me?" His face turned purple, his hands squeezed into fists. And then he laughed, a maniacal sound that made her ears hurt and her dogs jump and bark. He sing-songed, "He'll never marry me, Alan. I won't steal from you again, Alan. Acting like a countess already, sister. I can taste it just as well as you can." He grabbed at her, digging his fingers into her arm and jerking her from the step. "You won't be getting rid of me, Countess." Jones shouted, and Retribution lunged through the doorway. And before she could do anything to free herself from Alan's grasp, she was thrown to the ground as he tried to defend himself from Retribution. Alan shrieked as sharp teeth pierced his leg, and Eleanor screamed, grabbing at her dog. She jerked at his collar and shouted her command to release. When Retribution let go,
Alan stumbled, still shrieking, and Eleanor hung on to the collar, falling backward and using her weight to drag Retribution with her. Alan grabbed his leg, and when blood coated his hands, he raised his head to meet Eleanor's eyes. She nearly let go of her dog's collar at what she saw in Alan's eyes. It wasn't hate or jealousy, but madness, and all directed at her. Jones stepped between them, his gun cocked and pointed at Alan's heart. Alan stopped shrieking. Eleanor started breathing again. Jones said, "Leave. I won't say it again." Retribution growled, echoing those sentiments, and Eleanor tightened her grip on his collar. Her view was blocked by Jones, and she stayed on the ground behind him, huddling, hiding. She lifted her chin. "I will not hide from him. I will not hide ever again," she said very quietly and very calmly. "Jones." It took him a long minute, and she knew he wanted nothing more than for Alan to make a threatening move, but eventually he took a half step to the left, enough for her to see Alan's face. She stayed on the ground, still using her weight to keep Retribution from attacking again, and said nothing more. There was nothing left to say. She met her brother's eyes for the last time. Alan gripped his leg and looked between her and the gun and the dog. He smiled mockingly and took a deep breath. "Sister, au revoir." He waited until she knew he meant it. "I will see you again." Then he turned and hobbled away until he was swallowed by the small crowd that had stopped to watch. Later, Eleanor was sure she would be happy this had happened so early in the morning. Later, she was sure it wouldn't make any difference. All of London would have nothing else to talk of. Jones turned, holding a hand down to help her up, and she shook her head. "A leash. I don't want to let go of him until he is inside." Her arms were beginning to shake from the effort of holding her dog back, from the fear, and Jones only nodded before trotting up the stairs to get a leash. Eleanor murmured to Retribution that he was a good dog. He'd been protecting her, she knew, but the blood around his muzzle was disconcerting. She wanted him inside and cleaned up, and it wasn't until Jones tied a leash through his collar and let him through the front door that she finally relaxed. She saw a tall man break from the crowd and come toward her, and she thought seriously for a moment about calling her dog back, or Jones and his gun. And when the man stopped in front of her and held his hand out to help her up, she said, "And I thought the day couldn't possibly get any worse." When she didn't take his hand, preferred actually to sit in filth than to let George St. Clair help her up, he said, "Shall we have it out here in the middle of the street, Lady Haywood, or have you given your neighbors enough of a show?" She'd given her neighbors enough of a show for 10 lifetimes. What was a little row with St. Clair in comparison? But she was tired of being gawked at, tired of sitting on the hard pavement, and she lifted her hand to take his help, then stopped. "I have blood on my hands, blood and dirt and unspeakable filth." St. Clair grabbed and pulled. "It washes easily enough." "Does it? It's only the metaphorical blood that just won't come off." He didn't answer, and she looked down at her ruined dress. "I look as if I've been dragged through the street." "You look bruised, and like you need a good stiff drink." She was bruised,
She did need a good stiff drink. A bath, too.
Then get on with it, St. Clair.
He looked around at the gawkers lining the street, and then down at the muck and blood on her dress, and nodded. He said, quietly enough that only she could hear, "I came to congratulate you. Another man willing to throw away his life on you."
She sighed and closed her eyes. "Ah, yes, you and my brother. And, like him, a bit premature."
There was a long pause, and Eleanor kept her eyes closed. Her backside throbbed, her arm burned. She was in no mood to toy with St. Clair. He said softly, "I will try hard not to be insulted by the comparison." She opened her eyes to find him glaring at her. It was a look she was quite familiar with. "And like my brother, if you'd waited but a day, you'd have seen that George Sinclair had not chosen me, but a perfectly acceptable young woman. Your visit is wasted, St. Clair. I expect your dear friend spent the early morning getting himself engaged. He was with me all last night, talking himself out of a perfectly good opportunity to do that very thing." She blinked, and he continued, "And I have every belief that he'll be here shortly instead." Eleanor opened her mouth, then closed it. St. Clair never stopped glaring at her. "You've won again, Lady Haywood." When she still could think of nothing to say, to think, St. Clair turned to study her home, looking as if he found brick and glass absorbing, and studying the proportions as if it held the answers to all of life's questions. He whispered, "And I beg of you to turn him down." Another man begging her with hate in his eyes. But when he tipped his head to her, there was nothing but concern for his friend. "Please, the Earl won't forgive him, and it will kill him as surely as putrid fever killed Bertie." "I thought I killed Bertie," she said, and even to her own ears sounded tired and defeated. George St. Clair was another battle she would never win. "Sinclair says I am irrational on the subject." He was, but grief is not rational. "He was a good man, was Bertie." Eleanor nodded, and St. Clair said, "George is the same, a good man." Too good for her. She couldn't disagree with him, not after what he'd witnessed that morning. She wasn't sure if she'd ever disagreed with him, just hadn't cared if he was right. She said, "You know, it's not in my nature to lay down my cards when I'm winning." "I know it's not. I doubt it is in any man or woman, except I saw you dance with him last night, and I think more than one heart has been lost. And I think someone who loves wouldn't ask for such a sacrifice." St. Clair turned fully to her and bowed, low and long, instead of the disrespectful head nod he'd always subjected her to before. He said not another word, and when he rose back up, just looked at her and begged with his proud eyes. He turned and walked away, leaving her to watch him disappear into the crowd again. "More than one heart has been lost," he'd said, and he was right. Who wouldn't love George Sinclair? She danced with him last night, knowing that he couldn't marry her, even if he wanted to, and she did think he wanted to. She'd woken without him, knowing he hadn't come because he was finally doing what he should have weeks ago, knowing that Miss Weston would be the one to have his name and his future. She'd stood in front of her brother, finally realizing that she'd never had any chance at catching Sinclair, knowing she'd been right to tell herself to steer clear of him. Finally realizing that she'd never had any chance of that, either. She wondered if she had any chance of staying away from him in the future, and doubted it. Doubted that she could say no to him, whatever he asked of her. She'd loved only two people in her life, Marcus and her daughter, and Eleanor hadn't been sure there was room in there for anyone else. Perhaps that was why it hurt just a little to love Sinclair. It could also be that she wasn't going to be able to have him after all, that she thought St. Clair was right. Someone who truly loved wouldn't ask for such a sacrifice, wouldn't ask for everything when she could offer nothing in return. George Sinclair had made a decision. It wasn't the right decision. It possibly wasn't even a good decision. It might be great, but not good, and he stood in front of his brother's home, dreading what would come next. It wasn't going to be great, good, or even tolerable. But he knocked, and was led back to his brother's library. "Ah, George, you're early." Sebastian went back to his figures, then raised his head again and paid more attention. "Have you even been to bed yet?" George opened his mouth, and Sebastian held up a hand to forestall him. "I should have been more specific. Have you had any sleep?" "No, and no. And you are awfully clever to be around at the moment." Go home, your home, and get some rest. You are of no use to me witless." George sat, realizing just how tired he was. "I don't think I will ever be of use to you, Sebastian." Sebastian put his pen down and rubbed at his eyes, and George said, "You can't have had much more sleep than me. An hour or two, a change of clothes. It can make a world of difference." George grunted, and then they sat in silence, both wishing for sleep. "Sebastian, George." They stopped, and George tipped his hand up for Sebastian to go ahead. "I was going to say that it's been nice not to have to do this alone. When you've had a few hours' sleep behind you, you can be quite astute about the estate. I'm sorry I'm so hard on you sometimes. Father was the same with me, and I swore I would do things differently with my own son." George sunk in his seat. "You would have. A brother is different." "Perhaps, but I can do better." He took a deep breath. "I must do better, or I will be surrounded by people and problems I have no idea how to fix." "Flora, the biggest at the moment." George wobbled his head. That was quite a dress. "And the laughing, and the gambling, and the drinking." Sebastian rubbed his forehead, and George tried not to grin. "Don't forget the dancing. My legs have not yet recovered, and if it comforts you at all, she did seem to prefer to dance with her brother-in-law. She could have chosen someone much, much worse. A Lothario, a con man. Shall I be thankful for small favors? We've been married how long, and I've never seen her like that before. You know who I blame." George closed his eyes and leaned his head back. "I can guess." "Do you know which is the real her, George? Because you came home, and the widow got her hooks into my perfect countess, and suddenly I'm rudderless, floating in the middle of an ocean without a first and second mate." George laughed. "A mutiny, is that what it feels like to you? My whole crew against me." George let out a long breath and opened his eyes. "Then what I have to tell you will just feel like more proof of that." "Then don't tell me." I've not come to get your blessing. I know you won't give it." Sebastian's nostrils flared and his lips tightened. George said, "I've come to tell you that I'm marrying Eleanor, or will be once I've asked her. But I came to tell you first, because you are my brother, because I am your heir apparent." "You are my heir apparent, which is why you will not be marrying her," George said softly, "not asking, telling, preparing you for this." Sebastian leaned forward. "Not even you are this irresponsible. Not even you can believe that she loves you in return." "I am, and I do. I'm going to marry her, Sebastian." Sebastian let out a disgusted breath of air. "No, you're not. Get your brain out of your bollocks." "I love her." "I need a drink." "You don't know her." George narrowed his eyes. "Do you?" "No, don't tell me." Sebastian leaned his elbows on the desk and stared at his steepled fingers. He didn't look at George when he said, "That's all it would take, is it? Tell you I slept with her." "You haven't." "Are you certain?" George thought and thought, because if his brother had slept with Eleanor, then yes, that's all it would take. But he knew Sebastian hadn't. "She's not to your taste, and you are not to hers." "How do you know?" "Because I know you, and I know her. And perhaps it's not the most flattering picture of a woman that I want to tie myself to, but sleeping with you wouldn't accomplish anything." "You're right. That's not very flattering." "I think it best to find out the faults early on in a relationship, not 10 years in." Sebastian raised an eyebrow, and George said, "Which is why I would like you to invite Eleanor to dinner." "She's not welcome. You're not marrying her." George said nothing, didn't know what to say to make his brother see, to make his brother into a different sort of person. Sebastian said, "What of Miss Weston?" George couldn't imagine how much worse that conversation was going to go, so he pushed it out of mind. "One step at a time." "I appreciate that you chose me first," Sebastian said, not sounding appreciative at all. George looked down at his knee, wiped at a spot that had appeared sometime during the night. "I would like to bring Eleanor to dinner. I would like you to get to know her. I think you would like her." "She can't have children, George. So what if I do find I like her?" "Would it be so bad, Sebastian? Would the inevitable be so bad when it's going to happen anyway?" Sebastian shook his head, looking like he thought George was suddenly talking in Hindustani. "Yes, because right now it's not inevitable. Right now it's a choice." Choice. The fates asking him to choose. He already had. But he knew his brother wouldn't see that, would think that there was still a choice to be made until he stood in front of the vicar. Sebastian had thought the same of India, had thought that George would change his mind, and there was still a choice up until the ship sailed. There hadn't been. Nothing would have kept him from that boat 8 years ago, once he'd decided. And last night he'd known, looking at Lord Weston, that he would marry the widow. He rose, meeting Sebastian's angry eyes. "If it feels like your crew is mutinying, Sebastian, perhaps you should consider that you are on the wrong course, that where you want us to go is not in our best interest, and perhaps it's not in yours either." "Wrong course? Best interest?
The right course is the one that ensures the survival of this house, this name, this legacy." George shook his head, knowing they would never see eye to eye on this, knowing that his brother, a man who had given his life to this house, his title, and their father's legacy, couldn't believe otherwise. The only thing George could do was figure out what he wanted to give his life to, and what price he was willing to pay for that choice. Chapter 12. Sebastian watched George walk out the door and thought again that his crew was mutinying. George married to the widow, a woman married 5 times before, a woman who couldn't have children. His wife angry with him, furious. "Perhaps you should consider that you are on the wrong course." The wrong course. That implied there was more than one, and Sebastian had never entertained the thought that there could be. Because if he let himself wonder for even a moment what the point of it was, he'd start questioning what the point of anything was. He stepped back quickly from that great, gaping black hole of unknown threatening to swallow him. He was right. This was right, and whatever sacrifice was required was worth it. He clung to the thought that George hadn't asked yet. Perhaps the widow would turn him down. And then Sebastian choked on his own laughter. The widow wouldn't turn George down. A light knock on the door stopped Sebastian's laughter, and he called out hopefully, rising to meet whoever was on the other side. Had George returned, come back to tell him it was all a joke, and that of course George knew he couldn't marry the widow? Sebastian's stomach tightened into a ball of dread when it was Flora who pushed the door in, when it was Flora who had knocked on his library door. He looked at her wild dress that now drooped tiredly, and said, horrified, "Are you just getting home?" Yes, that was all she said. Yes. Where had she been? Who had she been with? Flora. "You're done with me, right, Sebastian? Then it doesn't matter." His mouth fell open. His heart stopped beating. He fell into his chair, speechless, and she looked at him a long, quiet minute. When she turned around to leave, he jumped from his chair, searching for any topic that would keep her there with him, keep him from wondering who she'd been with. George is going to ask the widow to marry him. She stopped and nodded. He loves her. Sebastian sighed. He doesn't. It's infatuation. It isn't. If you'd only look, you could see the difference between Miss Weston and Lady Haywood. There is one, Sebastian. He could see a glimmer of his old Flora in her calm and rational answer, even if it disagreed with his assessment, and he smiled at her. The difference is one will give us a male heir, and the other won't. She didn't smile back at him. She flinched. And that is everything, isn't it? She turned again to leave. Flora. She didn't stop, just said over her shoulder, "If you want your brother happy, you will let him choose." She closed the door behind her, and Sebastian stood stock still. 2 people had walked out on him today. Mutiny. Perhaps you should consider that you are on the wrong course, he thought, and then slammed his fist onto his desk. George had decided that he couldn't see Miss Weston in rumpled and stained clothing, so he'd gone home for a change of clothing, and once there had decided that he really did need his wits about him, and chose to spend the rest of the day asleep. He woke, missing Eleanor, and headed to her townhouse. Too late to see Miss Weston, anyway. He would call on her in the morning. He wasn't looking forward to it, but a promise had been implied, and he felt he owed it to her to be the first to break the news of his engagement to Eleanor. He didn't want Miss Weston to hear it from anyone else first. There was a skip to his step and a smile on his face when Jones let him in, and George knew he'd made the right choice. He was greeted at the drawing-room door by 3 happy dogs, and he put a Nala down among them to jump and yip excitedly. Eleanor watched him pat each dog and say hello to them, and said, "I wasn't sure to expect you tonight. When you didn't come last night, I assumed you'd finally asked for Miss Weston." He shook his head. "No, and I won't be." She sat down with a thump and whispered, "That's what St. Clair told me." He stopped greeting the dogs to come toward her, searching her face. "He came to visit you?" When she nodded, he said, "I'm sorry," and she smiled. "He came to beg me not to marry you." George fell to his knees in front of her and said again, "I'm sorry. He'll come around, Eleanor. My brother, too." She ran her fingers through his hair. "You are entirely too optimistic." "A man has to be optimistic when he asks a woman to marry him." Eleanor looked into his eyes and stopped playing with his hair. "It does seem like it would help." He has to think that she won't let him suffer for very long before she gives him an answer. She sat back in her seat. "I said I wouldn't marry any man unless I was breeding." Sinclair had to admit this was not how he thought this conversation would go. "And I told you I couldn't marry you unless the Countess was breeding. Things change." She said quickly, "I think you should go ask for Miss Weston." That stopped him, and he sat back on his heels. "What? Why?" She looked over at the dogs playing, and George said, "What did St. Clair say to you? Wait, no, let me guess." "It's only partly what he said, because it seems likely that I may never." She took a deep breath, unable to say the words, that there might never be children, and George said, "I don't care, Eleanor." She whispered, "You should. It hurts, George. Hurts more than you think it will." He stopped breathing when she said his name, didn't move. When her eyes met his, he said softly, "Time to call the solicitors." "I did say that, didn't I? Things change." George pushed himself from the floor to sit next to her on the sofa. He tucked her into his side and leaned back, watching Anala pick a spot between 2 mammoth dogs. "Tell me what's changed." He didn't think she knew, didn't think she would recognize love when it knelt at her feet. But she snorted, and there was disdain in her voice when she said, "You don't think I can see? St. Clair knew." George laughed. "I do love you." "I know." "And?" She turned her face to his. He felt her breath on his face, saw the wild and frightened knowledge in her eyes. She whispered, "George." He put his lips against her and murmured again, "Time to call the solicitors." He slid his hand up her leg, around her back, and she flinched. Sinclair froze, then pulled back slowly. No emotion betrayed Eleanor's face as she said, "I know it's hard to believe, but St. Clair wasn't my worst visitor today." "Your brother," he said, And there was relief in his voice, because he didn't have to go murder his friend. Retribution bit him, she said, and this time there was emotion. Retribution lifted his head, shaking Anala off, and coming to put his head in Eleanor's lap. George said, "Good." She nodded like she wasn't completely sure. Something is broken inside him. Something has always been a little broken inside him. My father was not a gentleman. Did your father break you? She took a long time answering, just sat and petted her dog's head. She finally looked at him, her eyes sad and shuttered, and she said, "He tried." Trying isn't succeeding. Some days it felt like it. When my father died, Alan got worse. And then Marcus. He loved Marcus. She tipped her head to Sinclair. The Italian stallion. Of course. Everyone loved Marcus. I did too, eventually. But not when you married him? She smiled at Sinclair like he was a preposterous little child. Apparently I don't marry men I love. You will. You are entirely too optimistic. He'd never thought so before, but then again, he'd never been in love before. And you are entirely too stubborn. She laughed. Yes, that's not going to change, George. He smiled, basking in the sound of his name on her lips. Some things could change. Then we'll wait and see what happens. Funny that as soon as she entertained the idea that there might never be a child, George was the one who wouldn't give up hope. A child, a hint of a child, and he'd whisk her to Scotland. Solicitors be damned. He pulled her onto his lap, careful of her bruises. "Say it again," she said, "George." And he could hear everything he needed to hear in that word. Eleanor. And then, because he'd been saying her name for ages, and it didn't mean the same thing at all, said, "Love." Oh, George. The Earl knocked on the widow's door early. He'd gone to his brother's quarters and been told he hadn't been home yet. Sebastian guessed he could have gone to the club, tried to find his brother there. He hadn't bothered. When the widow's manservant opened the door, Sebastian said, "My brother is here. Tell him the Earl needs him post-haste." Her servant was well trained, at least, and merely nodded and escorted him to the drawing-room before shutting the door behind him. The Earl sat, figuring his brother wouldn't rush down, no matter the message. When the door opened 10 minutes later, it wasn't George. Lady Haywood said, "He says he's not coming down." "Go back up and tell him there is a situation at one of my estates. We will leave as soon as he has packed." She sat, and Sebastian wondered when his authority had become useless. Flora, George, the widow, no one listened to him. "You will have to do better than that, my lord. A situation with tenants, sheep, a few details will help sell the story." "I'm an earl. I don't have to sell a story." "You're not an earl to George. You're his brother." Sebastian blew out a breath. "Go get him, Lady Haywood, or I will get him myself." She shook her head as if disappointed in him, and that only enraged him further. He stared into her soul and growled, "I could destroy you." He should have known she didn't have a soul, because all she did was blink. and cock her head at him, and then she smiled. "I think someone in your position could."
"But not me."
She shook her head in answer.
His nostrils flared, and he thought, by gad, he would destroy her, would wipe that satisfied smile off her face if it was the last thing he did.
She said, "You are too much like your brother."
The door opened again, and Sebastian turned to glare at the brother he was nothing like. But it was only a servant with a tea-tray. When the woman finally left, he said, "And just how am I like him? I assure you I am not so gullible that I can be taken in by a pretty face and blonde hair."
Lady Haywood poured and stirred and handed him a cup. "Do you really think him gullible? And isn't it so interesting that those closest to us are the ones who know us the least?"
"I know you, Lady Haywood."
"Perhaps. And perhaps you do see me clearer than George, at least. But I see you just as clearly. And like him, you are a good man. You wouldn't destroy someone who didn't deserve it."
He laughed and surprised himself. "I don't think that argument will sway me. A widow aiming for her 6th husband with my brother."
She cleared her throat. "Husbands are overrated."
"You would know."
"Yes, I would. And I assure you they are as inconvenient and irritating as they appear to be. And while I can guess that you won't believe me, I am not looking for a 6th."
"You're right. I don't believe you."
She nodded and sipped and said nothing more. They sat in silence until their cups were empty, and then she set hers down gently and rose. She studied him, then shook her head. "Really, my lord, you will only make him more set upon this course than he already is, because he is not gullible or stupid or happy being led where others want him to go. He came back all the way from India, not because you told him to, but because you needed him. He would do anything for those he loves."
"Do not make the mistake that this infatuation with you is love, that he would sacrifice for you like he would and should for his family."
She whispered, "Don't make the mistake that he doesn't, that he cares one jot that I am the widow, or who my relations are, or whether I can give him an heir."
Sebastian all but jumped from his chair. "You do not know him."
She stood her ground. "He is an open book. I suggest you take the next opportunity to look at your countess, too, although she is not nearly so easy to see through."
A red rage filled his vision, and he balled his fists. George had always been a mystery to Sebastian, but he thought he'd known who his wife was. Having the widow confirm that he didn't made him want to smash everything in this room, the blasted woman included.
And then she was across the room, her hand on the knob, and saying, "I will send George down. Perhaps you can have a realistic emergency manufactured by the time he's ready."
"Stay away from the Countess."
She stopped, not turning around. "She loves you, you know."
"How do you know?"
"I'm her friend."
"No, you don't have friends. You have victims and marks."
She laughed, still facing the door. "You must have known my father."
"Knew him and didn't like him."
She nodded. "No one did. He didn't care."
"The apple does not fall far from the tree."
"I agree it is a worrisome thought. Not many do like me, and I don't care too much about it. Still, I do hope that I am not like him."
She opened the door and was halfway through it when she paused.
"You won't ask for my advice, won't welcome it when I give it to you."
How dare she give advice to an earl of the realm? Sebastian growled. "Go get my brother."
"Go home and hug her. Don't say a word. Just hold her and listen to her. She wants you to know who she is, but you need to be quiet and let her tell you."
Sebastian didn't say a word, and she smiled.
"Yes, just like that. It is so difficult for men to listen when a woman talks, to hear the meaning behind the words. I assure you, there is always a meaning."
"Stay away from her. Stay away from George."
"You underestimate your brother. I have given up all hope of trying to stay away from him," she said, and Sebastian jerked. Remembered Flora saying the same thing about George. What did they see that he did not? "Make yourself comfortable, my lord. George will be down, eventually."
George sat on the other side of the coach, his arms folded tight. He didn't look at Sebastian, didn't say a word. Sebastian closed his eyes and sighed at the silence. It had been 4 hours, and George hadn't said one word. Not when he'd come into the widow's drawing-room and given Sebastian a long look. He'd only turned back around and gone out the front door. Hadn't said anything to Sebastian while he directed his valet on what to pack. Not a word through the streets of London. Nothing even when the town began to turn to fields. Sebastian broke first, all the while thinking George's years in India had changed him somehow. "You are my heir. It is not inconceivable that I need you to accompany me when there are problems on an estate." George grunted. Sebastian kept his eyes closed. Another mile later. "You are acting like a child." "I am being treated like one." Sebastian opened his eyes, but George was still looking out the window. "You are being treated like a man whose brain has lodged permanently in his bollocks. You don't think I can tell the difference between lust and love?" Sebastian's reply got caught in his throat, and he expelled it forcefully. "How can you possibly be in love with that woman?" "Lady Haywood, or Eleanor." "I will not call that—" George turned his head, a slow, controlled motion, and Sebastian stopped. He lowered his voice to a conversational tone. "She is conniving, a gold-digger, has reached far beyond her station. The same could be said for a few of our forebears. I expect her children's children will conveniently forget just as well as we have." Sebastian leaned forward. "She doesn't love you in return. All a woman like her can see is what you can do for her." "Then why did she refuse me?" Sebastian had nothing to say, nothing even to think past blank horror. George said, "I've already asked her. She said no." "It must not have been a very forceful no, since you are still welcome in her bed." "She's trying to save me from myself. It's very tiresome, and not at all the actions of a conniving gold-digger." Sebastian opened his mouth to refute, and George interrupted him. "Although I'm sure you can think of some way this works to her benefit." Sebastian closed his mouth. He could think of something, and George wouldn't believe it, no matter what it was. George looked out the window and grimaced at the bucolic view. Sheep. I simply cannot imagine why men get old and grey in this country. Men get old and grey in every country. George let out a long, sad sigh. Yes, it's inevitable. Some things are. You're not going to listen to me, are you? Not going to listen to St. Clair? Not going to listen to reason and duty? Just going to do what you want, no matter what, no matter who it hurts and disappoints? George continued to look out the window. Some things are inevitable. Chapter 13. Sheep. George hated sheep. He left the sheep and land to Sebastian once they arrived at the troubled estate. Tenants. George had to admit he was good with tenants. Much better than his brother, who wanted the facts without the pesky emotions, who cared little for squabbles between people who'd known each other their whole lives, and whose history was more important than facts. People who had to live and work together in the future. There were a surprising number of issues between tenants, between men forced to work too closely together, between men who interrupted the quiet boredom of the country with the distraction of another man's wife. George set up shop at the village inn and listened to complaints. He kept the beer flowing freely. He refereed a few good boxing matches, giving an opportunity for all whose pride had been stung to work it out. He visited cottages and listened to women chat about their neighbors. He brought small sweet cakes for the children and noted buildings that needed improving. And in the evenings he and Sebastian sat down to dinner. George listened about the sheep and tried to stay awake. Sebastian listened about emotional turmoil and tried to stay interested. There was no emergency for them to take care of, but then George had always known it was a ruse to get him away from Eleanor. Distance, when all distance did was make him wish she was there with him, hating the sheep and the mud together, wishing she was there to speak with the women and let them air grievances with their own version of beer and fisticuffs. 10 days after they arrived, George sat down to dinner and told Sebastian his work was done. Peace had been restored. Sebastian cut into a piece of mutton. "You're very good with people." "And you with sheep. You may take that as a compliment." "I have quite a few estates that could be improved by your skills." "I do not doubt that every estate could use an invigorating visit from the Earl and his brother." Sebastian smiled. "I would like that." "So would I. After a recuperative stay in town, I can only take so much beer." Sebastian stopped smiling. George said, "And I know you would like to visit with Flora and the girls." Sebastian nodded. "And I am sure Miss Weston has been missing you." George put down his knife. He looked at his brother, almost wishing. George smiled and stood. "I need to show you something." "Right now? In the middle of dinner?" George laughed. "Yes, we have a date at the inn." When George stepped inside the tap room, he was met with hearty hails and cheerful greetings. When the Earl followed him inside, the room quieted in an instant. George headed for the bar. 2 beers and a round for everyone. No cheers greeted this statement. The men continued to look at the Earl, to watch as George held a tankard out to him. Everyone watched until Sebastian took it and sipped. George took a healthy gulp of his own and said to the room, We've come for fisticuffs and beer. Lots and lots of beer." He chugged, and the quiet room broke into laughter. When he'd exhaled and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, he said, "We've come to once and for all settle the question of whether an earl's brother can be a man in his own right." Sebastian said, "George." George stripped his coat off, handing it to the innkeeper. "We've come, like all men, to fight about a woman." Sebastian set his drink down and turned toward the door. George said loudly to his back, "Win, and I'll marry Miss Weston." That stopped Sebastian, and he turned back incredulously. "I will not gamble our future on a bout of pugilism." "It's a gamble, however the decision is made. It's a gamble no matter what or who we choose." "And if you win?" George unbuttoned his waistcoat. "If I win, I will enjoy blacking your eye." "That's all you want?" "I will enjoy it a lot." A few men chuckled, then put their faces back into their cups. George handed off his waistcoat, replaced it with a beer, and said, "And then I will marry Lady Haywood." He picked up Sebastian's beer and handed it out to him again. "But first we will need to be drunk." "You are being incredibly silly." George drained his drink, keeping his eyes on Sebastian and his hand out. Men murmured between themselves. A few coins changed hands quietly. "I'm not going to fight you." "Then I leave for London in the morning." Sebastian sighed and reached for the tankard. "But I'll stay and have a drink with you." George waited until Sebastian had taken a sizable gulp before he nodded. "I'll still be leaving for London. I have a bride to win." "What makes you think she's waiting for you? She's mourned husbands for less time than you've been gone." George rolled his shoulders. "If you don't want to fight, you are going about it the wrong way." "It only stings because it's true, George, and I don't want to fight. But perhaps we should talk this out, like men." "What good will talking do? You're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change yours." "Then what good will fighting do?" George showed his teeth. "Besides choosing my bride, you mean? It will make an insuperable situation bearable." Sebastian shook his head. "I won't allow fate and chance and the roll of the dice to dictate my life." "No, only your birth and station." "As should you." "Can't you see? It's no different, except it was someone else's role, someone else's chance and choice." "I know I'm lucky, George. The title, Flora, the girls." George drained the bottom of his third. "It's all Flora's fault. Can't give her husband one heir. Only girls." Sebastian hauled back and popped George in the eye. The growing crowd of men shouted as George fell to his arse, then cheered as he sprang back up. The innkeeper shouted, "Outside! Outside!" He stopped when he realized he'd been shouting at the Earl, but Sebastian only nodded and pushed himself away from the bar to go out the door. Everyone followed him, and George gingerly touched his eye as men clapped him on the back and made bets with each other. Sebastian pointed to a fellow, then fished a coin from his pocket. "Help me with my coat, will you?" Off came Sebastian's hat, his coat, his waistcoat, his cravat, and then his shirt. As he undressed, he muttered, "All her fault. About the woman who loves you like a brother, who wrote to you every 2 weeks for 8 years." "And I love her, and wrote back." She still has given you only girls.
As if she wouldn't give her soul, her life, for a son.
George pulled his shirt over his head and handed it behind him without looking, his eyes glued to his brother's. Sebastian put his toe to the line someone had drawn in the dirt.
Far better for you to suffer an inconvenient marriage than for her to suffer again, than for her to court death. I will not let him have her.
Sebastian,
death cannot have her. I win, and you marry Miss Weston.
George put his toe to the line. And if I win... Sebastian popped him in the other eye. George's head whipped back, and the crowd cheered. Sebastian followed him, and pop, pop, pop.
Gone for 8 years. Gone to India.
George dodged the next blow. You were going to marry me off, just like now. He got close enough to ball his fist into Sebastian's middle, and Sebastian's breath rushed out in a loud grunt. He grabbed for George and leaned on him.
What do you think?
Pant, pant.
Men do. You marry a respectable girl.
Scuffle, scuffle.
You find a lovely widow.
Punch, groan.
Or not so lovely, if that's what tickles your fancy.
Twist.
Ow! And let her take care of you while your wife is at home with the children.
George pushed and spun away. And how is that working out for you?
Well, just lovely. Thank you for asking. My wife is furious at me. My brother is in love with the widow. And the respectable girl, well, who knows about her?
Someone shouted.
More hitting, less talking.
Sebastian took a step forward and popped George in the nose. George's head whipped back, and then he roared mightily and barreled toward Sebastian, shouldering him in the gut and lifting him into the air for a long moment, and then dropping him to land heavily on the ground. Sebastian and the crowd groaned in unison, and George shouted,
I can't be what you want, Sebastian. I can't be you.
Sebastian stayed on the ground and tried to breathe. George huffed and huffed, waiting until Sebastian finally rolled to his side and pushed himself back onto his feet slowly. Sebastian cupped his back, wincing, and George said, Are we done, then? Lady Haywood, is it?
No, just a minute.
They backed off from each other, circling slowly, limping and cursing. Sebastian said softly,
I don't want you to be like me, George. I just want everything.
I know. It is unfortunate that we both can't have everything. Sebastian nodded.
So we're really fighting to see who the loser is.
George stepped forward and swung and missed. Would it be so horrible having no heir?
It's just losing.
And earls don't lose. Sebastian's fist connected with George's side.
Earls don't lose.
George grabbed for his brother and hung on, their struggles turning into mutual support. Sebastian hung his head, huffing.
We should have done this 20 years ago. I'm sure it would have hurt less.
George nodded, breathless. A draw. Sebastian looked around at the men circled round them and said,
We need to give them a winner, or else there'll be a riot.
Get on with it then, but make it a good one, would you? If I'm going down, I want to still be a man when I get back up. A man when I marry Eleanor Rusbridge. Sebastian pushed his brother off him.
All the men heard that you would marry Miss Weston if I won.
I lied.
didn't lie about Flora, though. This is entirely her fault." "You scoundrel!" Sebastian swung with all his might, and George had time to think that perhaps being an earl wouldn't be too bad. It might be nice to believe you couldn't lose. And then there was blackness. They left the next morning for London. The coach was not so unfriendly and silent on this trip, and there was light ribbing and pained groans from both sides. Sebastian fidgeted. "We should have waited until we were healed. But think how our women will fuss over us." "I don't want to know." "Resign yourself to it, dear brother." Sebastian eyed the bruises on George's face. "She may take one look at you and faint." George laughed. "I doubt it. What of Flora?" "I doubt she'll even look. You were obliging enough to stay away from my face." George waited for more, and when none was forthcoming, said, "Are you going to tell me why Flora is furious with you?" "Do you think I know why?" "My guess is she told you at least, whether you listened or not." Sebastian shifted again. "I accused her of something horrible." "Bloody hell." "She's been acting so strange, I just—" "You forgot who she was for a moment." "I'm afraid I never knew." George laughed and shook his head. He pulled back the curtain to look out at grey skies and green pastures and white dots of sheep. "What fools we mortals be!" "Must you misquote?" George smiled. "Fine, then. Lord, what fools these mortals be!" "You don't think she—" "Never." Sebastian sighed. "I know, but how does one say I am completely and utterly cork-brained?" "That's a good start." "For some reason, I don't think it will be enough for her." "I think, and I'm sure you are dying for my opinion, but I think you have always known who Flora is, and I think that all you need to do is ask for her forgiveness." "Just ask?" "Beg." Sebastian's lips pursed and his nostrils flared. George said, "She knows you just as well, and I would bet she knows asking is all you can do." Sebastian sighed and moved himself into a more comfortable position yet again. "George, I won't ask you for forgiveness, nor beg, not about Eleanor Rusbridge. I hope there is more coming, because that was not a good start." "But—" George waited, still looking out the window. Then he smiled. He turned back to his brother, saw how Sebastian was trying to say something else. George shook his head and laughed. "But is a good enough start for me, Sebastian." Sebastian had even gone so far as to ask where George would like to be dropped off, his lodgings or the Lady Haywood's. George had privately thought that they should have pummeled each other ages ago, but had only said his quarters. He didn't think Eleanor would faint at the sight of him. The smell, though. George had to wash the country off as soon as possible, and even Eleanor would have to wait. But not for long, and soon he was in front of her townhouse, a nalla in his hand, not his pocket, and both of them ready to bound up the stairs and see Eleanor, to smell her and feel her, and forget the longest 10 days of George's life. Perhaps take some tea with Mrs. Potts, and then retire to a bedchamber as hot as India, and play with his lady's scandalous midriff. George stopped before one foot hit the steps, stopped and turned, and there was her brother.
watching. Anala yipped. Alan Rusbridge nodded. George Sinclair nodded back. He was an English gentleman, after all. But he stayed watching until Rusbridge turned away and walked into the darkening night. George trudged up the stairs and knocked slowly, and when Jones opened the door, George let out the breath he'd been holding. "Everything all right, Jones?" "Of course, Mr. Sinclair." Jones peered at the bruises. "Are you all right, sir?" "Oh, fine. Had it out with my brother." George waved behind him. Rusbridge was here. Jones opened the door wider, showing the gun he'd been hiding behind it. "Yes, sir." "She's all right?" Jones nodded. "I'm sure she'll be glad to see you." George entered, handing off his coat and putting Anala down to scratch at the drawing-room door. The door opened, and Eleanor said, "Anala, no, sit." When the dog sat, Eleanor scooped the dog up and scratched behind her ears and turned to George. She catalogued his features, his still wet hair, the bruises. "Were you set upon by bandits?" "A duel of sorts." "Did you win?" He laughed and pulled a rumpled paper from his pocket. "I do believe I did." She read it slowly, and George didn't blame her. Sebastian had penned it in the coach, and it was hardly legible. But even Eleanor could tell it was a scribbled invitation to dinner. Sebastian bathed and dressed, and made his way to the nursery to see the children, and tried not to flinch as they climbed on him and jostled his bruised body. They talked over each other, telling him every moment he'd missed, and he listened intently, so happy to be surrounded by his girls again. When they wound down, he said to Camilla, "Would you like to join Mamma and I for dinner tonight?" And her eyes got so big he thought they just might fall out. She whispered, "Yes, Papa." And then Sebastian had to spend the next 10 minutes promising the other girls that when they were old enough, they could eat in the dining room as well. He finally was able to pull himself away when Camilla ran to get dressed for dinner, and Sebastian went to find Flora. He took a big breath and blew it out before knocking on her door, and when she bade him enter, he pushed it in slowly, trying to remember what he decided to say to her, but all he could remember was beg and ask. Flora was dressed for dinner already, her lady's maid fashioning her hair, and she said, "Sebastian, you're home." "Yes." Silence. He cleared his throat. "I've asked Camilla to join us for dinner." Flora blinked at herself in the mirror, then flicked her eyes to meet his. "She will enjoy that. She did eat already." "Oh, of course she did." "She will still enjoy it. That was very thoughtful of you." He relaxed a little. He'd done something right. But it still wasn't enough. He knew that. "Flora." She turned, stopping Sebastian with a look, and dismissing her maid with a quiet thank you. The door closed, and Sebastian simply looked at his wife. Waited and waited, and then opened his mouth to say something, and Flora said, "Am I forbidden to have friends, then?" "Of course not." "Lady Haywood tells me you visited her and forbade her to see me." Sebastian perched gingerly on a footstool. "I did say that to her. I didn't think she was listening." "She was, and after telling me why she couldn't see me any more, refused to visit with me again." Sebastian folded his hands together and twiddled his thumbs. "That surprises me." Which was the truth,
But he realized quickly it would only add fuel to the fire, and said,
"I've invited her to dinner."
"Yes, you've already told me about Camilla."
"No, Lady Haywood. I've invited her to dinner."
And if he thought that would be enough for his wife, he was sadly mistaken. "Why?"
Because my brother is in love with her."
She fiddled with the brushes and pots on her dressing table. "It seems time in the country was just what you needed."
"You should have seen him, Flora. He wouldn't go within a few feet of any livestock that wasn't a horse. But the people! I can't do what he does. Puts people at ease, listens to them. I don't know."
Flora simply looked at him, and Sebastian wished, for the first time ever, that he was his brother, that he could put his wife at ease. Ask, beg. He said,
"And I can't imagine he doesn't see everything Lady Haywood wishes he didn't. I can't believe that she could dupe him. And if someone is blind regarding her, it is most likely me." Her expression softened just enough. She looked back in her mirror and checked her jewelry and hair one more time. "An intimate family dinner might be for the best. I can see the two of you stepping on toes, though Lady Haywood's stepping might very well be on purpose." He didn't care. Not about Eleanor Rusbridge, not about his brother. Did he need to steal his wife away to the country for her forgiveness? Fisticuffs? Ask. Beg. He whispered, "I am a complete and utter fool." Her expression hardened again, and she stood sweeping her skirt behind her and heading for the door. "Yes." He grabbed her arm, not too tight. He didn't want to hurt her, but he couldn't let her leave like that. He said softly, "Flora." He pulled his wife to him, resting his head against her belly lightly and wrapping his arms around her waist. He couldn't think what to say except, "Please don't knock." She was stiff in his arms, didn't wrap her arms around him in return. "You can rest assured, Sebastian, that I won't be interrupting you in your library again. There is no child." He was glad. Oh, so glad. He couldn't bear to watch her go through another pregnancy, another birth. But he kept his mouth shut, and didn't know why all of a sudden he couldn't breathe. Didn't know why his throat was tight and there were tears in his eyes. He choked, "No one else. I'll come to your bed every night. Make sure you are well pleasured without the risk. But no one else." She tried to pull back, but he held on tight. She said softly, "There's never been anyone but you. Never." He nodded and said, his voice high and tight, "I have 5 beautiful girls, and I wouldn't trade any of you for a son. I won't." "Sebastian." He pressed his face into her belly, his shoulders shaking, his hot tears soaking into her dress. He cried for the loss of a son he'd never had, for the wife he'd been so afraid of losing. Flora stroked his hair and murmured to him. When he looked up, there were tears in her eyes as well, and she knelt beside him. She pressed her cheek against his shirt. "I wanted to give you a son." "I don't care." "Yes, you do." "Of course I care, but I love you, and that matters more." Flora whispered, "That is just not done. Not for an earl and his countess." "It will be my secret."
She pulled back and smiled. Our secret. It is just as silly for a woman to love her husband than it is for an earl to love his countess.
It's only because you are perfect in every way. I couldn't help myself.
She laughed, stroking her fingers along his cheekbones. You blind, blind man.
Perhaps I am. Even so, George says I've always known who you are, and all I need to do is ask your forgiveness.
Her eyebrows raised. Ask?
Beg.
Beg? He closed his eyes and said,
For not trusting you when there is no one more trustworthy, for not believing that you could handle my disappointment.
Better for us to handle it together. When he opened his eyes, she was smiling at him. The country was good for you, Sebastian.
Doesn't feel like it. I'm black and blue from my brother's fists.
She made a soothing sound and said, I'd love to see.
Would you?
He pulled her closer, and she wondered softly, Sebastian, how can we be together without risking a child?
I'll show you.
She put her hand to his chest, stopping him. Wait, Camilla will be waiting for us. He groaned, then wiped the dried tears from her cheeks and kissed her lightly. She murmured against his lips, But after dinner, perhaps you'll meet me in the library? Sebastian rose, offering his hand to help her up.
You won't knock, will you?
She smiled, slipping her hand into his. Never, never again. Chapter 14. The morning of the Earl's dinner, Eleanor sent George away, telling him she would meet him there, and she wanted her dress to be a surprise. George had laughed, wondering what she was going to wear to shock his brother. Who says it's him I'm trying to shock? You would do just as well. He'd only kissed her, scooping Anala up with a backward, It will certainly be fun for you to try. She didn't feel too bad that it had been a lie. There would be plenty of time later to feel bad. But Eleanor knew that today she had something to do. Something that perhaps should have been done a long time ago. Because Eleanor could feel it coming. Her back was tight, her belly twisting. This time she wouldn't fight it. She sent her own apology to the Countess, telling her she would be missing dinner. She ordered her carriage ready and sent a note to George, letting him know she would be gone for a few days. He could be angry with her when she returned. She climbed her stairs slowly, locking the door behind her, locking everyone and everything out. She pulled a little key from her jewelry box and dragged a chest out from under her bed. And when she opened it, the smell of camphor wood hit her hard. She blamed the smell for the tears in her eyes, and when she pulled out the tiny white christening gown her daughter had never worn, Eleanor raised her face to the ceiling and willed the tears away. She would not cry. Not here. She pulled out little dresses and soft blankets, smoothing the wrinkles from them and putting them in a small pile for the maid to get rid of. Someone would have need of baby clothing, but not Eleanor, and it was time to accept, time to admit defeat. The tears threatened again, and she stopped, swallowing how much that hurt. She'd added to the chest during her first and second marriage, a dress here, a blanket there. And dear Bertie had smiled at her when she'd shown him the crocheted blanket his aunt had one day unexpectedly given them. Pure white, with pretty pink edging, a gift so full of hope and the future that Eleanor hadn't known how to say thank you. After Bertie had been buried, Eleanor sat in her rocking chair, cradling the blanket to her chest and pretending that there was a baby snuggled up tight inside it, trying to believe that there was at least a small chance there could be one day. She pulled that little blanket out last, where it had been tucked safely at the bottom of the chest, and cradled it one last time. Cradled it as she unlocked the door and went slowly, painfully, back down the stairs to her waiting carriage. The journey to Hertfordshire was not a long one. An easy day from London, made even easier by an occasional swig of laudanum. Just enough. Enough so the pain wouldn't overwhelm her. Not yet. She remembered her first trip to Hertfordshire, a young wife, happy to be so far away from her father, happy that she wouldn't ever have to go back to him. She hadn't hated the country back then, and she thought she would live out her life here in these green rolling hills. Funny how different life ended from where you imagined it. She didn't go to the manor, and she didn't stop in the village. In the end, she'd only been here a little over a year and had no memories to savor. 1 year of her life. It hadn't been much. The church and cemetery, though, she was familiar with, and when the carriage stopped, she sat looking out the window at the changes 10 years had made. There were more stones, more moss, but she could still see the tall, commanding headstone of her Lord Haywood. She could have been buried there one day, next to her husband and child, but she'd chosen life and the future. She thought of the merchant and Marcus and dear Bertie and the whippersnapper. She'd lived 1,000 lifetimes since the last time she walked away from this village cemetery. She hadn't been wrong to leave. She hadn't been wrong to try. And she thought of George, happy, smiling George, who she loved, who she couldn't marry. He needed a son, and she couldn't give him one. She looked down at the blanket, still lying lifeless in her arms. The tears only pricked lightly this time, and she knew the laudanum was taking her to that uncaring place. Eleanor hadn't come here to bury the widow, but she thought it a good time to say good-bye anyway. Good-bye to the widow, to society and respectability. She would not marry again. She would love George. She would take what parts of him he could spare from Miss Weston, and she would be happy for even that. And she thought that if anyone could play the part of the mistress, it would be her. The vicar came out of his house to investigate this unknown carriage, and a footman intercepted him. "The Dowager Viscountess has come to pay her respects." Of course, of course." Eleanor waited until the vicar went back inside before stepping down, and then walked knowingly through the gravestones, listening to the birds and skirting the mud. She carried the little blanket in her arms, and when she came to her husband's stone, rubbed her thumb across his name lightly. She took much more care to wipe down the little stone with her daughter's name engraved upon it. She cleaned it, wishing she'd brought a brush, but not stopping until her fingers were rubbed raw and the name shone through. When she was done, she folded the little blanket up and placed it at the base of the stone lovingly. And then she lay down on the cold, hard ground beside the child she'd held in her arms for less than a day,
and the child she'd held in her heart for 10 long years. And she cried. She had no recollection of leaving the cemetery, didn't know how she'd come to be back home in her bed. Wasn't surprised that it was George sitting beside her, reading quietly. He kept his eyes on the paper and said softly, "You could have told me. I needed to do it alone." Why? Because she'd been alone her whole life, had kept a small part of herself shut up tight, away from all who could hurt her, because she didn't know how to let that part out. She swallowed, her mouth and throat dry, and George reached for a pot of tea sitting beside him. Eleanor closed her eyes and smiled. "Has Mrs. Potts been up here with you?" "Sometimes." He poured her a cup, helping her sit up to drink it, and Eleanor reached for his hand before he could sit back down. "I had to mourn. I didn't want you to see." "Your daughter?" She nodded. "All my daughters. The merchants, who had green eyes and who loved numbers. Marcus's, who liked her hair curled and who loved beautiful things. Bertie's, who was so sweet that I questioned how she could be mine as well. The whippersnapper's, who was loud and boisterous and never careful. I had to say good-bye to all of them, even though they'd only lived in my heart." George fell to his knees beside the bed and squeezed Eleanor's hand. She said, "I had to say good-bye to George's daughter, who has golden hair and blue eyes and the most mischievous smile." "I haven't given up on her." "I don't think you should, but it won't be my daughter. It won't be ours." He shook his head, and she talked over him, didn't want to hear him say that there was still hope, when he was the one to make her give up hers. "I love you. I've never been as happy as I am with you. You brighten every shadow, and are worth giving up all my dreams for." "Eleanor." "George," she said, when she meant to say love. So she said, "My love, I won't let you give up on your children. A son, an heir, steady and responsible, just like your brother and your father and every Ashmore Earl who has come before him." "What would I do with a son like that?" "And a daughter, more beautiful every moment you know her, so happy and so delightful that the world is a better place for her having been born." George said, his throat tight and filled with tears, "I forgot you play to win." "I play to crush." "Even when it's yourself you are crushing?" She nodded her head, still holding tight to his hand, and said, "Even when it's me I'm crushing." When she'd clawed her way out of the laudanum stupor, she thought about going to the country again. To not think, to not feel, but to breathe. To let the dogs run and hunt. And then she remembered her vow to go to Regent's Park next time she needed to rusticate. So she had Mrs. Potts pack her a cold lunch, left George a note for when he got done with learning how to be an earl for the day, stuffed her dogs into her carriage, and prepared to spend the day tramping through the country. And when they got there, her dogs bounded happily around her, chasing and barking, and Eleanor watched them. She breathed in the earthy scent of green trees and didn't bother to walk around the mud. She hadn't come to think, hadn't come to plot or plan. Two things she excelled at, and now had no use for. All there was left was accepting. She wasn't good at accepting. She was good at wanting, at seeing the future and somehow getting herself there. She took a deep breath, bending to pick up a stick to throw for retribution. She threw it again and again until she was breathing hard enough to almost believe that the moisture on her face was exertion and not tears. Dear Lord, she hoped she stopped crying soon. She'd opened the floodgates and couldn't get them shut again. Because what future could she see now? A future with half a George. A night here, a night there, his wife and children at home, his heart divided. It was all she could have, and it would be enough. She just wasn't sure how to occupy her time, her thoughts, her dreams. She wasn't sure what her purpose was anymore, and wasn't sure she would be able to find another one. She looked across the field and recognized the man tramping across it the same time as her dogs. Retribution growled low, and then, apparently realizing there was nothing between him and his prey, took off. His barks filled the air, calling his packmates and alerting them to the danger. Her brother kept coming. He didn't stumble, didn't slow. Eleanor was almost impressed, and then he lifted his hand toward her dog. Eleanor saw the gun and shouted, but retribution never slowed. Eleanor ran after him, screaming, the other two dogs passing her almost immediately. A crack rent the air, and Eleanor screamed, "No!" Alan kept his pepper-box pistol pointed at Retribution, and he waited this time. Waited for the dog to get closer, not wasting any more of his 6 shots. Eleanor screamed for retribution, not knowing if she was more worried for the dog or for her brother. If Alan missed again, he fired. The gun exploded in his hand, letting off a volley of shots, and Eleanor dove for the ground. Alan's screams made her jump back to her feet, and she could see him clutching his hand. Retribution lay on the ground in front of him. Alan stumbled, slipping in the mud, as doubt jumped up and knocked him to the ground. He screamed shrilly as fear joined his brother, as bones broke and blood sprayed. Alan screamed, "Mine! It's all mine! It will be mine!" Eleanor ran, falling to her knees beside Retribution and cradling his bloodied head in her lap. She whispered, "Enough." Then louder, "Enough!" And then a command to her dogs, again and again, until they could hear her through their bloodlust, until they stopped and backed away from her brother, still growling. Alan rolled to his side, clutching his mangled arm and crying, "It will be mine, all mine." Eleanor petted her poor dog's head and cried. More tears, and she knew they would never stop now. She didn't want them to. She finally laid Retribution gently down on the dirt. She crawled to Alan's gun and picked it up. If she was her father's daughter, she would find Alan's gear and load the gun, and then she would give it back to Alan. She would use her words and her fists, her dogs, and make him use it on himself. That was the kind of man her father had been.
getting what he wanted and destroying others along the way. Eleanor looked at the gun and wondered what George would do. What would George have done if it was a Nala lying there and the man responsible was lying at his feet? She didn't know, but she knew what he wouldn't do. She called her dogs to her, scratching their heads when they flanked her, and using them to push herself to her feet one more time. She turned away from her brother, his gun still in her hand, his cries still following her. She turned away, and George was running toward her. She held up one bloody hand to stop him, but he never did, simply barreled right into her. He lifted her bodily around the waist, hefting her up onto his shoulder, and ran. He gave one sharp command to her dogs, and they followed, running right behind him. He ran until she couldn't see her brother, couldn't hear his angry screams, couldn't see retribution. He ran until they were deep in the trees, until he found a stream and set her down right in the middle of it. "Sinclair, this water is freezing." He scrubbed her bloody hands between his own, wiped her face and hair until she was a dripping, shivering mess. "George," he said, and when he met her eyes, she said, "George, this water is freezing." He stripped her dress from her body, shrugged his greatcoat from his shoulders, and wrapped it around her. She patted the pocket, and when she found it empty, whispered, "Please don't tell me we've lost a Nala somewhere in the forest." He said gruffly, "She's at home. I can't keep a dog in my pocket." Eleanor shivered. "He killed Retribution." "Jones and I will come back for Retribution. We'll bury him here in the Regent's Park, under the trees, and he can dream of squirrels." More tears, more reasons why they would never stop. She whispered, "I didn't know what you would do." "I would get you away from him. I would make sure you were safe." She never would be. "He'll never leave me alone." "He will if he doesn't know where we are. It's easy to get lost in India." "You can't leave England, George. Not with me." "I can, and I will," she said softly. "You can't, because your son will be the Earl." "An Earl can be raised in India." She shivered again, and George hefted her up onto his shoulder, called her dogs, and trudged off, ignoring her protests and muttering, "No law says he can't be." George deposited Eleanor at home, ordering her a bath and a brandy. She'd said no words on the ride home, her tears leaking silently down her cheeks. He wasn't sure she even knew she was crying. He let Mrs. Potts fuss over Eleanor and took Jones back to the park to take care of Retribution and Alan Rusbridge. They found Retribution where he'd fallen, but Rusbridge was nowhere to be seen, and Jones spit, putting away his gun. They buried Eleanor's loyal dog under the trees, and George promised he would keep Eleanor safe, told Retribution to only worry about chasing squirrels because he would take care of the rest. Jones eyed him. "Just how are you going to do that?" "I'm taking her to India." "India? She won't go. She'll think it's running, hiding." George nodded, knowing that's exactly what she would think. "How do you feel about spiriting away your employer?" Jones cocked his head. "Seems like a good way to get dismissed. Course, if she's leaving anyway." Chapter 15.
George had 2 visits to make. He began with Miss Weston, and though her mother rushed from the room as soon as she was able, Miss Weston merely looked at him and pinched her lips together. "Somehow I think Mamma was mistaken about your reason for visiting this morning. You are more astute than your years would suggest." She settled back in her seat, looking as if she was discussing tonight's menu. "Honestly, seeing you dance with Lady Haywood that night was a relief. I couldn't ever figure out how to get you to lose your mind over me. It was vexing." George smiled. "If only you'd been a few years older, we might have had a go of it." "Or perhaps if you'd been a few years younger." He nodded at her barb. "Or that. But now you can go back to your young swains and find one to wrap around your finger permanently." "I know I'm supposed to, aren't I? But I had too much fun with them all to pick just one, now that I'm free of you." Sinclair looked down at his boots and tried to keep from laughing. She was much better at jousting with him now that she'd been jilted. Perhaps it wouldn't take 5 husbands, after all. He said, "I'm off to India." And she exclaimed, "India? Now I am even more pleased you didn't offer for me. I think Mamma will find she feels the same." He bowed. "Miss Weston, should I ever return to England, I know I will find you sitting in the centre of any room, a passel of men running around mindlessly doing your bidding." She bowed her head to him. "Thank you, Mr. Sinclair." He turned, making it to the door before she said, "I hope you and Lady Haywood are always as happy as you were that night. I hope one day I will find a man who looks at me like that." "I hope the same, Miss Weston, for the both of us." He opened the door, bowing to Lady Weston as he passed her in the hall, hanging his head and trying to look rejected and dejected. Lady Weston gasped and rushed into the room to question her daughter. George heard a muffled "Hetty," and then a loud, "Mamma, he's going back to India." "India?" "I had to say no." George took his hat from the butler and said sadly, "She had to say no." "Yes, sir." The Countess had gone visiting, but George asked if Lady Camilla was taking visitors, and then was escorted to the nursery, where 4 girls were playing much louder than any man could expect. He hugged 3 of them, kissed dollies, and even endured having his hair brushed for a long minute. Camilla watched him and finally said, "You're going away." He nodded. "Why?" "I'm going home." "I'd like to see India some day, perhaps." "I hope your father brings you to visit one day." She thought about that for a moment, silently, and George had to agree he couldn't see his brother in India either. She looked down at her shoes and said, "He'll be very angry with you, won't he?" "Very." "And you're still going to go?" "Yes. The world won't end if you're not good all the time, Camilla." She didn't look convinced, and he scooped her up into a giant bear hug. "I wish I could stay, my serious little butterfly. Will you give your mother a great big hug from me?" She nodded. "And Papa?" "And Papa. Tell him that he is too serious, and he should come play with your dolls more." She nodded again, obediently, and said, "Will you write me a letter while you're on the ship?" "I will. and from India, and send you little trinkets to carefully wrap and put away and never, ever wear." She thought about it for a long moment, then said, "I'll wear one if you'll send two." He chuckled. "I'm on to you, Lady Camilla." "One is never enough, Uncle George. Isabel likes to break things." "She'll grow out of it." He looked at the 1-year-old as she crawled around the floor, dragging a doll by its hair. "Probably." "If she does, I'll write you a letter to tell you about it." He smiled sadly and squeezed her again. "I look forward to every letter you send with bated breath." "And I look forward to yours." He put her down, and she curtsied, the perfect hostess, just like her mother. "Goodbye, Mr. Sinclair." "Goodbye, Lady Camilla." He walked to the door, trying not to cry, trying not to think of what he was going to miss. The next time he saw Camilla, if he ever did see her again, she'd be another 8 years older. Camilla stopped him at the door. "Uncle George, does you leaving mean you're not the hero?" He stuffed his emotions down and thought he'd start sending her plays along with the trinkets. "It depends on who you ask, but I'm nearly certain that's exactly what it means. I'm nearly certain it has always been your father." Sebastian was in his library, of course. George let himself in and then stood just inside and looked at his brother. Sebastian said, "I'm not going to like whatever you have to say, am I?" George shook his head. Sebastian went back to his figures. "I can't even imagine what else you could possibly heap upon me. I've already resigned myself to the widow at my table, should she ever decide to show, and possibly even as a sister." He choked, then cleared the air as if trying to erase that possibility. "But both you and Flora seem happy with my acquiescence. I shall simply have to hope that you can defy the odds and produce an heir. The widow's son is better than no son. Eleanor says my son will be steady and responsible, just like all the Ashmore Earls." Eleanor had also said it wouldn't be her son, but George knew she was wrong, knew it in his bones, and wouldn't believe otherwise even if she had finally decided to. Sebastian said, "We can but hope, and if not, there is always a cousin. The title will not end, at least. And as you say, the passing from our branch is most likely inevitable anyway." Inevitable. Some things were. Sebastian sighed. "Come inside and tell me whatever it is I am not going to like. I'm as prepared as I'll ever be." George didn't move. "I'm going back to India." Sebastian didn't look up, but his pen stopped. "It was inevitable. I don't want to belong here." Sebastian continued to look at his paper. "When?" "There's a ship set to sail tomorrow morning. I've booked us passage." Sebastian put his pen down gently and whispered, "They warned me. Do not underestimate him, they said." "Who?" "My wife. Your widow." He looked up. "I hope she will not become your widow in truth, George." "That makes 3 of us." Sebastian nodded. "She said you would do anything for those you love. You must have a good reason for leaving us, me, again." And what could George say? That he'd chosen a woman over his brother? that he jumped at any excuse to go back to the life he missed. It's not good or right or tolerable. It's love. It's a damn shame you couldn't have fallen in love with a perfect countess, Sebastian said, but there was no heat to his words, as if he could see now that that had always been impossible. Will you stay until Flora returns? She'll want to say goodbye. I can't. I don't know how I'll have everything done by tomorrow in the first place, but I've instructed Camilla to give her mother a fond farewell for me, and I know Flora will write me every fortnight and expect me to do the same. Sebastian nodded, pushing his chair back and standing to say, I did not say goodbye to you properly the first time. It was regrettable, but in my defense, I did not think you would really go. I do not have any such illusions this time. George stiffened. Is the proper way a fist to the nose? The bruising has only just gone down. Sebastian came around his desk. He grabbed George in a manly hug and said softly, Write to me as well, brother. Yes, and you. You won't be able to get away from me. I'll need reams of paper to impart all my knowledge. George smiled tearily. If you die and make me come back to this God-forsaken country as an earl, I will never forgive you, Sebastian. Sebastian pushed him away. God-forsaken country? This is the home of the British Empire. It's cold and wet. And the sheep, I know. George thumped him on the back and whispered, Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, my friend. It was still dark when George came for Eleanor. Too early for anyone to be awake and dressed, except for those who had somewhere to go. My lady, Mr. Sinclair is here for you. She'd lain awake all night, knowing he was scrambling to get things ready, when she had already decided she wasn't going, that she couldn't go. She'd thought that she could give up everything for him. She'd been preparing herself to give up society and respectability. She hadn't expected to have to give up her home, too. She'd had a plan, and while she hadn't quite come to terms with it yet, it had been at least realistic. India was not realistic. India was impossible. India meant no children for either of them. Let him in. He won't come inside. He's waiting for you outside. She nodded and didn't get up. She hadn't stopped crying. Her daughter's grave, and then her brother and retribution, and now George leaving. She'd thought that it would have been worse to lose him to Miss Weston than to India, but now she knew she'd been wrong. She finally pushed herself to her feet slowly and shuffled to the door. An old woman, a widow, finally, a woman who'd lost everything dear to her. Jones gently draped a shawl around her shoulders and opened the door for her. George stood down on the pavement, a nala tucked in one arm, his greatcoat once again sitting stiffly on his shoulders, his hat covering his hair. He didn't say a word, simply met her eyes and waited for her to leave everything for him. She looked at him through the tears, painted a picture of him in her mind, just like this. I won't come. He looked up. The sky is a different color in India. I don't know why. Eleanor whispered, I won't let you give up everything for me, and I can't give it up for you. It is not in me. not for only a chance at happiness. He kept looking at the sky and petting Anala. He said, and he sounded like he was still talking about the color of the sky, "It's not a chance. It is happiness." He sighed. "But if you don't want to see it—" His eyes met Eleanor's, and he came up the stairs, holding Anala out. "She'll be lonely, and 2 dogs is not a pack." Eleanor's hands went up reflexively, taking the little dog and holding it to her chest. The dog licked and squirmed and yapped, and Eleanor cried more tears. George kissed her cheek lightly, right there, in front of her townhouse. "Eleanor, my love," he whispered, "I am going, with or without you. I am going home, and I will be so lonely without you." He waited for her to say she would go with him. She wouldn't, and then she watched him walk away. The sky lightened slowly, and with it the room Eleanor sat in. No maid came to light the fire, no Mrs. Potts asking about breakfast. Jones pushed the door in slowly.
"My lady."
"Yes?"
"This is your last chance. The ship leaves in less than an hour."
"The ship left a few husbands ago, Jones. A few lifetimes ago. They called her scandalous, but she only was in the confines of her society. Here she knew the rules. Here she knew how and how much to flaunt them. She knew the costs should she go too far." Joan sat down in the chair across from her, and she raised her eyebrows at him. Mrs. Potts came in with tea, and then sat down next to Eleanor on the sofa and began pouring. She handed Jones a cup, and then settled back with a cup herself.
"The maid and I have loaded as much as I could into your chest. We'll send the rest on the next ship, though I don't doubt that Mr. Sinclair will enjoy taking you shopping in the meantime, the way he goes on about the markets."
Eleanor looked between Jones and Mrs. Potts, and then shrugged and poured herself a cup. "Did he put you up to this?"
"Oh, no. But I was sure he'd talk you into going. Never met a man who could talk himself into the kitchen before."
Eleanor couldn't stop her laugh in time. "No, I doubt anyone has." Mrs. Potts took a long, satisfied sip.
"There is a certain something about Mr. Sinclair."
Jones nodded.
"A certain something."
"Why, he brightens a room when he walks into it, makes everyone at ease, and makes lonely women fall in love with him."
Eleanor flicked her eyes to Mrs. Potts, but refused to say anything.
"Even when those lonely women are too stubborn to admit it."
"I've admitted it. Not much else I can do about it." Mrs. Potts poured more tea for Jones and whispered loudly.
"Love's scared her stupid."
"Aye."
"That is really enough from the 2 of you." Jones said,
"Won't be enough until you get off your duff and go after him."
Eleanor sat back and stared at her 2 servants. They'd been with her far longer than any husband. They'd been her confidants, had nursed her through ill times, and had tried to protect her from danger. She'd never sat down to tea with them before, but she couldn't count how many times she'd gone looking for George in the last few months, only to find him down in the kitchen chatting with Mrs. Potts, or discussing something with Jones in the hallway. "I'm not scared. I'm simply refusing to be stupid." And suddenly she remembered. Stupid was romantic.
Romance was doing what you knew was stupid, what you knew would hurt, what you knew would destroy, and doing it anyway, just for the chance at happiness. It's not a chance, it is happiness. Eleanor put her cup down before it started shaking. I can't go. I can't bring the dogs. I'm sure he's considered them and arranged for them. Eleanor looked around her cold and empty and boring and lifeless drawing room, thought of her brother and one missing dog. It's not a chance. I'm just going to run away, like a coward.
Is that what you're doing? I thought you were running to India, running to a new adventure, and leaving all this tired nonsense behind.
Running to life. It is happiness. That's what he would do, isn't it? Leave all this behind and find something new. Make something that was all his.
It's what he is doing. The question is whether you're going to do the same.
The question is whether I'll follow him like some lovesick ninny. The question is whether I will once again throw my future, my fortune, into the hands of a man. Simply trust that it will all work out when it never has before. Mrs. Potts sipped.
You'll have to trust and hope.
Only lovesick ninnies rely on hope.
That's what you are, Eleanor.
That's what she was. A woman who was in love with a man who could give her everything she needed. Mrs. Potts.
Yes, dear.
I'm afraid you will need to find a new position. Mrs. Potts smiled.
Excellent.
Jones.
I've always wanted to see India, my lady.
Oh, has he arranged for you as well?
We have come to an understanding, my lady. I am almost entirely certain that it was my idea.
She laughed again, thought of India, felt the dried tears on her cheeks, and laughed. Damn him. He is much better at getting what he wants than I am. Mrs. Potts stood briskly.
You can damn him all you like once you're on board the ship.
The teacups clattered as Mrs. Potts threw them down. Jones hopped to his feet as swiftly as he could, and Eleanor took a deep breath. Mrs. Potts helped her into her coat by the door, and Eleanor took one last look of everything she was going to give up for love, everything she would leave for a chance at something new. It wasn't a lot. She grabbed for Mrs. Potts' hand. Go to the Countess and ask her for a reference. Her good opinion will mean far more than mine.
You don't think she'll be a mite miffed that you're making off with her brother-in-law?
No, but stay away from the Earl.
I stay away from all earls, as a matter of principle. Their brothers are another matter. Now go, before you miss this particular one, my lady. There won't be another along any time soon.
Eleanor didn't think there would be one like George ever again, and she rushed out the door and down the stairs. Jones opened the carriage door to help her inside, and there were her two mastiffs laying on the floor, and a Nala sitting on George's lap, yipping excitedly. Eleanor hardly paused before climbing in and saying, I should have known. He scooted over on the seat to make room for her. You should have. She settled next to him, trying to calm her racing heart. The driver shouted at the horses, and the carriage jolted, taking off at a clip. Eleanor held on to the seat. We still might not make it. We will. I'm not going to marry you. George laughed.
You think I'll change my mind and find myself enamored of some foolish virgin?"
She shrugged. "At least you'll have the option, and I do believe I will make a very good mistress."
He said I would never dare argue with a lady.
No, he never argued, but simply went on his merry way. He pulled a small packet from his pocket and handed it to her. She opened it to find an ornate hair-comb inside, a large dog balanced beautifully on top. He said softly,
"I couldn't find a mastiff. When we get to India, I'll have one commissioned."
He took it back from her and slid it securely into her hair. He studied it and her and said,
"A wager. I'll change your mind before we land."
"About marrying you?"
When he nodded, she lifted her chin.
"And what are we wagering?"
"Solicitors. You'll marry me, and you'll sign the contract my solicitors draw up without reading it first."
"Because on this long journey across the ocean I will lose the use of all my faculties?" He pulled her into his arms, playing with the comb in her hair and smiling at her.
And Eleanor thought that if he could talk her into going to India, into marrying him once they got there was no question about solicitors. He said, "No, because you'll marry me only because you love me, and I'll marry you only because I love you, and you'll trust that there will be no other reason."
"Trust and hope," she said. "I hope it is a very long voyage."
He nodded. "A very long voyage, and at the end of it, a land of sun and steam, a life of love and laughter."
She grabbed his shirt, twisting her fists tightly into it and pulling him even closer. "I won't make it if you leave me, George. Not you."
He wrapped his warm arms around her tight. He kissed her temple and murmured sacred words against her golden hair. "Never, Eleanor. I'll never leave you, and I promise you'll never be cold again."
Epilogue. When the Very Honorable George Sinclair arrived in India for the second time in his life, he very nearly kissed the ground when he took his first step. He was too worried and distracted about Eleanor, though, to do more than shout for a chair to be brought for her. Halfway through their long voyage, they'd hit a horrible storm, and how they'd made it through he still wasn't sure. He would learn later that a ship that had left but a week after them hadn't made it. He would learn much later that Alan Rusbridge had been on that ship, tracking his sister and what was due him across an ocean. But at the moment George Sinclair was too worried about Eleanor. She had come down with the worst case of maladie de mer during the storm, as had nearly everyone else on board. But while they had recovered, she had not, and she'd been casting up her accounts ever since. George thought for sure that after a day or two on land it would subside, but when it didn't, he called for a physician. He refused to leave the room, choosing to sit helplessly next to her and hold her hand, while the physician poked and prodded, and the Indian woman they'd hired to care for her wrung out another cool cloth to place gently on Eleanor's forehead. The physician said, "Not maladie de mer." George blanched, thinking of 100 things worse. The physician said, "I call it bébé de mer. You're the third case I've seen this week." Bébé de mer. I've never heard. George stopped and blinked. "Baby?"
It's a long, boring voyage. Cards and books quickly lose their allure.
George said, "But—" Eleanor pulled the cloth away from her eyes and pushed herself onto her elbow. "But—" They sat stupefied until George finally said, "Are you sure?"
Sure enough that I recommend you call for the vicar, if you are so inclined.
George smiled.
Yes, what a splendid idea.
Eleanor frowned. "I was not ill at all with my first child." The physician packed his bag.
Your body is most likely still recovering from the voyage. You've no doubt lost some weight and have not been eating, and not to be indelicate, my lady, but how many years ago was that? This pregnancy will be different.
Eleanor repeated him, whispering like a prayer. "This pregnancy will be different." George smiled into her eyes.
This pregnancy will be different.
Not a prayer, a promise.
She smiled at him, tears filling her eyes, and then her face blanched, and she groaned, lying back on the bed. The Indian woman placed the cloth back over Eleanor's eyes and murmured to her soothingly. George had been dealing with Indian suppliers for years, and he cocked his head at what she was saying.
Two?
The physician frowned at the woman.
A silly superstition. More sickness does not mean more babies. It is most likely residual illness from the voyage.
George said,
Two.
"A son, an heir, and a daughter." He wondered briefly what the odds were that they would have a little Camilla, a daughter who was perfect and careful. Eleanor squeezed his hand and said softly, "We don't know that. We don't know if even one will survive the birth."
You weren't this sick before, were you?
"No." He said again,
Two.
"Not a prayer, a promise."
And if it's not two, we'll just have to sail back to England to try for another.
Eleanor held a fist to her mouth and said tightly, "I am not getting back on board for a very long time." He laughed, pulling her fist from her lips and kissing it lightly.
I told you I would make you change your mind before we landed.
Her lips tipped up, and then they opened to say, "I had hoped you would." He kissed her, softly, sweetly. He pulled the cloth from her eyes to see the icy blues shimmering with happy tears, and he shouted,
"Jones, call for the vicar!"
Before the next Michaelmas, George Sinclair wrote to his brother, the Earl of Ashmore, informing him of the birth of a son, requesting direction as to how one was supposed to raise a boy to be staid and steady and responsible, how one raised an earl. Sebastian wrote back, saying not to worry about the boy. His twin sister, the widow's daughter, George's namesake, couldn't be anything but wild and contrary, and George's son would learn all he needed to by trying to keep her out of trouble. George's reply was short and curt, and was followed by another, longer missive when Georgiana started walking, and then running, and then climbing. Florian all the while chasing after her and shouting, "No, Gigi, no!" George's missive began, "Damn you, Sebastian, for always being right." This has been To Wed the Widow, The Reluctant Bride Collection, Book 3, written by Megan Bryce, narrated by Maureen Cavanaugh. Copyright
2014 by Megan Bryce. Production copyright 2015 by Megan Bryce.